gonna give you up. I'm never gonna let you go. Never gonna say goodbye. No. Never gonna give you up. Never gonna give, never gonna give. Never gonna give, never gonna give, never gonna give you up. Never gonna give, never gonna give. Never gonna say goodbye, no. Never gonna give you up. I'm never gonna let you go. Never gonna say goodbye, no. Never gonna give you up. I'm never gonna let you go. Never gonna say goodbye, no. Never gonna give, never gonna give, never gonna give you up. Never gonna give, never gonna give. Never gonna give, never gonna give, never gonna give you up. Never gonna give, never gonna give. Never gonna give, never gonna give you up. Never gonna give, never gonna give, never gonna give you up. Never gonna give. Never gonna say goodbye, no. Never gonna say goodbye, no. Never gonna give, never gonna give, never gonna give you up. Gonna give, never gonna give. Never gonna give, never gonna give, never gonna give you up. Gonna give, never gonna give.
One day of my life, let's color it outside the lines. So bright, brighter than the rainbow. One night that we live tonight, let's ride till we're out of sight. So far, so they never fade down our halo. Oh, let it go. Oh, let it go. it go. I think the girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. I think the girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done. I think the girls with their nails done now. I think the girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. I think the girls with their nails done. Girls with their girls with their nails done now.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the SQ1 League. We are here live for Week 5, Day 2 of this particular tournament. My name is Samuel, initialized Hapgood. I am joined by my brother and colour caster Alexander Nymera. Hapgood, How are you doing, buddy?
I'm doing okay. It's a rare opportunity I get to cast SQ1, so
I
I'm
know.
glad to be caught up to speed. I'm gonna have to ask you to I mean, I'm a big fan of Christmas and Christmas
Right,
stories.
yes. I mean,
and-
I the wrong time of year, but
I know
Okay.
that, but I'm getting to it. I'm getting
Okay.
to it. So
I mean, I at least wait for October, man. Okay.
So this is kind of like a timeless story,
Right.
though. A Christmas Carol, you know, where
Yeah,
there's the past, the present, and the future.
Uh-huh.
And unfortunately, I'm not really up to date on the past. So you can be the ghost of SQ1 past today.
Okay.
And I will be the person trying to analyze the games, trying to predict what's going to happen. So I'll be the ghost of SQ1 future.
Right,
and
so
so
who's
that,
present?
well, that's Twitch chat.
Right.
So Twitch chat, if you're there, spam it out, tell us exactly what's happening at the moment, and flame everything you see. That's your
exactly
purpose.
it. Okay, I
You've been
understand.
given this role in the story, and what is happening right now is Resolve versus Core Dynamic.
It is a bit of a mid-table clash going on at the minute. It is worth pointing out the Core Dynamic have got a couple of substitutes in the roster, much like they did last week, where they dropped an unfortunate game.
And pray tell, who did they drop that game to?
They may have dropped a game down to Lion's Creed,
Oh,
which was a
really?
little bit frustrating for Core Dynamic. But there we go. They're going to have to think about trying to pull it back here versus Resolve, who kind of been in an odd space themselves, set 4-4 in the table.
But the last time these teams met, I was sat in the Discord server with some of
Oh,
the
were
other
you
talent
now?
there, and we watched Rosara put Varte into possibly the most the most unfortunate jungle performance I've seen in quite some time. Invaded at level 1, died many times, tried to pull off ganks, couldn't quite manage to do that. He had his Nunu and his Olaf band away from him, and he was left on this Silas pick, which just struggled to get anything going.
Yeah, and we know what happens when Silas kind of doesn't get rolling. I think it's fair to say can end up
Yes,
becoming a bit of a non-factor, is a way of putting
It
it.
turns out the E forward is just one step closer to death. It's you don't have it, particularly when Silas is behind you.
Yes.
You don't get those same amount of you're low level. You don't have the amount of HP to play with. You don't have the same amount of levels in Kingslayer to regen up even more, and that kind of gets all messy. Hopefully, this game will be cleaner from the side of Core Dynamic. They will, of course, be going up against Resolve, as we're saying, who are 4-4.
They are.
So if they beat them, they will tie them at
That's
4
big.
and 5, and that means suddenly you have a head-to-head. You got equal record. If you split the difference on the games with them later on, you're going to be in a tiebreak scenario.
That tiebreaker could be huge, especially though for Resolve if they want to kind of break their way ahead of that kind of lower middle of the pack. The guys at the top of the standings, Black Lions, Split Raiders, Sparks are 2 games clear at worst here. If they want to
these guys, yeah.
stay in contention, think about chasing and give themselves a little bit of breathing room below the guys at the bottom of the standing, this is a really important win
That
for
being
Resolve.
said,
as well.
though, Resolve, of course, played Blackline at the last game of the day.
They do.
So I am wondering whether they are looking ahead to that match and trying to save some of their ammunition, keep the powder dry, actually take down a larger name than what we assume Core Dynamic to be in this current standing. Of course, forms temporary classes forever. Sometimes teams show up on a big day or do not show up on a big day, obviously in the LCK. Results have been going back and forth, and we won't spoil them because, of course, it has happened literally within the last couple of hours and all the other
check
stuff.
it out.
But there are some good results coming in from across the world. And in case you hadn't noticed, we're filling time because
We
we're waiting
are.
for the lobby to happen. So,
Yes.
what's going on in your life? So, how was your last SQ1 cast?
It was surprisingly, it was pretty good. I sort of came in last minute to fill in for some people, and it was
Oh, yeah,
great
as
fun.
I
I
said,
was
yeah.
casting with Mass One, and we saw 2
Alexi.
ridiculous upsets in the space of 2 games. It was a hell of a lot of fun to be involved with. It was all dynamics, as we said, dropping down. Granted, there was some roster ships, and the other one was, of course, Sparks, who we'll be seeing in our second game, who dropped a game to Glorious Gaming in
right, yeah.
and they were up 10,000 gold and threw it. Mackler on the volley bear in that particular one was a force to behold.
They must have got spent all that money on the pyramid schemes.
Yes,
Yeah.
tell me about the pyramid schemes.
Uh,
I think you're
I-
going somewhere with that.
I-
I dropped you right in
No,
it, so I'm so
honestly,
sorry.
It sounds like, do I have to riff about how Cull is really bad on junglers?
I mean, I'm assuming it is.
It
but
is,
but
yeah.
why is it bad on junglers?
because you don't fill 5 minions, and
Okay.
Cull only works on minions.
Okay, so it doesn't actually work on jungle. I've never bought Cull in the jungle, so I just
Well,
I
that's-
assumed it would stack on jungle monsters. but
Funnily
apparently not.
enough, that's probably a good thing then.
You're telling me my Evelyn multi-cull buy build is
It's
that I've been
multi-cull-
dreaming of.
Oh, like it's multicolored. You're trying to like get the whole rainbow of effects.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
see. That's exactly.
You're
it.
trying to unlock a new chroma.
Yeah,
Like if
that's
I
it.
buy enough colors, it'll be multicolored. And
Genius. Your wordplay
and
is
unfortunately, you're
wow.
still invisible because you're Evelyn, and it doesn't matter.
My presence as a jungler is generally invisible.
Yeah.
That's fair to say. So the intended flame
Oh,
hits
gosh.
true. I'm going to sit here and smolder for a little
reminds-
bit,
yes,
and
I
we'll
was-
move on while I waft away the burn smoke.
It's like the TSM C9 match recently.
Oh
where-
man, 3-0
Yeah,
over
yeah,
the weekend.
Well,
That's
so-
what
so-
we're
wow.
thinking about
So
all the leagues
wow,
at on Square One.
I love how these AD carries are picking up new champions. One of them was playing Wukong, the other one was playing Evelyn, and was not seen the entire game.
Okay, well,
Is that it? No, you're shifting the topic now.
I
Too-
am.
too
I'm
much?
out. Okay, like I'm very happy to talk about C9 winning. It's a long-standing team. I've had a lot of. I think probably one of the first teams I ever watched playing League. Actually, way
Right,
back when, end of
oh.
season 3, beginning of season
So
4.
when did you start watching? I mean, I know, but tell the audience, when did you start watching?
So probably would have been season 3 World. I just started off at university at the time, and some of my friends in halls that I just made were watching this game. I was like, "What the hell is that?"
It's
Introduced me to League.
awful. It's
And it was-
a
and it-
disease upon this world.
And it was SK Telecom winning the World Finals that year. So
yeah.
it was fake SKT going for the first World Championship there. That was when I got into League, and then I watched Gambit and versus the KT Bullets back
Oh,
when they were
yeah.
finally falling off at one of the
Was that-
IEMs,
yeah.
and that's where I really got into League, was watching those guys play. So
Ah.
Gambit have been my team for a long time off that.
I think. Well, you obviously introduced me to the game.
I did way back
believe-
that Christmas time.
Yeah, and I think the first video you showed me was things Faker does. You know, things out there season 3 Worlds, and it was playing Ari, and then I went on to play Ari not just because I am a weeaboo filth, but-
Degenerate.
Yes,
Actual degenerate.
and when we switch over to cameras, time we get to see all my memorabilia, and we've had an internet upgrade, so you
We
even get to see
have.
it without blog
Oh,
quality.
days. I cannot begin to tell you, ladies and gents, how much the internet upgrade has like changed our lives as casters.
Yeah, we had it's literally a good 100 times quicker than what we had. It was that bad.
You think we're joking about 100 times, and we're not. It actually was 100 times. Like I had a download that was 14 hours that then completed in 10 minutes. 10 minutes off the back
And
of this internet upgrade. I cannot begin. I am so excited.
speaking of time expectations, maybe we'll get into games soon.
Maybe
Maybe they need to upgrade into. No,
maybe they need to upgrade the Ryan client.
That's it.
That would be what needs to be happening.
Need to get on that tournament realm.
Good. That's it. Get on that tournament realm. Alas, no one was on there. That's a secret.
We're waiting
we're
for one
waiting.
last person.
So,
Right, so we're not naming and shaming, but,
But
can
we're
you tell
naming.
us who's missing?
look, switch that. Use that clip function.
yeah,
Go and find out who's missing.
So detectives, go take. Yeah, just go. Oh wait, no, so we're waiting on one more person. Apparently, Twitch didn't see that, so we're waiting on one person. We won't name and shame.
Oh, I thought it was gonna be shown on Twitch, but there we go. It wasn't. So there we go. Sorry,
very
Twitch. We
unfortunate.
baited you there. We thought you could see that, but
It's the most exciting thing that's happened this stream so far.
I don't know. We're here and talking. That's
Oh,
pretty
that's
exciting.
great. Oh, I forgot.
Come on now.
Almost forgot I was here.
I mean, that's because you're the ghost of
The
SQ1
ghost, yeah,
future.
future.
You're not
I'm
actually here yet. You're not here yet.
I'm yet to come.
Yeah, exactly.
Whereas
That's it.
you've always been.
I've
here.
always been here. It's a problem. I never leave.
What do you
Someone
mean?
help me.
What do you mean? We've always been at war with Eurasia or whatever. 1984.
Yeah, man,
Yes,
that's a darker reference than I was expecting, but it's
I'm-
appreciated.
Yeah, well, when I'm left grasping for material, it does get to that point.
You've always left grasping for material in your smooth brain.
Ow. It hurts. It hurts.
As it,
You know,
as it
I'm
should, as
here.
it should.
I'm here as like the color cast, the analyst. I'm meant to know things about it. No, I am the smoothest of brains.
He is the smoothest. Look, the idea is that he is down at your level, guys. He's there among the people, talking for the people as one of the people. Ignore that diamond tag before his name.
Why
in
didn't they
Little
play
Lucky.
Lee Sin mid?
Because it's not season 2, buddy.
Oh, damn. I didn't even play during that. So.
There was rumours for a little while back in sort of season 5, season 6, Lee Sin top. Some of the top lanes
It
were
was
really,
played a little bit. And actually, so
Yeah.
with the Death Stance,
Cabashot
so
specifically.
when the Death Stance thing came out,
Mm.
not that I would suggest you do it, but W Max Lee Sin with Ravenous Hydra Death Stance is really obnoxious.
You just dive forward and dive back, I'm assuming.
You just never lose any HP.
Of course, the second half of W's, yeah.
So, but the thing is, though, that we talk about these off-meta things, but there are more things to come in, and hopefully we'll get to see some of them today.
We hopefully will. I believe with that little note from our producer, we might be ready to head in very
Maybe.
shortly, guys. Maybe. So that's good news for all of you Square One fans. And there's the transition.
Ooh.
And here we are, ladies and gentlemen. It is good to be here. Of course, I'm still initialized. That's Nightmare. And we're going to show you a magic trick. Watch as we breach both time and space. Oh, yeah, we can reach across cameras. It's amazing.
That's great.
This is the magic of having the Hampton Brothers podcast. But here we are into pick and ban between Core Dynamic and Resolve. Core Dynamic over on the blue side, Resolve on the red, and for the Core Dynamic lineup, Itaui in the top lane, Vate in the jungle, Laka in the mid lane, Quadra and Meki will be their bot.
Resolve Academy taking up the red side of the rift. On the other side, though, it's Jojo, Rozara, Jackal, Cat, and Levi.
So we can see some bans coming in a little bit here already. It's the Ivern ban from Resolve. And remember, Core Dynamics have lost their first 2 bans.
So,
I believe.
Just saying that is, of course, the substitute in the bot lane for Core Dynamics.
Of course, yes,
updated.
updated. There we go.
So it's I'm not a mess as bot laner and Defarin. And now it's apparently Sparks on that side now, so.
We're back. Yes, of course, we did.
No, we've broken the fabric of reality. We're reaching across the cameras. The teams are changing. The players are changing. No, I'm so sorry.
Apologies for that. Yeah, I even had it written out in front of me that there was going to be different. I went off the screen. Foolish caster I was. I'm not a mess. Might be on Core Dynamic squad, but I myself am very much a
I've
mess.
known that for 24 years.
It's been 25, buddy. I might be older, but you missed a year of the general mess. So it's been a quarter of a century of general mess. But Nunu will be the ban out here second for Resolve. Has been rising in priority both in jungle and as a really obnoxious AP mid laner.
So we were talking about that awful jungle experience which Vate had in their first matchup versus Resolve Academy. And Nunu was banned away from him because that is his lane, and that's the thing he's most comfortable. And if you make him feel uncomfortable and then just get up in his grill, steal some buffs and all the other stuff, you can really upset his early clear and stop him from impacting the game at all.
Yeah, you can see that happening every now and then. The Thresh was the last ban, but the first pick was Lulu, of all things. Has been rising in priority.
Oh,
but,
first pick Lulu. No.
We might well
so
see the response here of Karma and the Lee Sin locked in for Azara as well. Way to throw down the gauntlet and say, Vate, time to do a rematch and redo of the first game we played off.
Karma is the strongest support in the game. She wins pretty much every laning phase for you, and she buffs up any of your late game AD carries. Lee Sin allows you to get up right in the face of the enemy jungler, and we were just talking about that. Potentially something to play around in terms of the early pressure, potentially going in for level 1s and all the other stuff. However, on the other side, Aphelios is locked in. Remember that Lulu is a flex pick between top lane, mid lane, and support. Probably not going to be top lane unless people are feeling very spicy today. But alongside the Aphelios, it is such a strong late game duo.
It can just run over late games. But there is that early game bridge here of the Rek'Sai as well, which will be matching up against the Lee Sin. And we kind of know how that plays out. Lee Sin throws a Q, takes the result of the resonating strike, and gets knocked up as the Rek'Sai uses Umbrella.
Well, as my favorite Malifaux goes, we'll burn that bridge when we get to it. Volibear's locked in for Resolve Academy. Yes. Jojo. I believe the last time we were casting them, I wanted to give Jojo the MVP, and you overruled me.
Well, that's because you didn't get to speak about it, because we had
no because time. The game ended, and you'd already said that you wanted Rozara to get it.
I did, because I put it out there, and he was great too, so I will take that one. You just don't get to say this one.
You know the truth now, Jojo. You know the truth.
Yeah, well, Rozara was clearly great too, so we'll fight that one out. Sibling rivalry abounds, but
it's not a rivalry. There's no competition.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Glad you understand I'm better than you, but there we go. Will be the second phase ban for Resolve Academy. Dynamic's still missing those bans, of course, guys.
Yeah, so the cloud taken away from Tau. And in fairness, with the Q healing reduction, that increased grievous wounds when you get that pullback on the bear trap on the rope, which is one of the best ability names in the game, it means that Volibear can end up just losing a lot of the extended trades. When he wants to go for the kind of the bursty trades, he gets pulled back, gets the slow, gets the healing reduction, he does lose out against the Clyde. Wukong banned away from the top lane, or of course anywhere else on the map as well. That champion is very versatile. Means that the team fight presence is going to be harder to find from that top lane.
It is, and even though they lost on it last week, Taui's Wukong was absolutely monstrous. Was running over team fights 1 or 2v5. Huge swings in power came out of that guy. Wasn't enough to carry them over the finish line, but banning it away from this guy when he has shown such prowess on it makes a lot of sense.
It does, and Wukong is one of those really annoying champions that can just kind of 1v1 your AD carry if he gets ahead in the game. And of course, not going to be in this, and it turns out might not even be an AD carry because this Ziggs is potentially being locked in, and that is a flex pick between the mid and bot lane. Can be put into that bot lane. In fact, so Karthus.
Run me through this. I know you've seen a lot of it recently.
It's had an AP AP ratio increase on the Q, however, it has and slight move speed increase, but the Q does less damage to jungle monsters.
Yes.
What that means is that it's better in lane again, potentially better in bot lane. We can be seeing this in mid lane and in bot lane, where alongside the Karma, you know, I was talking about Karma just wins you the laning phase. When you have this instant push pressure from Karthus and Karma, you're not going to have a response on that bot side. And so they decide, hey, we're not going to be trying to play in the early game. Let's go scale up a little bit towards the mid, a little bit more towards the late. Double AD carry locked in. The Lulu not going to be in that mid lane because the Corki's there.
And that also means that Lulu has shields and heals and wild growth to provide to double AD carry here. That is just great ways to keep those carries alive. Thinking about a Camille lock-in, but still hovering a few things, and it is going to be a Darius as the decision for Towie.
So why is Garen OP on Aram? Because he's got Snowball. It allows him to overcome his class's weakness of a Juggernaut and get that gap closer. You have a Lulu on your team. Lulu gives you that whimsy, gives you the speed up, and you run right into the face of the enemy team. Karthus is stood there, and then he's not, because he's gone. He's dead. He's been axed. Like,
well, literally.
Like Futurama, many times.
Well, this is not Futurama's Square One League, and we have seen the return of this Karthus, and likely, as you said, in bot, Twisted Fate is locked in for the mid lane last as well, so there's no
Double
room for that
globals.
flex. It is double globals. You throw down that Requiem, you throw down the TF wherever the fight is about to happen. Hell, you make it a dive with a volley bear coming in as well to turn off that tower Ohm Wrecker style, and those side lanes need to be very, very wary for cooldown.
I would almost like to see the AD TF come out, because volley bear does about half on his damage. Lee Sin is obviously very AD focused, but bot lane is just completely AP. So I'm wondering whether if TF goes towards the hybrid build, goes towards the Triforce first.
Yes.
Earlier CDR means your ult's more on cooldown, and your ult has a lower cooldown, and you have more gold cards and stuff like that. Sets up the rest of the team very well, and it evens out your damage profile a bit more. I wonder if he goes towards AP, and someone like the Darius might get a little bit too hard to handle. Going to be counting down into the spectator play, all that kind of stuff. We have the full compositions out though. You got any first thoughts?
One in particular, that's not going to be teleport, Darius. That's going to be
Run
Ghost,
fast.
which of course makes a lot of sense if you've seen solo queue, and of course the way Ghost currently works with the kind of reset when you get kills on it, and I believe it got buffed again on 10-14 just gently.
So the cooldown was upped, but the move speed was also upped. I believe that is the case.
Okay, so you can see that could be potentially very powerful, Darius. I mess around with my headphones because they're falling off, which is not great.
They're
but
going to be floor phones soon.
floor phones. That would be really unfortunate. Not very helpful for hearing down there. My feet.
Well, what if the floor needs to hear?
Think
about the floor.
But our neighbors downstairs probably don't want that.
Well, maybe they should.
Maybe they should. Maybe they should be tuning into Square One. Maybe that's what we're saying.
Tell your neighbors. Tell your family. We're casting SQ1.
Casting SQ1. Be here.
Or be square.
Or be square, quite literally. In fact, you want to be square. That's the point. So, you know.
Oh, gosh.
What are you gonna
We're
do?
so funny.
What are you
We're
gonna
so
do?
great, aren't we?
I know I am. So, you are by
Anyway.
extension.
So, back to the Darius. Darius has got the Ghost, also has Nimbus Cloak, I would assume. I don't know whether he'll be going towards Phase Rush or he'll be going towards Conqueror or any other kind of rune. That's not important. If you go Sorcery Secondary, take the Nimbus Cloak. As soon as you pop that Ghost, you do reach, it's like instant transmission from Dragon Ball. You just kind of turn up immediately on someone's face. However, on the other side, there are double teleports. You also have double globals. Means that the map pressure and the ability to shut down Towie on the Darius is high.
Yes. And I'm kind of seeing good targets for Lulu in general on Core Dynamic. There's 3 fantastic targets in the Valios.
Really. All of these guys want move speed.
Yeah, very true. I mean, the thing, I would probably put Rek'Sai down as a last resort, perhaps, when you have got so much out of your AD carries and your Darius, probably in team fights.
In team fights, yeah, sure. But in, the early into mid-game, when you're trying to get Rek'Sai into a position to knock up someone like Karthus, run him down, it's really important. It just means that Rek'Sai can just stick on the Karthus the entirety of the fight, lands anything, follows through with the Void Rush, and suddenly you don't have a cat in the bot lane.
No, he would be very dead. It's not a Yuumi cat we'll talk about here, it's the Karthus cat, played by Cat. And speaking of that, I suppose it probably is worth touching on that Karthus bot a little bit more. Obviously, it is a little bit of newer tech. I know you've been you were talking about it
What are you talking about?
literally earlier today and yesterday, so explain it a little bit more to me.
Well, you load into your first game of League of Legends, and you go COP versus AI, and you load into a game, and there are bots which you're playing against, and if one of them is Karthus, it's a Karthus bot. this will now be a solo cast. So Karthus gives you a lot of wave clear, a lot of wave pressure, and more importantly is a consistent AP damage source, much in the way that Cassiopeia, Syndra, Zoe are, and these other champions we've traditionally seen in the bot lane. Heimerdinger being another one. Yes. With the ultimate available as well from, you know, about 7-8 minutes into the game when he has farmed up, it gives the rest of your map that extra pressure, which so many bot lane champions just don't give you. Even Ezreal with his ult doesn't really do that.
No.
And even, yeah, Ezreal and Ashe, probably the two with the globals from bot lane. Well, and Draven, I guess, but that's much more situational. Whereas the Karthus, you know that is going to be an extra portion of damage with that Dark Harvest proc. If it is going to be Dark Harvest, for lane Karthus, between a couple of different keystones over time, gives an extra chunk of damage to work around. We typically see it with something like Zed or Tristana even in the mid lane. Allows you to go in and be that assassin, just knowing that there's an extra 200 damage coming in from somewhere.
I think there's also something like, we know how Resolve like to play around Lee Sin, not necessarily Lee Sin, but Rosara specifically. Lee Sin in this case can be a really good point of pressure for this team, and we saw how it kind of played out in the last time these two teams played out when Rosara really put Varte in the dirt. Having multiple ways to back up and empower that Lee Sin by saying, yep, TF's going to turn up, Karthus going to Requiem on whatever play you make, sounds pretty good to me as well, just playstyle wise as well.
Well, yeah, you can run forward with any of your, well, your Volibear or your Lee Sin, and you're going to have someone following up on you, to be honest. The hinge for me will be, does Towie get to the point where he can 1v2? Because if that is the case, then it doesn't matter if you have those globals, because he's going to kill them both. And then the other thing is, can Karthus survive? If Karthus can survive team fights, the DPS he'll be putting out will be frankly ridiculous. And we, a lot of the time when we talk about Phalios, we talk about his low base magic resist. This is a double AP bot lane, which means you can go your AP on your runes, your MR on your runes. Even then, you're only going to have, so your base magic resist is 28, you get 8 magic resist from your runes, that brings it to 36, which is only like 2 more than a lot of AD carries or mid laners. It's not that high. It means that if you get hit by an ult Q by Karma, get hit by a wall of pain by Karthus, you can get run down and just removed from the game.
Well, you kind of heard,
much like Yuumi should be.
Much like Yuumi should be, but not in this game. Kind of partly removed from League of Legends, it feels like, with some of the last round of nerfs, perhaps for at least a little while in the competitive scene.
It's the ghost of SQ1 present. It's paused the game.
Oh my days! What are we going to do?
Twitch chat, you're too powerful.
How did you do this? Strength beyond our ken.
Bah,
Twitch
humbug.
Bah, there's no humbugs in this one. I wouldn't mind a minute right now.
I could go for that.
I could go for a minute. But let's kind of touch on some of those points you're kind of bringing up there, like namely, can Darius 1v2? Can the Karthus survive?
Can you do it in the form of a Carol? No, please don't actually. No,
I could, but I don't think it would.
Well,
be
right now
it's
a silent night and a silent rift.
Like, buddy, like, I'm sorry, I'm putting like a moratorium on Christmas references. It is July. It is July. Like, why?
Good heavens! Look at the time.
Like, I am all for a little bit of festive spirit, but
I vote to cancel everything of 2020 besides December. It is Christmas now. Get your advent calendars out.
No, this is the problem with being a spirit from the future. You bring things out. You bring things out at a time.
Yeah, I've crossed my wires. I considered briefly being a Time Lord. That didn't really work out.
Back in my day, we didn't bring up Christmas in July, and I speak as a ghost of Square One past. So. Yeah, good lord. Well, this is completely unprofessional. I can't be dealing with this. But
by the way, it's yeah. Okay, do you want to get back to the game now?
Yeah, I kind of do. All right. So,
well, look. I saw it coming. As the ghost of the future, I've foreseen the pause.
Somebody shut this man up. He's trouble at the best of times. This is just going to feed the ego. Right? Okay, we're on to the rift.
There is no you. You can't feed the ego. You can feed the ghost in the bot lane.
Yeah.
30 seconds until minions.
How do you? I need catharsis from all the pain coming out. I need to release the
like
pain in my life.
Cathartic.
Yeah, but catharsis,
gotcha,
but catharsis. Yeah.
I appreciate that.
I kind of messed up the delivery, but the thought was there.
No, I got you. You know, I'm here. I'm your brother, and as much as you know, we've had a tenuous relationship. Yeah, it's been a bit rocky over the years.
Yeah.
I'm here for that. I'm okay with that one.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, going back to some of the stuff that John was talking about, which I know you were trying to talk about.
Yes.
It's APTF in the mid lane. That was something you were going to say.
It was one of the things I wanted to bring out, because I saw the stopwatch and infantry, and I was like, unless he goes to something like a GA later, I'm assuming that is with the corrupting spellbook. Okay, So
Spell means it's going to be AP.
there we go.
And
So
what that means. Why is this important? It means you have less CDR early, but it means that you do have higher burst potential into when you get your first item, when you get Rod of Ages and all that other stuff. Because even your blue card has a 1 AP ratio. It's very high. It means that your one-shot potential into the later parts of the game, when you have Lich Bane as well, even when you have the other card, well, even if you just draw a blue card, right, it gets pretty ridiculous.
yes, it can be. It will also be triple AP, which means that like itemization for specifically Darius well goes Spirit Visage second. Excellent.
Well, it's 3.5, right? Because Volibear is half AP. They had the Sky Splitter and his ultimate both AP as far as I'm aware.
I believe so, yes.
I believe they're magic damage. Anyway, the last time I checked on first stat websites, I looked at the damage he was dealing in pro games, and it is about half AP. Okay. Even when you're building Triforce.
Interesting.
It's
It's
like Aurelia, right? Like Aurelia.
Yes.
She actually does a sizable amount of magic damage with her abilities, and then some passive stuff.
There you have it. It does mean that Rosara is going to have to find a way to stack that damage nice and early. Otherwise, it could end up being a little bit mono damage threat. But with the red buff start to both junglers, we're going to see where those guys end up. It's looking like full red quadrant players for both. And an early shove in from the Aphelios and Lulu.
That shouldn't happen, really, because Lulu should not be able to face tank farm at level 1, and Karthus has that consistent lay waste spam, and you hit that on 3 minions at a time. The damage which you've got is very, very high onto minions, of course. It's been upgraded in damage towards minions, at least. It has been against monsters, but I think maybe just with the jungle pathing, knowing that potentially an early gank could come in bot lane.
Yeah.
They know that the Karthus, very mobile, has taken the exhaust, which helps you with some of the burst damage. But if you get ganked early, it's going to be very, very hard to come back in the game. I don't know what item build it's going to go towards, presumably Tyrion Rod of Ages.
And I also want to sort of suggest on that jungle pathing, not just from Varte, but also from Rosara, who started red buff and is pathing bot. We're going to see potentially Taui go down here. Actually did have a lot of damage thrown at him, but both top laners taken down low. Yeah, Ghost was hot.
You know, we weren't talking about people fighting on screen because they're the more refined things in life.
Yeah, Rosara coming around mid.
Like ganks.
Like ganks,
Gank your mid lane.
Jungle pathing is where the
Don't
real
gank your
force
top
are.
lanes. Gank your mid lanes.
Speaking of ganky top laners, look where Varte is.
No, don't do that. Don't do that. That's mean.
That is mean. Yeah, but that's what you. This League of Legends is not about being kind. It's about winning.
So the ward on the river there, just outside the brush, did spot out Rosara heading into that brush, and Levi making it seem like you can miss him on Mantra Q on it.
That's a little bit of saltiness there from Nymara, who's
like
been struggling with Karma and solo queue a little bit in terms of the win rates that have been going against him here.
Hang on now. No. I play with someone who plays Karma, and it's very frustrating to see people, you know, miss. It's like Shyvana. It's like Shyvana E. It's just very, very hard to miss.
It's super powerful, but
you can hit both. If you hit both bot laners with that, it just wins your lane. If you hit a level 1, it's just, oh, guess we can't fight. We've lost 200 HP.
It could definitely be risky. Becky down to about 2/3 here, a little bit higher for the side of Cat and Levi. Jojo back up to full HP, but did have to burn that teleport. It is worth noting. Has come back in with some cloth armor in inventory to try and assuage some of that damage.
But he does know that there's no teleport on the other side. He burns teleport. There is no TP advantage. It allows him to. There is no Warren Boss inside. There is no item advantage either for this Darius. He's managed to go back himself and picked up a Doran's Blade alongside the Doran Shield. Which means that with the cloth armor put up, the TP reset has bought him item parity.
What it will mean, though, is once that Ghost cooldown comes off, it's about half done already, there will be a point where you can still go at Jojo and force him out where he doesn't have that teleport. You can essentially look for that kind of more aggressive trade there again.
Aggressive trading across the map, though, will be an early startup. It's Mounted Dragon, the first dragon spawned, and it will be going over to Resolve Academy, as it looks like there's no one looking to contest for Borderlands.
No one around there. You can see Varte is around his Krugs. He's got a bit of a camp lead right now, but with that Mountain Drake now stacked, we're going to see that one go over. But remember, that means that Jojo and Taui are left alone. And that's big damage going back. Both fully flashed into the Decimate, though, and gets taken down for first blood. Taui coming out on top of that plate, and Jojo... questions about that choice of flash.
Close run things, and I wonder whether Jackal could have TP'd in on the TF there, had that summoner available to try and turn that 1v1. Jojo tries to flash past that, the blade of that Q and try and deny the healing, but he won't be able to deny this bot gank.
Flash out from both Cat and Levi from Varte coming in with a good Rek'Sai gank across the wall. Summoner's blown in bot, death in the top lane. Core Dynamic coming out to a fairly solid early play here.
For sure. We were talking about, well, one of the break points of this game will be if this Darius can get to a point where he can legitimately 1v2. He does 1v1. That's going to get even worse from here on out. He did that without his Ghost available, without his ultimate available, which is so big in those 1v1 situations. He gets up to 2 items, and as you said, if that Spirit Visage comes through, I am struggling to see Resolved win any 1v2 there, regardless of the members which are going up there. You're going to have to send 3 people.
Darius has now got Merc Treads and about a 10 CS lead along with that First Blood. It's about a 10 CS lead in bot as well. But Jackal currently really out-farming this Corki in mid lane right now.
Out-farming the Corki and with the TF passive will be a lot of extra gold coming in. He's got that Catalyst. It's going to be very hard to take down in the 1v1. Corki effectively just playing for farm at this point himself, but has the tier. So that's exactly what that champion wants to do. Varte potentially has some inroads into that mid lane, but with that ranged wave clear of the wildcards, TFs can make themselves very hard to gank, even though they don't have any particularly good escapes.
Well, no escapes available, but range and gold cards can make you a tricky person to get on top of. Wards now placed out in that bot river by Levi as well, which kind of makes Varte's job a little harder as well, trying to get around and punish the immobile TF, the summonerless bot lane as well.
And we talked about the bot lane of Resolve Academy not wanting to push up early potentially when they do have that winning 2v2 under threat of being ganked. Then they finally do it a couple of minutes into the game after they'd ceded some of the early lane pressure, after already losing CS, and then get ganked anyway. Seems like they've really not had a read on what Varte's doing on the map, and it's been costing them, particularly in this 2v2.
It feels like they probably should have done, right? Because they saw the bot lane come late after the leash. So that should have been known information.
Potentially say, oh, level 2 might be coming through. But when you start with the Q on Rek'Sai, you need to get to level 3. You need to do a full quadrant there. You know the timing of that. You're not really under threat being ganked up until level 3 mark from the Rek'Sai. And you have that unburrow available. Anyway, it comes through, and now we've got a 15 going almost up to 20 S on the bot lane, but double Q lands.
The wall of pain's down as well. There comes the W. Meki has to flash out. Severum onslaught is but wait, that is the Twisted Fate Gate. Here is the Requiem as well.
Oh!
And it is a swan song for Meki, who falls down. Lucker is teleported in now, trying to get on top of Levi, who gets obliterated by the Foss bomb. Now this bomber himself, though, taking very, very low. That is the Moonlight Vigil coming out. It's not going to be enough, and Cat gets that kill. It is a 2-for-1, and Razara is here. Maybe they look for a dive. If I'm not a mess, decides to stick around. Wisely, I think, decides to back away.
Razara barely missing out on the Sonic Wave onto Razara. Saves his life, might have had to trade his flash for a couple more seconds on the Rift. What this will mean is the cross-map play comes through. Varte starts up the Rift Herald, and with no dragon on the bottom side of the map, this will be effectively kills plates for a Herald. Jojo is looking to peel off.
Shut down somehow, some way, as Carthus dies off screen with a little help from Lulu. That's a bit unfortunate, but Jojo and the rest of Resolve looking to try and punish the Rift Herald star. They're going to keep playing that and force Towie back away from this. Varte can't stick around. It is likely to be secured here by Razara unless Varte finds a miracle, but none to be found. Rift Herald secured, but
it's a Christmas miracle. That's what they're looking for.
It's got to stop. Look, this has to stop. Like, I will... Like, at this, I'm gonna Christmas wrapping paper your room shut until you come out a different man at this rate.
We're going to be going home this week. That would be quite difficult.
All right, so we're gonna see the replay here to see what earth happened with Carthus.
200 years. So yep. he uses the red gun and then the white gun, and both those together did like an odd shade of pink.
Yeah. Does Carthus bleed red? Well, they certainly found out in that particular instance. To phrase it as LS has been, that would be the joint joys of Raven.
Draven's the red one. Right, yeah.
Draven.
That's why I was like, oh man, it's not Caitlyn, it's not Varus. Which champions is I'm not a mess right now? And yeah, so Carthus walks up into that 1v2. Yeah, even with the Wall of Pain, the increased move speed from the onslaught from the red gun just seals his fate, sends him to the death chamber after a really good early play. Had to set him up. He has at least got himself that. Well, he hasn't got himself the Rod of Age, that's from the TF. And yeah, get ourselves back into this game state.
We will, because we can see second dragon goes over the way of Core Dynamic, but kind of just crested that 10-minute mark, and it's kind of relatively even. It's a slight gold lead for Core Dynamic, about 400, but Rift Herald in inventory of Razara. We can see some items have come through here as well. Namely, there is, of course, the tier stacking in Corki's inventory. So not anywhere near anything super exciting like the Manamune as yet. But Rod of Ages and Warrior Enchant are in for Jackal and Rosara, respectively, and those are pretty big spikes of potential power, particularly for the Lee Sin.
I wonder if Karthus is going towards the Seraph still, or whether he's going to go towards the Ludens. Hasn't built up that tier first, gone for the Lost Chapter. It might just be for lane pressure.
Sure.
I don't really know what the preferred itemization for a solo lane Karthus is anymore, but he's going to have to show he can fight at this point in the game, as he's got hit by a couple of skills.
Rosara's run gets to kick, but wait, there is the wild growth. It doesn't matter, though. I'm Not a Mess is definitely one now. Meki goes golden, but will it buy him enough time because he's getting burned down? That's a decent miss of the Sonic Wave because of a good dodge, but the Ignite still claims the life. Requiem comes out on Varte, falls down as a afterthought. 3 kills in the bot side for Resolve Academy. Clean plays from them.
Double globals, triple deaths for Core Dynamics. It's going to be plates down. It's going to be the tower down with the Herald Summon, of course, taken earlier into the game. And this Karthus, though he might have had that whoopsie a couple of minutes ago, comes back with yet another good skirmish. It's going to be the beneficiary of a lot of gold. And this top lane is not really been broken open for Core Dynamics yet, so no response for that.
No, and that gold lead that's gone is now very much in favor of Resolve Academy. From 400 down, they are now 2,000 gold up of 1 play. 3 kills in a tower will do that for you today.
This is also one of the problems where when you've got the TF against a relatively non-interactive lane like the Corki, because Corki can't really respond at this point. He doesn't have himself the damage to carry a lot of his team fights. He doesn't have package, and that's a very a very windowed amount of time. Unlike just the cooldown ultimate of the TF. It means that TF gets to pick and choose when he goes across the map. The Corki only has certain times where he can respond, and in that fight, absolutely didn't have the time to.
Well, Taui finds Levi through a bush, gets rooted in place, and he's kind of regretting his life right now. Wall of Pain coming out. This Darius slowed, exhausted, trying to find a little more because Meki is here now as well, looking for the dunk! And that Karthus is sent straight to the Death Realm. Now trying to flash out Varte, trying to stay away, trying to get out, but does get rooted, gets hit by the Sonic Wave, will go down. Now Jojo going back in, but Taui looking for more resets, more damage, can't quite find it. Decimate misses, gets stunned in place, no mana, no life, no chance. Now Lucca is around, but can't find what they were looking for. That is a 2-for-1 in all things said and done.
And this is the duality of what we talked about in pre-game. Does Darius have the ability to draw multiple people to that area of the map and still have threats onto them, and can Karthus survive? Turns out it's a bit of both. Karthus cannot survive, but the Darius cannot run over these fights just yet. It is only 14 minutes in, but this fight goes handily to the side of Resolve. Hopefully we're going to get a replay of it. In fact, we are going to do that.
You see the exhaust coming down, and what goes on from here?
What goes on from here is that's how he pops the ghost, gets his healing, gets his stacks up, and once he's got that stack, it just that kick away from Rosara, very, very important. Because one more auto into the ult probably would have sealed his fate. What that means is that Rek'Sai is left alone in the 2v1, dies for that unfortunate play. And then at this point, Ty's ran out of mana, doesn't have any skills, misses that final Q, can't run down Jackal. That means he goes to the Death Chamber as well.
Some good stuff out of Taui. He didn't get as many kills as he was liking, but 1 kill, and I think that was 4 flashes. Jojo was no, we were in 3. Jojo, Cat, and Levi rather. All flashes. First one, I've got it written down in front of me, so I don't do that.
I got you.
And you're still gonna count it for me, so I will get it right.
Counts if it is he counting the Roman times?
I am.
Oh, lovely.
Because I judge myself like that.
Yeah,
but
counter on stream.
Oh, don't do that to me.
Twitch chat, help us count.
Well,
1 levy. 2 levy.
This is when casting with your brother becomes a problem, because he knows how to twist the knife. But aside from that, we're going to move away from my faux pas. I actually did have a D&D item named Twist. It was a knife.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah. What did it do?
I'm not spoiling it for you. You're in the campaign. Maybe one day you'll find it. Until such a time, though, we maybe want to talk about League of Legends. And not about other games as yet. Big time river control for Resolve Academy as this dragon is set to spawn.
If I was casting with Sarge, he'd talk about this. He'd talk about this. We're both color
casters. Okay, I'd love to do that, but we've got an ocean drink in 5 seconds.
Karthus has
that's
a
really
D&D
important.
skin.
He does have a D&D skin. He's not using it, though, so that's really just.
He does have one. It's present. There's a gold card present, too.
Yeah, it's a lot of damage. Varte does have to get the wild growth to save his life. Has tunneled out, but that is before this 3rd Drake and they will back away because they don't feel they can test with their jungler so light.
Don't think they can. You can see the amount of damage coming out of Jackal with that Lichbane second item. 6 stacks on the Rod of Ages. Throws one of those cards into Varte and he loses about a third of his HP. I'm telling you, TF on the AP build bursts out hard in the mid game.
Serious price Jackal. This is versus Corki. He's up 30 CS, which is really impressive considering how well Corki farms, largely speaking. Package is on here. Maybe they look to try and defend this tower a bit aggressively, but unlikely to happen. You can see the trade there for Dynamics will be the Rift Herald.
There is an unfortunate thing from the Corkies. Have to go towards the Moat Treads, wanting to save out in terms of tenacity, but not having those Salt Shoes for your Rocket Poke and for, well, all of your AP damage, all your magic damage. It means that your damage into this mid game, even when you build up to that Muramana and that Triforce power spike, is so difficult.
Speaking of difficult, Cat's in trouble. There is the Wall of Pain to try and buy some time, but good tower reset is going to help. But it's not going to matter because the damage from the Defile does a lot of work. That Requiem was pretty damn huge as well. Big healing onto I'm Not a Mess. And that's a polymorph that comes out, but it doesn't save the life. It's a double kill for Jackal at the back end of that fight. They dive Cat. He gets a kill. Jackal turns up and returns the favor with 2 more as well.
Aces are high and core dynamics are laid low by Jackal's wildcards. Come in 3, 0, and 4. We told you about his damage. It's only going to get worse from here on out. That's a lot of gold picked up.
Oh my days. Well, that was through a polymorph as well. I thought like the polymorph came out, like they bought enough time, and like, no, Aphelios and Lulu are still there. Never mind.
Yeah. And we left ruining that a little bit. I'm Not a Mess had a decent heal there from the Severum there. We're gonna go see replay of that right on our streams. Cat pushed a little too far away from turret. Karthus does not have the largest margin of error to play with. Gets dove upon by the 3-man group, but of course Jackal comes up, flashes in, doesn't have to land the gold card onto the Rek'Sai. Look at that amount of shielding coming out on Felix. It's not enough. I want to see exactly what happens here. So it is the blue card, kills off with that 0.9 AP ratio. Cards come out and cut down the Aphelios. I'm telling you, Lichbane blue card, it's one hell of a drug.
Well, magicians never share their secrets, but I'll tell you what that one is called. Card any card, and Aphelios was left with the 52 HP lost pickup, and died at the end of that one.
Hopefully not 52 death pickup. I'm not sure I can handle that kind of game.
Well, my voice might regret that one too. As yet, it's not quite hit that point, but we're going to see Cat attempt to gank Towie here. He's taken very low, but the healing from Decimate was pretty huge with the use of the Ghost to get in range. He's now going to be able to run out, but that Summoner spell is burned.
Yeah, Summoner spell burned for the time invested by Cat, playing pseudo jungler, rotating up to that side of the map. Jojo has been playing complete defensive duty. Frozen Heart, Bramblevest not going towards that Triforce, going to be there just as a blocker towards that Darius.
Bluntly, I don't hate it. You've got enough damage from everywhere else at the minute. You just need someone to sit in front of the Aphelios for a bit.
If Darius isn't pushing up and diving your champions, then is he a threat? The answer is right now, no, because if he's on the other side of the map, he can't teleport into the fight. You have the better 4v4, and you can collapse very quickly with something like your Destiny. Speaking of Destiny, there's a lot of people grouped on this top side of the map. I was wondering whether TF might choose to make his presence known and walk up through that bottom side jungle with the Vision Troll he has. Chooses to take down another wave in the bot lane, taking down 2 turrets there already. Importantly, the mid lane outer turret still stands for core dynamic though.
It does, but the split push game is definitely beginning here. We can sort of see Rizara and the rest of Resolve Academy kind of slightly collapse on the jungle, but the blue buff still is complete. It does get handed over to Cat, who is a mana-hungry champion, that is for sure.
Yeah.
Jackal, on the other side, though, managed to finish up the job on that bot lane tier 2. Resolve Academy did sack a couple waves in mid, though, because they 4-man stacked top, because they had Jackal down.
It's map control. At the end of the day, it's kind of a wave or 2 for the permanent vision loss of that tower going down in the top lane, because that's one thing which towers give. It gives you that ability to have a permanent standing structure with a large vision range, which cannot be warded around by the enemy team. Having that gone, particularly when you are playing with these heavy roaming teams of double global, can very much impact the game in the next couple of minutes when these next globals come out.
The Rift Herald that was picked up in trade for the second Drake, though, was spawned there by Varte. Over the wall, got themselves the mid outer turret. It's their first turret of the game, but critically, it is the first mid turret that's been broken. And that's just before the Ocean Drake will be spawning in just under 40 seconds.
It'll be very important to see whether the Karthus can now safely farm mid. We saw that happen, dive under the turret, which of course turned away a result afterwards, but it was still the Karthus being taken down. You can see the amount of threat onto that champion. This build goes up the Ludens, has himself the flat pen as well. Flat pen versus Aphelios goes even further because, of course, he has that very low magic resist. In fact, with... Oh, he's bringing out the ult already. Where's that going?
Does a fair amount of damage to sort of speak of, but Lulu's shield means that notably I'm Not a Mess is left untouched. Varte, though, takes a Mantra Q to the face and tunnel away with half his HP missing.
I believe that's the Poke Carthus ultimate. He does have 40% CDR, I think, maybe 30%. He's got Ludens and blue buff. And level 12 too, so he's got second rank, but that's still kind of a long cooldown. Gonna see this fight coming in. Jojo's TPing.
Jojo is teleporting in. This looks like a fight. Look at the package on Lucca as well coming in. The blue thing is gone, and it is stolen as well. You're right. Varte gets that one, but now Lucca stuck over the wall with the ignite. Does get burnt out by Jackal. The fight commenced. Is now a 1-for-1. Jackal rushing forward. He's got the ghost looking to get that stun, but the Void Rush comes up to buy time. Varte in Wild going for a second knockup after the Unbarrow, and I'm Not a Mess in the backline. It's running over this. 200 years along with a Darius is enough to find a 4-for-1 in the, or 4-for-2 rather at the end of that, because Cat, I think, also dies. Spends around a little bit with a death defied, but it's only there to witness the rest of his team falling apart in that
And the
fight.
bartender asks the AD carrier, what's your name? Years. 200 years. You best not forget it. Comes out the Aphelios, backed up on the Lulu, and tears apart the back end of that team fight, running wild with his 1.5 item spike. And yeah, Resolve unfortunately getting caught into this extended play. Towie pulls Jackal into the team, doesn't have a flash available to him, and gets torn down.
I think we're just about to see a replay here as well. Watch that Lulu wild growth, watch that Aphelios, and hell, watch that package.
Package is available, and you're forcing a fight into the package. Not normally the most safe things there. 94 HP is the smite number. Rizara not quite calculating there. Jojo left. Oh, Jojo and Rizara actually left on the burning trail of the package, meaning that they go down very, very quickly. So Jackal goes forward for the gold card, but it is dodged out by the Void Rush, and then immediately after that, gets pulled into the team, and Aphelios just opens up the tap. Cat walks forward trying to finish off Meki, doesn't manage to get it, and it's the team fight win. More dynamic.
Oh yeah, and now Aphelios finds himself at 2.5 items. Now Corki finds himself at 2 items with the Muramana transformation. Now there is that Spirit Visage we were afraid of.
Spirit Visage,
and yeah, exactly. Darius has got himself to 2 items. He has all the damage he needs, and now he is an unkillable beast in these team fights as well. Gold Academy, they've still got a gold lead, but that one, we're using a few alarm bells about how team fights are going to play out from now on.
I think that the game now becomes about what can Jackal do on isolated members. They're looking for a big play here, though. No flash on the Lulu.
Wall of paint out as well. Jackal's looking for the flash gold guard. The wild growth's coming out, going to try and buy some time. But now over the wall comes Rizara, trying to get the kill, and the shutdown does come through. The Requiem is an afterthought and wasn't required. They've still got the burst if they can find the pick.
They do, and this will break open the mid lane out of the turret. They go onto the Aphelios, who did have the flash, and the Baron is now available. And when you've got this Carthus with a huge amount of DPS onto this objective, it is very much an option. Can Core Dynamic commit to this without the ready carry? It looks like they're not even going for it right now.
They're going to try, but look where Varte is. He's over the back. They don't know he's there. That is huge deal. Baron's down to half HP. Varte waiting. He's now on Destiny. They know he's there. They've got to try and stop it. The wall of pain is around. There comes Jojo over the back to try and fight
others are stuck in the pit.
Turning around, they are. They've left members behind. Cat falls down to Lucky. It'll be a trade. The jungler is dead, which is important. There is still now no smite on the side of Core Dynamic, but they've lost that Carthus, that big body damage. But wait, the Baron hasn't reset yet. They just need to get the smite in there. Rizara gonna try and get it, and they do secure it, but now can they get out? Towie in the backline is running rampant. Decimates galore, bleeding galore. Rizara hops over the wall, and 3 members alive, but Rizara's no! That brings Towie back onto the Karma. Levi falls down. The Apprehend is there. You shall not pass go. You shall not return to base with the Baron buff, and you shall find yourself in the prison, namely the Death Chamber. And that was 4 members dead, and 1 Baron remains on a Lonely Sin. And what was that series of plays, Nightmare?
Rizara stabs his teammate and says, Core Dynamics send their regards. Sends Darius into his 2 carries, ending the team fight, ending the game.
Okay, well, we've got 20 seconds left on Jackal. Jojo and Levi are now back up. Maybe they can buy time. They're going to have to. The inhibitor actually does stand just about. They've got a Baron wave. They've still got a couple minutes on this. I'm going to need a moment. Ladies and gents, we've got Ocean Drake up in 40 seconds. I suspect we might be in for more chaos before this one's done.
Oh, that was so painful to watch. Towie gets left alone with 2 people in the pit, the first part of it, and then it just gets from bad to worse. Looks like it will be a completed recall from Towie, as we say that, setting up for this dragon. He gets back, gets himself a giant spell, gets himself some more armor as well. He has used all of that gold to get himself more combat stats, actually allowing him to pop off in this next fight too.
Oh, 26 minutes in, it is 27 kills. Would it be square one if it wasn't? Towie walks into a karma again, but at this point, that damage that was stinging earlier on, really tickling this Darius, who has got giant spell in his inventory now as well. He's looking towards probably a dead man's play, perhaps. Difficult to call at this moment in time. Jackal
Yes,
over
probably.
the back line, still trying to find that flank off the gold card. Definitely find the picks, but Ocean Drake now down to about a half HP. Package on Locker again. Wall of Pain trying to buy time, but the flash and steal! Varte finds another! This man can't be stopped when the package is in. The red carpet's laid down. Levi burns out, and Aphelios is here to say, whatever Corky can do, I can do it better. Infernum gets a double kill for Aphelios, and now Cat and Jackal have to run for the hills. That's 2 dead, and the Ocean Drake and Ocean Soul point for Core Dynamics, and hell, there's an exposed inhibitor in mid. They could try and rush up and try and look for more.
There's a warrant out for Varte, and it is for Thievery, stealing the 2nd dragon of the game. A night and day difference between the jungle performances between these 2 teams. It looks like Jojo won't even be able to complete his recall. In fact, he might get run down by the rest of the team if they choose to collapse. No, Corky's given up the chase.
Yeah, it turns out Thundering Smash is a great ability to just run away. Actually, though, he's now on the tower, and they're looking to try and get to him. I don't know if it's done quite yet. Varte, around and about. They missed the point.
Oh, but he cancels his back.
Oh, he did cancel his back. There comes the Chilling Smite, and I'm not a mess. Picks up his 7th kill of the game.
Potentially going to TP'd out there, but does fall down.
Into a replay. Let's see how this dragon fight plays out, and what miracle of a steal this one was.
And Core Dynamic walk into a bar. The bar says, ouch. Looks like Rosara is trying to land the Q, has the Q execute, and that is a frame-perfect steal from Varte. Don't even see the HP bar go down. Package comes in, separates the team. Cat's out of mana. Jackal can only peel for his Karthus, but he's not hitting the important targets. Jojo uses his disruptive ult to get out of the pit, and it doesn't even save his life. All things said and done, it is looking pretty dire now for the side of Resolve Academy. They've lost their point of power, but they're trying to go for a fight. Okay, at least legal ult use. Yeah,
not a bad deal. I half wonder whether they could have turned that around, actually, with the 2 members there. Zara, of course, very mobile with the W available. That safeguard.
Which is, yeah, but Polymorph is also an ability, unfortunately.
That's true. Certainly is. But I believe the Edge of Night might have saved him from that one. So.
Oh, very true. Oh, that might have been the ult knockup.
Quite possibly.
I didn't see him get knocked up by that.
Like having a spell effect.
Yep.
Okay. There you go.
A lot of wiki pages have lists of what actually pops spell shields and what doesn't. Very interesting. Stuff like Morgana's Tormented Soil, it doesn't pop spell shield. If you walk over it, so stuff like Luden's proc does, so if that does proc over it, or Comet that'll do it as well. If you walk onto Morgana's Torch Assault, I'm pretty sure it doesn't proc the spell shield. And now if you go into your solo queue game and it does, then you can blame me.
Yep. There's a lot of things you can blame Nymera for. I keep a list. That's just one to add on top of it. Varte, though, gone a bit deep. Must have tunneled his way into the Baron Pit and survives as my Colocaster stands there, sits there with his mouth agape like, dude, why'd you throw me under the bus like that? It's like, well,
it's okay.
You threw yourself under the bus. I just keep note of it.
I like how you keep up with the Christmas theme. You've got a naughty list.
I do. Look, there is wrapping paper in my room. I am not joking when I say, well, wrapping paper you into this room until you come out a changed man. This needs to stop.
Yeah.
It's July. Don't encourage like businesses.
Oh, yes,
I don't want to walk into.
Oh yes, July, the December of summer. That's what I like to
This
call
is in
it.
Australia, buddy. We're in the UK. Stop this.
Well, actually, that would be the other way around because they have summer in December.
Yeah, they do. Exactly. So it's winter, so I'm assuming that's where you've got all topsy-turvy on me. So it's like, but I know where you're going with this. Don't do it.
It's scenic
Oh,
clause.
it's out.
Scenic
The
clause.
Australian accent is out. It's got to.
Got to be careful for the volley beer in the top lanes, like our drop beers down in Australia.
I'd love to respond.
I am so sorry. I'm
Australian
so
accent is-
sorry if I've offended anyone by an awful.
Oh, it's not bad as mine.
representation of
I'm
your
not even
accent.
going to try right now. There are a number of accents I do
Oh, Jackal.
fairly
yes,
well.
no.
Jackal, take it a little further. But again, we talked about how Corky not has that's actually, wait, there's 4 people coming down. We'll have that conversation later. Gonna try and teleport out, but no! The gate is stopped, and it will be 52 card pickup for Jackal this time. Apprehended trying to break the law.
Do you believe in fate? Destiny is a fickle thing. Rosara also being put under some damage. The happy kitten comes out. He's safe.
It's not quite this is fine, but the thought is there. And the split push game from Resolve Academy is left a little to be desired in the last 10 minutes. They're trying to find stuff in the side lanes. So Rosara jump into 2 and have to back away swiftly. That one was a 4 versus 2 collapse, and they just didn't have the vision for it.
Jackal being on Twisted Fate, being off Bilgewater. Unfortunately meets David Jones. They feel dead. He feels dead.
He does feel dead. He was
It
very
is-
dead.
it
I mean,
is.
this is Carthus on his team, so do you think Carthus could speak like Davy Jones? Can we get a,
can we
Davy
get
Jones Carthus
You
skin?
can get like a Cthulhu. I've seen a Cthulhu Carthus skin.
Oh,
Like
I mean, we've got
like he's like a priest of Cthulhu.
We've got the Deep Sea Thresh, don't we? So we know
Yeah.
that's the skin. I want that.
Alawi is a thing.
Yes.
Very Cthulhu.
All right.
Nagabrokuro.
Like, we can have a Carthus find that at some point. We can see the turret fell down.
Package available
But,
again.
the package is coming in. Jojo taken very low, and this fight commences. Destiny coming out. The dragon is taken down, though, and that will now be Ocean Soul over to the side of Core Dynamic. They're continuing the fight. They're going to try and find a little bit more. Jackal taken very low in the backline, goes golden, but it won't buy any damn time. The Requiem comes out, and it's not going to be enough. Varte will get that kill. And
That's a
with
party
2
Requiem.
people dead, Ocean Soul to their name, and a minion wave to bring them into the base, Core Dynamic are going to look and end it.
It's only a 2,000 gold lead, but that's all they need. They've reached the right power spikes on the important people. The damage doesn't stick from Resolve. They're not managed to find any team fights. They haven't found any dragons since the early parts of the game. Core Dynamic are looking close.
This is the Alamo. Resolve Academy going to try and hold on. They're going to try and find one last fight. Nexus turret number 1 has fallen. Varte is low. So is Meki, but the carries are not. And Taui is a beast. Cannot be touched in the front line. Rosara is coming back out very shortly. And the last fight, the last stand. I'm not a mess. Cleans that one up for the 8th kill. And the only mess right here is Resolve Academy's KDAs are crumbling along with their base. It is death-defied for one last moment for this Carthus, but it only buys little time. Rosara throws the emote out. He knows it's over. The Nexus is over, and Core Dynamic will even up their score with Resolve Academy. It'll be 4 and 5 for both squads.
4 and 5, so Core Dynamic joining the pack, tied at 4th place, and what a way to come back in that game. It looked like Resolve were running over the early game. It just was not to be. They fought back off of this huge Darius and then transferred in the late game over to the Aphelios Lulu combo as well, with some fantastic packages coming in from Looker. A whole team performance, and Resolve will be left wondering what more they could have done to transition into a better mid game and potentially get themselves that win.
Okay, well, you can see those damage numbers out there. Some good stuff out of Jackal and Carthus, but Aphelios, Corgi, and Darius doing pretty magnificent work in those late game team fights. And conversation does now need to be had a little bit about who we think that MVP is in this game. Who's your
was
call?
that MVP? My call is going to be... Okay, so get me through my reasoning here.
Sure, I'm here to talk you out. Soundboard it with me. Let's workshop
Soundboarding.
this.
It could potentially be the Darius for running over that game in terms of the top lane. The 1v1 went very well, then ran through a lot of the fights. Varte turned around his performance from that first game versus them. A lot of clutch steals, which threw open that game, and honestly might have mental boomed the likes of Rosara towards the end of that game. And that is something which can't be understated as well. I'm not a mess. Took over the team fight, and the packages from Looker came through. And I'm kind of weighing these up. And you have to ask, well, what does, your MVP mean? Most valuable player. Is it with the storylines? Is it with just the raw performance? You know what? I'm actually going to give it to Varte. The 2 steals were so clutch, and just the story of him coming back from that really just disheartening performance in that first game versus Resolve Academy. I don't think I'd like to give it to anyone else. So I just want to really commend this guy on coming out in the clutch, coming out and stealing his team a win.
I think that's probably what it is. That the scoreline's not that flattering. The early game.
Oh, the double flash out of the bottom.
Yeah, the double flash was good. Exactly, but there were a few other ones we sort of said, not so sure about that one. He was
dodging gold cards.
Yeah,
diving mid lane.
But it was the clutch plays, exactly. The dodges of the gold cards that win them a team fight. The steals on the dragon, the steal on the Baron.
And I get he has probably the worst KDA on his team, but he did so well during those matches. Each of those deaths meant something.
And that is why I think I'm going to concur with
Yeah.
my color cast there. Varte will grab that MVP. There's discussion for a number of people. I believe we'll be throwing to an interview very
At some
shortly
point, yeah.
until I'm told
We can
otherwise. But
we can fill we can
But we
so
can fill, of
yeah.
course. And I
This is
think
now your domain as the ghost of SQ1 past.
the Ghost of SQ1 Pass. Well, I kind of want to bring it more into Twitch chat's domain, namely that of the present,
Mm.
and sort of talk a little bit about where this leaves both teams. They're now tied in the standings, both at 4 and 5, and what does this mean? Especially because this is a win where Cordheim won with a shifted bot lane.
What does it mean for them? Yeah, sorry. Well, I remember that was actually a question you were asking me.
Yeah, well, there was a question mark at the end of that. What does it mean?
It's like
We're considering they also came and won this game with a bot lane that was, substitute. I'm not a mess. Came in last
well,
minute.
not just that, a bot lane which really turned it on. This Lulu was very high value. There were a couple of times they caught out across the map, but you look at how their bot lane performed in the first couple of waves. They put the Karma Karthus under pressure. That shouldn't happen, if I'm honest. Then they came out in the late game and just ran over Team Fellows, particularly in that last one of the last dragon fights. Came through that Fellows Lulu combo. The late game was all theirs, and they looked very solid and they looked like they're on the same page. That's something which Core can definitely look to work around, potentially look to push up into the higher parts of the standings.
On the other side, though, I do kind of want to talk a little bit more about Resolve Academy and what this where this leaves them after loss. Because the early game was pretty good for them. Actually, they found good gold leads. They found good objective leads. Honestly, they managed to pick up the Rift Herald, a couple early Drakes. Cat on this Karthus was blowing people up with people. What is this going to mean? Where does that leave Resolve Academy?
I like what they tried to do with the global. That's fine. I like the innovation. The early game potentially, well, also worked out pretty well, right? They managed to get those multiple dives under bot lane. It's just the transitions, knowing what fights are right to happen. And when you're doing stuff like blast coding someone into your team, leaving people in the pit against the Darius, that shows that kind of
Panic.
The freneticness of the comms in there. You just need to be able to know how a team fight is going to play out and know what your goals in a team fight are. It's like, okay, if we split, is this a win team fight? If we group up, is it a win team fight? Didn't really look like they had that all on the same page. They just need to calm themselves down, go back to the drawing board in some ways, and say, look, okay, get on the same page, try it again.
Brilliant. Okay, well, with that, going to a swift break, and after that, there will be an interview with one of the victorious members of Core Dynamic. See you in a minute.
Getting stronger every day. Keep on pushing through the pain. Keep on grinding till we die. Ain't no mercy in this life. There's nowhere left to run away. No, there's nowhere left to run away, run away, run away, run away, run
Welcome everybody to this post-game interview. I am CJ Trajan McDonald, and I am here with Core Dynamics Stasco, the coach here. Now, on Squared Away this week, Stasco, you said that we should keep watching Core Dynamic and that you had some big things planned. It looks like you definitely did, because this was a strong performance from you guys.
Yeah, I mean, we decided to put some more investment into the bot lane this week, and obviously it paid off. Even though we played with half the package, I think you're aware we had some issues with bringing the support of the AD carry, but I think we still performed pretty well, even without bans.
Yeah, for sure. A huge investment putting in there, and the returns did come out with that Aphelios Lulu. So this is now I'm Not a Mess in the bot lane for you guys. Really strong performance from him. I think this is a name that we've seen around before, but it's his first game playing this season, as far as I'm aware. How is he gelling in with the rest of the team so far, now that it seems like he's going to be the starter going forward?
Yeah, I mean, he's been related to the team loosely. He's from a different roster of Square One, winners and stuff.
Mhm.
So we've had him around. We've played with him. We do practices with him, etc. sometimes, and we know him. So he fits in pretty well, you know.
Yeah, for sure. And so another of the strong parts of this game that really stood out is those smite steals from Bartej. You were defending him very powerfully to us on Squared Away as well, and he came up kudos for you very strongly here. How do you feel about all of these smite steals that he's getting? Is this Bartej just being an absolute PogChamp player, or were they gifted over by Resolve misplay?
I mean, we bullied Vartish before the game and told him if he ends, he's gonna be stuck on tank duty.
Yeah,
So
true. Nice.
we, you know, we had to motivate him a little bit for the smites.
Mhm.
We told him, you know, it's your first chance playing Rek'Sai, and it's gonna be your last one if you mess it up. So he had to,
Wow.
you know,
Yeah.
he's not played Rek'Sai at all with us. So we just gave him the chance and told him it's your first and last one.
And we're cracking the whip a bit, and it did work out very well, as we saw. So now we have this strong momentum coming out from you guys. Sparks has a game coming up, and you guys are playing them later today. Sparks did falter a little bit last week as well. So are you guys feeling more confident going in here? You're going to be watching next game very closely.
Yeah, I mean, given that next game we have bans and a support like
Yeah.
that's dual queue with Mess, I think it will be a lot better than this game. So even better than what we performed now.
Sure. Well, looking forward to it. I'm sure everyone at home is looking forward to it as well. Coming up next, we will have Black Lions versus Sparks, the second game of the day. Please stay tuned, everybody.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are back for game 2 of day 2 of week 5 of the Square 1 League. I am still initialized. I'm still joined by Nightmare. And this time we have got a hell of a matchup between some top of the table standings. It was, of course, Sparks facing off against Black Lion Academy.
Yeah, so Black Lion sat at 7-1, Sparks at 6-2. Sparks having the ability to join the top of the table pack alongside Split Raiders as well on 7 wins. So a huge game coming up. We saw what potentially could have been an upset for Core Dynamic, but given how they played out that game, maybe not actually, given the look of that team. Now, Sparks will have to prove to us, like we did in that last game, that of course the upsets are not upsets. And also, ho ho ho, Merry Square One! I am the ghost of SQ1 future, and I found myself a beard. Like, look, no, Sam, what do you do? Sam,
I
no,
warned you.
no.
All right, well, this is a solo cast now. This man is being silenced until he knows better.
Oh.
Sparks Esports taking off the blue side this time around versus Black Lion Academy over on the red. We gotta cover some of the standings here, some of the potentials for this particular matchup. Rosters aside, I've exercised the ghost of Square One future. He's gone. He's never coming back as long as I have anything to do
There
with
is
it.
no future. There is no future for us here.
No bell, book, and candle, just wrapping paper.
There are also no ADCs. Ash and Ezreal ban.
Yeah, along with Kane, interestingly as well, taken off by Sparks Esports. Other side, though, will be the Karma and the Graves. Before we go any further, I feel it's probably worth running down some of these rosters.
So, on the blue side, it will be Sparks Esports. Be Bad Pie, Antero, Nafkalar, Desrim, and Guarding You.
Indeed, overside for Black Lion, though, I am watching Fengdere, and of course, Cyrox in the jungle, Evil Yokai in the mid, Yuya at that bot lane, and of course, Black Pink as a support.
Black Pink in your area.
I should have expected that. Okay, well, we've moved from Christmas references to K-pop references, and
Karthus
I can't be
first pick.
surprised. And yeah, it is the Karthus first pick. It has been rising in priority, as we have mentioned, and it's just taken straight off the board here by Sparks.
So why is it blue pick, first pick territory? Well, it's because it can be played in top lane, mid lane, jungle, bot lane. It can be played in every lane. Top lane's a little bit more risky. Wouldn't necessarily suggest you do that unless you have that matchup already shown for you against something which really can't abuse you that much, and that's quite passive, and there aren't so many of those really in the top lane. Other side, though, Senna, been such a priority ban on this patch. Been casting some other leagues as well, and this has been banned in every game I cast in another tournament I've been casting. It goes really well against something like, with something like the Wukong, that's been banned. You can play stuff like Set, which is a flex pick. I'd love for them to lock that in now. Gives them that flex between top, mid, jungle, bot as well. Set is actually a 5-way flex with a Senna locked in. Can go support, can go AD. But with this Tahm Kench locked in, that will be our bot lane pairing.
Yeah, it's very, very likely, unless someone decides to pull a bit of an LJL special and run the Tahm Kench top, which would be a little bit peculiar.
Yep.
So we are expecting that. Of course, Senna generally opens up what you can pick in the bot lane, but it's already locked in super nice and early. Tahm Kench with Deadman's Plate and additional things to make him tanky can be pretty damn useful.
So Corki is the antithesis of an interesting mid laner.
Yes.
And why this is a segue is, we're talking about the LGL, the Tahm Kench top.
Yes.
Back in Season 5, when Faker in the summer season played Master U mid, Riven mid, and had 100% win rate on 18 champions that he played more than twice. So he'd had, which was absolutely absurd. At Worlds, he was actually threatening to bring out AP Tahm Kench mid. It was really strong for Faker. No one else, but for him.
But he just played it very well. That sounds very likely, actually. But of course, we'll not have that in this game. Seeing probably something else. Corki was the lock-in for Sparks alongside this Bard, which has also been super high priority of late. Ranged bot laner with a lot of damage at level 1, a lot of bindings. Magical Journey's pretty damn good, and Tempered Fate can win you games off a single ultimate.
Can do. So with the Scion locked in, having that Senna to buff up that champion and keep them in the fight, the staying power of Black Lion's team comp just with these 3 members is very high. The next 2 members will have to bring a bit more DPS for something which is potentially a bit more range with the front line that they have, particularly against the, however, on the other side, they already have very long range. Potentially you want something that can dive in. Maybe something like a Galio mid would be quite interesting. Having that Scion into the Galio. It doesn't work so well into the Corki matchup, but it is a safe laning phase. Could also be something like an Azir. Be great many things. Cassin's been banned away. That was hovered by Evil Yokai on that third pick.
It
but
was.
not picked in favor of the Scion, whereas the set been removed by Black Lion for Sparks.
Along with the Wukongs, though, you can sort of hear that flexible bruiser picks that you can sort of see, in various positions. Wukong can end up in bot occasionally. Seen some jungle. We know he's a good top laner.
Well,
Similar
Wukong's
sort of
banned.
same with. But the point being is that's
Yeah.
why they're banned is partly because they just have so much flexibility. Thelios is the last ban here, and it is a very strong pick.
It is. We saw what they could do last game. Get to the late game with anyone buffing you up, and you just run over games. It's very, very hard to keep that champion in check. One last ban to come through from Sparks. It's going to be Syndra. I like that. It's an extra bit of non-committal CC from the mid lane, and it gives you that ability to follow up with something like a Scion ulti, or just have it layered over the top of the other CC you have. Kindred's been locked in, and against 0 CC besides the Bard on the other side, I quite like that pick.
Yeah, the Eternal Hunter's locked in. Another AD carry to come in, and a bit more attack speed focus as well, which is nice when Rosanna is your other AD carry option. Doesn't attack all that fast. Spark's not going to think about their response. There's the hover of the Cogmore, and remember we've seen a little bit more of Cogmore in recent months, but largely in the mid lane. Instead, though, go towards the Camille, which has also been rising in priority across a number of regions.
So, with the Camille locked in, and remember the Catholics can still be flexed jungle, and that's probably, well, if they're locking in AD carry, that's almost certainly where it'll be with the Camille going into top lane. It's been a while since we've seen Camille jungle, particularly because it can't stun stuff like the Scuttle Crab anymore, which means she takes it very, very slowly. Slows down a spear. We have ourselves a double AD carry with a Vayne somewhere on the map, presumably in the bot lane, and then the Catholic jungle Camille top, I believe.
Wow, yeah. I mean,
was half wondering,
could it be a
wow.
Camille jungle? Throw
Camille
it right back
jungle,
to
Vayne
season
top,
7,
Catholic
season 8?
spot. Yeah.
Man, well, we'll see where that one does. But Sparks come out with a spicy draft there, that's for sure. Black Lion got to think about their response here. They do lock in the Cogmore themselves.
AP Cogmore mid.
It'll be AP Cogmore mid, and they've got a lot of ways to protect it with a
I love
Scion
this.
front line,
I
a
really love
Kindred
this.
Lamb's Respite, and of course the Tarm Kedge. You get to keep your artillery piece nice and secure.
You know what I was talking about? Black Lion probably want to lock themselves some range. Kindred, if you get multiple marks, does get that increased range. Cogmore is one of the few champions in the game which outranges both Corki and Karthus. When you hit level 11 with your ult, you have your E into the ult combo, you are going to be absolutely crapping out damage. And when so many of these champions on Sparks want to stand and fire, if you get hit by that trail, the vomit trail, the E, I can't remember what it's called. It's Caustic Spells, the Q.
Yes.
Then you've got a Bioarcane. Living Artillery is the ult. Bioarcane Barrage is your W, and I can't remember the E.
You know, I'm not sure I
Do you wanna
remember
Google
that. I might Google that. I don't want to do it like on cast though. We'll do it in thing. I'll give away my secrets otherwise. That's not good. I have secret ways of gathering.
But no, I really love AP Cogmore, which was buffed on 1013.
I have had a telepathic
Communication for production.
Yeah,
yes.
yeah. Okay, you ruined it. But yes, I have a productions come out and saved us. We love you, Reed. Thank you, buddy. It is of course Void Ooze, which is the
Oh, what is?
E.
I would have not have remembered that.
No,
At all.
I was going like something ooze, something. I just couldn't remember what it was. And there we go. Void Ooze is that seriously nasty scaling E.
It has,
the AP.
yeah, it's ridiculous. And with the AP ratio on Cogmore's Q and ult being up by about 0.1, it's
huge.
kind of tipped him over the edge because they are quite low cooldown abilities, particularly his ult. You go towards Seraphs into Death Cap, you just have so much damage. Corki only has one Valkyrie. If he uses that, Cogmore has the ability to just land some CC onto you, keep tracking you with those ults. If you want to see this in action, go watch the LEC when G2 played it. It was a very fun game. They got a lot of kills. You don't even need to use your passive.
Don't even need to use the passive, which is normally the mark of a great Cogmore player. I think
That's what I do
Yeah.
all the time.
Oh yeah. I feel we do have to touch on the other side though, because we've been kind of excited about this Cogmore mid, and we kind of see how that draft, which is protect the Cogmore, add some more damage in. Sparks though, run me through their comp, because I am seeing Vayne, I am seeing Karthus, I am seeing Camille, and I'm pretty excited for that too.
They have the global, they have the package, so they have the Karthus and then the Corki passive, and then you have Camille just splitting on a side lane. If Camille gets ahead of the Scion and is able to deal with that champion, suddenly things look quite nasty for Blackline, particularly if they have the ability to dive that champion with Camille. being able to reset ult, Tower Aggro with her ult, having the Corki package, as I was saying, and then the Karthus too. Vayne will scale up to a point where she can deal with any of these frontline tanks, but will have to survive this laning phase versus the Center Tahm Kench, which can be pretty poke heavy.
Having Bard there helps. It does. Bard is a very
It does,
strong
Q
lane
is a
champion. and,
really
like,
strong level 1 ability.
yeah,
really
like,
strong.
And while Vayne is pretty weak early on, Bard is pretty strong. So that could offer some options there. I'm also aware that Camille in the side lane, he doesn't have an answer from Black Lions.
You can wave clear.
Okay.
But that's your answer. Cogmore never wants to stand near a Camille.
No.
Never. So in team fights, if Camille gets a good flank onto the Cogmore, that's potentially how things can work out. But then you have the Tahm Kench to save them. And the Senna to have some healing as well. And the Kindred ult. And the way you get people out of that is by using the Vayne Condemn. There's only one target. It's not really a way to really displace people completely out of that. And it does mean you don't have that wall stun option available if you choose to use that ability for that purpose. I like Black Lion's comp. I think it can fall apart if certain members get too far behind, namely the Kindred and the Cogmore, if they're just getting picked off whenever they walk between lanes. That's a problem. And if it does end up stalling the game because they are so far behind, people like the Corki, people like the Camille, people like the Vayne and the Karthus, they do scale ridiculously heavily themselves, and they will find themselves increasingly larger windows of opportunity to try and take down individual members of Black Lion.
So I think some key ability to keep an eye on is whether Cyrox has to burn the Lambda's fight at inopportune moments. If it's down for team fights, Fogmore and Kindred are under threat. If it's up, then the ability to just stand and deliver with railguns and caustic spettles and Grim Reapers of LoL could be pretty terrifying. That said, the burst out of Sparks is pretty obnoxious in the late game as well.
Yeah.
Like Corki, Vayne, Karthus, hell, Camille's not bad either. That's a lot of big scaling damage.
So, and that's why the other cooldown we need to keep an eye on is, of course, the Tahm Kench Devour. Whenever he's in a game, you need to keep an eye on that ability. If it is down, it means that your carries are no longer as safe as they were when that was up. If it is used to save someone from the Hextech Ultimatum, from the hook shot, from something like a Karthus ult as well, it can reset the fight. And importantly, if Sparks do not stick the landing on their engage, the amount of zoning and the slows which are coming out of the team of Black Lion will stall your engage so hard. Vayne, very low range. Camille, obviously melee as well. Bard, if he's stuck around, it's going to be very hard when you're stuck in that VoDs and taking damage from the Senna, who might go Glacial Augment, might go towards that Frozen Mallet with the Grass build as well. Multiple ways you can build that champion. And of course, the Scion with his Plethora CC, you're just going to be stuck taking Living Artillery after Living Artillery. And it's just going to ruin your day. It's going to be very bad for your HP bars.
Not fantastic. On the other side, though, I kind of also want to point out that the Sparks here don't really have a tank. Their front line is non-existent.
Full tank Vayne.
Full tank.
Frozen Mallet.
Yes. Spirit Vision. Well,
Yeah.
I see it. Okay. So that's the actual tank. Is the full tank. Is it? Don't do that. That's facetious. But it could be a little bit problematic if they ever end up in a point where they're trying to team fight and realize actually we just don't have a front line. We can't survive in front of the Scion who's tanking up all that damage and we're getting low.
So it is a Glacial Senna.
Okay.
I like that. It allows you to go towards more lethality earlier into the game, more damage. And that means that it takes the pressure off of Evil Yokai to be the primary damaging source.
There are other options.
It is going to be the support item Senna, though. It's not going to be farming up for something like a Mana Moon and a Rapid Fire Cannon Infinity Edge, something like that. We'll probably still be going towards that lethality, but then just kind of banking on the fact that Blackpink can bail you out of trouble there and still make use of the Senna's higher damage in the early game. Whereas if you've gone towards the Grasp with HP stacking, stuff like the Black Cleaver and the Frozen Mallet, your DPS is notably quite lower.
Right, so keep an eye a little bit on Nafkala in the mid lane for me as well, who's had some absurd performances Corki in the past. Last week, he did unspeakable things on that champion. Sparks then dropped a game to Glorious Gaming because they spent too long playing with their damn food and had a massive turnaround loss against them that put them down 6-2. They could have been tied 7-1 here.
That was the 10k loss, right?
Oh, yeah.
That one sucks. That one sucks.
It was Desrim who was on the Corki that time, went diving for a little bit too often. Nafkala and Illusion had a bit of a rough game as well. There was a lot of attempted 1vx's, and after the rest of Glorious Gaming.
That sounds like a Scott Pilgrim movie.
Yeah, yeah, and Scott Pilgrim was Glorious Gaming, and he slapped some people around in the late game. So, That said, Sparks are going to want to try and turn this around and right the wrongs of last week and even up the score at least for this week. If they had won last week, they could have been in potential for actually just taking sole possession of first.
And
Now they can just join first.
Yes, and whereas, you know, with the logos at the bottom of the screen, we're actually in a best of 3 between our last game.
And that's it. Yeah, we've just changed the
We know
players
about it,
entirely.
guys. We know about it. We're working on it. Don't worry.
Exactly, and we see some swift changes of numbers and stuff, but we've been talking, so you don't know.
Yes, it's now a nameless team with no logo versus another nameless team with no logo.
What this is basically, it's like Team Rocket tearing off the disguises to reveal it was Black Lions all along. And
That sounds more like Scooby-Doo.
That's it.
That's like tearing up that. That's,
We did used to cast the league with a team that was literally called Ruro Raggy.
That's true.
And all I did throughout those games was make Scooby-Doo puns. Like, all of it.
Have you seen the oh wait, there's gank in mid.
Yeah, okay, well, Cyrox is in mid, Nafkalas is down low, but will get out, but with a lot of HP loss.
But it is going to burn his TP or force him to stick around at lower HP, giving Evil Yokai
Risky.
more pressure, potentially a better back. Carter's making ways bot lane, and with the Cosmic Binding available, might be a gank there, but there's a fight in the mid lane too!
There's so much going on. Yuya does get devoured and gets out, but that is a flash blown from Nafkalar in the mid. The turnaround now, that's the Black Mist coming out. And nothing to be done there. Some excitement, but now a fight in the river as Antero finds Cyrox, or is it the other way around? Defile's coming out, Desrim war roaming up, Teleport coming in as well, and now this Kindred in a bit of bother, but the piercing darkness buys time. Desrim flashing in, trying to get this kill, the heal burn, does get the silver bullet, but it's first blood onto Tom Kane before Desrim can get it. Now this Veins in trouble goes down as well, a 2 for 2, and a complete bloodbath at 3.5 minutes into the game.
It is, but it is a mark picked up for Cyrox as well at 3 minutes into the game. Yokai gets double buffs as well. While it is a 1-for-1, the advantage still goes over to Black Lion in my eyes.
Teleport back in from Desrim, who's looking to try and get Yuya down very low. There is the level advantage, needs something. Ooh. Doesn't find the wall bang with the use of that Condemn. Speaking of Condemn, that is a lot of damage coming out of Evil Yokai, but Nafkalar returns it with aplomb.
He does. He has the phase rush to disengage that trade very luckily. But with, like I was saying, those double buffs, be able to farm up in this next stage of the laning phase very handily. Desrim has the lethal tempo on the Vayne, not the press attack, which means the extended trade damage is very, very high, even though your 3-hit trades when you're trying to go for the auto tumble auto for the silver blocks as well, does tend to make things a little bit harder to get.
So standing on vision means that Bad Pie kind of knows exactly what's going on in there, and we're 5 minutes in. There's 2 kills apiece. This is feeling very LPL-like in the old school IG era of LPL.
OMG Season 3, dude.
That's it. There's a lot of that going on right now. Bad Pie takes the trade, but again, Kindred is still sat on vision. There is a war in the bush. They are in.
There is a war in the brush. Guarding you misses the Q there. You can see the Vayne having a pretty good time of things here. Arthur's stealing Raptors.
He does steal the Raptors. It's a pretty big deal. Mara needs a moment to sneeze, and I'll take over for a moment. It's guarding you, taking a little low, but the turnaround, not so bad. Thick skin has to be bunny. You have to be a little bit aware. You're pretty damn low. No flash from Desrim, no. And again, this Senna has yet to back. So that's kind of part of the problem here, is it's Vamp Scepter to just the one biscuit and starting item for this Senna, which is not fantastic.
Yeah, DPS is as high as the pollen count, which means my hay fever is not very good.
Yeah, the dangers of being a caster when you have hay fever, namely inopportune sneezing. Yep. Bad Pie, it's a little bit of a minion to the face because Sion could just throw them at you. There's Caber tossing and there's minion tossing in Runeterra. Level 6.
Yeah, I've got Caber tossing.
Nice interrupt on the hook shot there, actually. Bad Pie now.
Hook shot.
Takes a little bit. Did I say hook shot? I think I meant to say
Ash
hook
top.
shot.
You heard it here first.
Well, yeah, slight mispronunciation on the ability. Decimate comes out, but the Hex Tech ultimatum was bought just in time. Now we're going to see the charge out from Bangere. Because the Grass Proc is there. It's so damn close. Now Bad Pie does get the 1v1, but now the flash out trying to escape. There's no mana on this Camille, though, and this Sion is so damn fast, but it's not enough for Bad Pie. With the level up mid-fight, finds the turnaround.
Oh, it was so close. Didn't get the maximum damage or anything near that on the Sion ult because it was point blank. They ran out of mana halfway through the trade, and with a little help from Bad Pie's friends, the minions, takes down Fangderai in the top side.
Well, it's because, you know, this Lumberjack Sion has not earned the, I was going to call woodland creatures, but really they're lane creatures, you know, favor because he's been throwing them around. Here's that replay.
It is that replay again. What we can see here, both people start off on quite low health and quite low mana. The passive shield coming in from Pad Pipe takes a lot of that damage up, and with the last pass of his mana, does use that ultimate to dodge out on the decimating smash, and with the minions just continually wailing around, gets that kill, takes him down into his passive, flashes away, so the can't chase down even with the increased move speed. Gets one auto in, but it's not enough to seal the deal. You know, that's why you take Glacial Augment on Sign all the time. Because when you go into your passive, it allows you to chase people down with a slot on your auto.
Huh. Well, there you have it. It wasn't in this game, that tech, not being Grasp.
No, Grasp is better for short trades, but that is something you can use in Sign.
And like, it looked good for French, right? He interrupted the hook shot out. The hook shot out. Blood takes a bit of a coursing spittle to the face, and that sucks. But you know, you saw the decimate that prevented the hook shot out. Thought they could get the trade. The health bar advantage there, but minions and running away at a clutch exec ultimatum.
There is place from that. Yeah, there's been a lane swap, 8 minutes, so Herald is now available, and Sion is one of the best wave clearing top laners in the game, and Vayne cannot really punish him under tower. Camille is going to reset, go down towards that bot lane, but it means that because Black Lions were first to the play, they will have first shot at this Herald, which Kindred is making a beeline towards, taking the blast plan, potentially looking towards maybe getting that Gromp on the top side as well for that one mark put on there. But with the Vayne and Bard making their way up towards the top side, potentially going to be stopped.
Ardinu is here, but
it's going to be a big fight, actually.
No level 6 for this Bard, so no use of the Tempered Fate. There is a Requiem available for Antero. It is currently a 3 versus 2, but Vayne is in the
Corki
jungle
has
now.
package. This is very dangerous.
Could well be. They're backing away now on Black Lions, but maybe not for long. They're still looking to contest. You're right.
They've leashed
Kog'Maw
it.
is backing. They've just leashed it, even with the lane swap. Black Lions give up that Red Herald, and Sparks playing this early game pretty well. They're up to about an 800 gold advantage.
I was worried when Corki recalled in the mid lane, particularly because Evil, but then Evil Yoka didn't really walk over. Goes back, picks up the package, and suddenly Black Lion are very afraid of what could happen with the even with yeah, very rightfully so. You get knocked aside by that, and you allow Desrim the time to wail on your team with Lethal Tempo running. That fight could have gone very, very badly. So Dragon over to Sparks, Herald over to Sparks, kills over them as well, and turret plate's going to be falling top lane. But it's a rotation from Black Lion.
Oh, this could all go wrong. That's a good Tempered Fate, but the root already came in on Desmond, which means they can't run away as fast as they wanted to. Syrox throwing out that E, trying to get Wolf to chase down this Vayne, who's desperate to run away. The flash out of guarding you. They won't find kills, but they will find double flashes.
They find double ults, double flashes for just the exhaust and the time spent by Syrox in that top lane. It's unfortunate that they don't manage to land any kills and push on for some greater gains in the top side, but it is minor gains still to the side of Black Lion.
Well, there you have it. That's the decent gank. You'll take that, and the flash is being off the Bard and the Vayne. You squishy. Potential room to catch them out if they decide they want to play as aggressively as they were again.
This also means that Karthus gets some free time within Syrox's jungle. He's already
Massive
up
farm lead.
50 CS and 2 levels. Syrox has been spending a lot of time trying to spend time in the lanes and has not found enough. Hasn't found the marks either. He might be going towards that top lane scuttle, but with the Vayne already pushing in the wave up there, it potentially would be a fight for that too. Actually, no, it looks like it will be uncontested.
It's not like Kindred farms poorly. In fact, I think she's one of the better
farming
farming junglers in the game.
I agree.
And falling down 50 CS is frankly absurd.
It is. Production, if it's no trouble to you, do you mind having a check how many stacks Kindred is on? Because I think she might have picked one up in the first fight, just picked up one there. Particularly if there's one more to come to that 4 mark, it might be very important. So it's only on 2 stacks. What that means is that it's going to be a long time coming until we get that 4-stack range increase for that Kindred. It means that the Vayne outranges, well, it's the same range so right now as far as I'm aware. It means that it will be much harder to kite around in these team fights.
Yeah, it is. Thanks again, production, for that. The teleport now coming in bot side. The Hextech ultimatum as well, trying to buy time. Fengdere has to get out of it. He's now unstoppable, looks to get back to the tower, and does. Not quite there in time, but it will by positioning around this Drake. But AP Kog'Maw is here. Evil Yokai is here and is chunking out both Antera and Nafkala. Good double Cosmic Binding over the wall, but the Blast Clap will get them into range of this Dragon. Black Lions Academy have got position over this Drake, and Nafkala has to back. Has got teleport, but I don't think package is available.
Don't think it is.
Teleport coming
Renault
back.
Is coming back, but Nafla has been stopped from recalling
He
by
has.
Cogmore.
That is the Tempered Fate now onto Evil Yokai, trying to kill that Cogmore. Bad Pie in. On top of them, Fengdore taking them so damn low.
Kindred Ore.
Shot down onto the Carthus. The Kindred Ore is huge, but Bad Pie now goes down as well. But the Requiem is massive and turns around 2 kills with the help of Bane and Camille. Mountain Drake goes the way of Black Lions Academy, and they find themselves even up in the cold score. But now Desrim is in the bush trying to get one turnaround. It will be a 1-for-1 in the end. Kindred gets the kill, but so does Desrim, picking up at least 1 there. I don't know who you want to be trading marks on.
Yeah, but then Cyrex gets the mark on Antero there because Cogmore finished off that kill, and we'll get the Raptors as well, so keep track of those. That will be those 4 marks off of this
Huge.
now. That is very huge. We talked about how close and range these fights might end up between some of these carries. It is also the Dragon going to Blackline, and they finally managed to group up around one of these objectives. Cogmore showing his worth with all of that poke, stopping Nafglar from backing and turning around so much. You talked about as well yourself, if the Kindred ult is available in team fights, the Cogmore and the Senna having this extra degree of safety, and we're going to go see how this came to be.
Yeah, we do. The Wall of Pain looked good, but just how much damage goes on to Antero, and then with Nafgala unable to back, this fight gets turned around real quick.
Yeah, and when you have the range of the Senna Q, the Cogmore ults stopping as well, I'm trying to see if this was actually blind here as well, because Evil Yokai sees him recalling, manages to stop with the VoDs, gets another living artillery on him as well. We're going back to live though, because Fangdore is being dove on the turret.
And those silver bullets do so much work against the health stacking tanks like Scion. Has to flash away, but does survive. Yuya is there, offers a bit of healing. With the Rift Herald summoned, it's just plates and no more to be found.
Plates and nothing more besides the health bar on Fangdore, but with Yuya stood behind him, looks like he'll be able to stick around in this laning phase. This game is going to go pretty even. It's going to come down to the objective fights. There are various members of Sparks which are getting to break points which might allow them to 1v1 certain areas of the map. Kench, because he is the carry, of course, is able to lane somewhat against... It is the top lane, Kench. You're right.
Here.
Ah, there you go.
It just took a little while to get there.
So we now have this balancing of the map of how can Black Lion hold their lanes, hold their towers. They haven't lost one yet. Of course, with that Herald being stopped at that bot lane turret as well. But they're looking for a fight in bot lane, but the double stun disengages.
Clutch use of that Cosmic Binding.
Yeah.
That's been a couple of those that have really impressed me from Guarding Yi. Saw him the other week playing a little bit of the Bard as well. Does know how to play
Ultra
that.
Sane.
Ah, Fengdore in trouble. Desrim stepping forward, trying to get the kill, but he's going to get wall stunned in place, and Condemned is exactly what Fengdore is. Condemned to the Death Realm. Still dies to the tower shot. That temper was just a little too late, and it will be the 1-for-1 trade. Desrim's been throwing a lot of those, but kills onto Vayne, no bad thing to be getting.
The kills onto Vayne, but she misses. She'll miss like another wave or 2 of this point, and then with the Herald being around, being started by Karthus, potentially there is a fight to be had from Black Lion. Okay, it's still being started, but Evil Yokai has been found in the river.
Yeah, the Cyrox is around, and there is the Lamb's Respite available. That is a lot of additional tankiness. Here we go. Bad Pie trying to find its way in. Cyrox so down low. There is the Lamb's Respite out. Now invulnerable, but the Requiem is coming down, and it's just well timed to time out Death Lamb's Respite, and death comes for us all, even Kindred.
Blackpink didn't use the Abyssal Voyage to close the gap onto the team fight. Not there for the Devour. Means the Karth Assault comes through even after the Lamb's Respite comes down. The damage comes through, and it is a 3-for-1 horrible fight for Black Lion. Fantastic fight for Sparks on the other side of it.
Triple kill for Nafgala, who now sits at 4-0-2 on this Corki. But Corki is so damn notorious for. That's a huge swing. I mean, they're now up 3,000 gold.
If you're not going to use the Tom Kenchel in that situation, when are you going to use it? That is the perfect fight where you need to be there to bail out someone like Yokai or Yuya or Cyrox from Bad Pie who wants to all in them. He doesn't get down there, doesn't get involved in the fight, and it does end up in a huge team fight loss for Black Lion.
Well, it's not a good sign when disappointed Dad Nymera comes onto the cast.
I try and be nice.
A
but that
little
one's
bit of
pretty nasty.
exasperation there. He desperately needed the Tom Kane to offer a little bit more safety. Lamb's Respite buys you time. It doesn't necessarily buy you safety. We saw that.
And Desrim is certainly not looking for safety for Cyrox.
No, that is just so much even levels they may be.
Pink, what are you
But
doing?
he's gone
No!
the wrong way.
No! Oh, no!
Okay, that one was a bit suspect.
That was an abysmal voyage.
Yeah, okay, well, black are the bruises and pink is the blood, apparently, of Kindred, who goes down again for the 3rd time this game. And poor old Cyrox, it wasn't like, please come and save me, I'm coming to you.
Oh, and they just all away
Miscommunication.
from him.
Miscommunication, man. It's in there, and that gold lead is beginning to balloon even more alarmingly. Not even 3 minutes ago, it was only the 1k advantage, and team fights were looking good for Black Lions. They're now down 4.5, nearly 5,000 gold.
And
We're
there's
looking
a
at
dragon spawning as well.
Right, and this is on, I believe it's
an
Infernal
Rift,
Rift as well,
yes.
which is huge. I am looking at a Corki at 4-0-2, a Vayne with 5 kills. Hell, we're looking at a Camille that's picked up a couple of own kills as well, and is going to be a side lane threat.
And
There
you
is
know,
that Infernal
a
Drake.
casual like 80 CS lead
Oh,
or 70
absurd.
CS lead for Antero on the Carthus as well. Building up towards Leandres, has a Dark Seal in inventory. This, this is a very high damage team from Black Lion.
Oh,
ultimately-
great use of the Hextech ultimatum, prevents the engaged Fengray, who does go down now under tower. Waiting for the tower aggro reset, but Vampire is looking to try and get onto Cyrox, caught in this place. Does go down. It will be the 1-for-1, but I don't think Black Lions Academy can be doing with taking just these 1-for-1s right now.
Potentially not. Yokai will be wave clearing the bot side and doing an admirable job of that. Look at that damage coming through onto you, guarding you. Maybe one more shot, he gets it!
He's out, but the Condemn is going to come around. It might be another one of those 1-for-1s. The Railgun is just too late at the Dawning Shadow. Doesn't buy time, and passive. Not enough to take out Desrim.
He gets the wall stun, does Desrim, finishes off Evil Yokai. He had flash, but he does choose to close the distance onto guarding you. Instead, doesn't flash away, gets condemned, and at that point, no point using it after that, goes down for his third death of the game.
Oh, you can see there is still life in this Black Lions squad. You can see that Evil Yokai can find a hell of a lot of damage, find kills in 1 versus 2, and they are, of course, the first place team right now.
And this could be the story of their second defeat. And it would be a worthy second defeat with the way Sparks are playing. They are using their combinations of champions to tear apart this Black Lion team composition, making sure they find this split map potential, going towards the 1v1s and going towards these skirmishes, which are not allowing Black Lion to set up their phalanx around the Cogmore and Senna to buff up their team.
Hell, you've got to remember as well that Sparks could well have been 7-1 this week. Should, in all honesty, have been 7-1 this week if they had not thrown in the most spectacular of fashions versus Glorious Gaming. There is still room for that. This is a team that loves to go for those 1vx outplays. We've seen it from Desmond already this game. That time uses the flash.
And I guess that's why he was saving the flash. He saw into the future. He's been I'm sorry.
I have got the wrapping paper next to me. Do it. If we are in cast or not.
Well, we'll talk about the powers of SQ1's future in some other time then. As Fangdare is going for this 1v1 versus Bad Pie.
Doesn't get the interrupt on the shot last time around. Half the HP bar of this Camille is still forfeit. All right, let's check in at the game state as we're edging up to this 20-minute mark.
Well, items are being brought in.
Massively.
Some pretty. Well, as we were speaking, Nafgla has finished his second item, stacking up towards that Muramana as well. This next fight with stuff like the Hurricane on Cyrox, the Seraphs, and the workings. Oh, Banshees fell onto Evil Yokai. There is one
flashing around trying to find something, but the Seraph's Embrace is going to buy time. Not enough, though. But wait, can Vayne now escape from the passive? Just about can. Now has to teleport out before the Senna can come along, is going to get out now. Cyrox in trouble in a 1 versus 3 in the river. The Lamb's fight is well timed. There is going to be a Devourer available. He's going to have to use Black Pig. That was rough. And the Cosmic Binding will not find the Divine, but Requiem once again comes out after the Lamb's fight is down. Finds himself the first kill of the game, actually, but it will be the 8th stack. The 9th stack with the assist there onto Scion as well, onto that Dark Seal.
And with the Leandres, he has some really big Baron Nashor damage as well. This has turned into such a mess of a game, but is a mess ruled over by Sparks. They've taken the advantage.
Well, this Spark is about to turn into a bonfire if it hasn't already. 7 kills and 2 items on Vayne, 2 items on Corki. What's looking like a Medjai's third likely for this Carthus. Hell, Camille's got her Trinity Force. This no-tank squad with all the outplay, all the playmaking on their kit has got themselves to a massive lead here of 8,000 gold at 21 minutes.
The theory is, they are dead, they cannot do damage. If they don't do damage, you don't need a tank. There you go, kill them quicker, you don't need a tank.
I just need to see Black Lions Academy set up, get their artillery positions in place, and Sparks can tool fall. How do we put this? Actually, we're going to have to take it back as Desmond's going to start a fight and just condemn Cyrops into the wall. No chance, was waiting around the corner, and it's another pick up for this Vayne. 8 kills now on this champion.
8 kills indeed, and honestly, this lead has been of Desrim's own making. He's been 1v1ing with consistency, running down people on the sideline. We talked about, okay, this Kog'Maw doesn't really want to be anywhere near the Camille on the sideline, doesn't want to be near the Vayne either. The Condemned have been on point, and this Vayne is ready to rumble against all of these tanks on the side of Black Lion.
Okay, so Black Lion Academy rather, now set up around this.
It's just the one.
Break.
Yeah.
It will be the internal soul point for that squad, which is pretty damn huge. And if Black Lion wants to find a way back into this game, it has to be around some artillery pieces being set up, because Sparks, their snowball buys them damage. It doesn't necessarily buy them defensive stats.
No, it doesn't. And this is the thing, right? With 2 items on Kog'Maw, he can very much kill your carries because they don't exactly have anything like a Phantom Dancer or a Death Stance themselves. And he has the range to abuse that. There is a fight in the top lane.
We're going to see that Hextech Ultimatum come out, be timed out, and the interrupt on the Ultima used by Nafkalar with the package. Clean plays out of the Corki. That'll be another kill over to Sparks, and now once again they are only 4 versus 5.
All I can hear is like the really bad flute version of My Heart Will Go On as the package flies into Pandora's face, stops him from ulting away from the fight, screams cowards, runs into a Corki, and yeah, left ruining the day. He went too far from his tower.
Vayne at 8 kills with 2.5 items left alone with the tower will get rid of it, and I'm not sure anybody really wants to come and stop her. We see Yuya and Evil Yokai going to come up and try and buy some time, but they still have to be so damn wary. Throwing out those Biocone barrages, they do clean out the wave, but not before that bot lane tier 2 falls, and mid lane tier 2 swiftly after. Sparks now at 5 turrets to none for Black Lion.
And this is what happens when this Black Lion team doesn't have objectives to force team fights around, which would then buy them these towers they would be looking to get. The Baron's down, so many of their towers are down as well. As you're saying, not even an outer one to be seen. Evil Yokai has been sat on wave clear duty, and he's not been able to set up that, as we've been talking about, that artillery piece, that ability to just kind of free fire on the team and see if he can take down some of these backline carries. This is not happening. With the Medjars on the Carthus too, looks like Antero just does not fear him at all.
No, he doesn't. Antero, said, has the Medjars, is looking for more autographs, and you know, I think has a lot of fans. Antero seems to be #1 among them. They could just add all the roster of Black Lion, just get them all sign their names away and that, and turns out when it's actually a death note, it's a real bad idea.
Oh, wow, that's really morbid, dude.
It's literally a man who is like a lich who is after like bringing the whole world of Runeterra into glorious undeath. Like, it's pretty morbid to begin with from a lore point of view. I don't have to do much to get us there.
It's like how Count Frollo is probably the worst Disney villain.
Yeah, he's pretty evil.
This is not a Disney story for Sparks, though. It looks like this fight's going on guarding you.
Yeah, and probably guarding himself.
Oh!
That's a fabulous Tempered Fate, though, and Cosmic Biting into Tempered Fate buys all the time in the world. Black Lion tried to find the pick off, and instead it will come to absolutely nothing. Desrim's going to push in the bot side, try and find pressure onto that inhibitor turret. Nafkalar in the mid lane, 503, 230 odd CS, looking to do similar things in the mid lane, tier 3 as well. But Evil Yokai does have, for whatever else, a lot of wave clear when Baron isn't there to buff up the enemy minions.
And with that disengage from the Bard, it means that once again Black Lion have been stalled in their aggressive advances. They used some of their tools available to them, stuff like the Abyss of Voyage. Desmond walking towards Fangderay. That doesn't really get much and doesn't lose much in return.
Just see the 1-3-1 pressure this squad put out. Camille goes in the side lane, Vayne goes in the other. They've got to try and break this to Black Lion if they want any hope of coming back in this game. Pie is a slippery character. Vayne with, of course, the final hour isn't exactly easy character to get a hold of either. Corki with package. There's a lot of ways to keep themselves out of engages.
Yeah, but this is the thing, right? That happens like on one point when you've had like you use like a 5, 6, 7 second cooldown, or with a package a much longer one than that. If you land that Voices, which is actually very hard to dodge in its own right as well, and you have a tank in front of you, you are still going to be in the shooting gallery. You have this one chance to dodge something, and you better use that to go forward and threaten the Kog'Maw, otherwise he will still have the damage to threaten you himself. That's why we see the Vayne having these 8 kills in the side lane on his own. He's not that much of a threat. You dive into the skill shot or just like forwards diagonally, and you close the distance, and then the Cogmore really doesn't have much to say about it.
But you mentioned it was standing behind a tank. How tanky is Fengray at this point in time? It feels like every
Well,
time I see him,
We saw
he's
that,
getting
but
hit
like
a little bit.
we saw that just in the bot lane there, of course, without the final hour. But a couple of solo balls went into him, and he didn't look too much worse for wear. Sion is a very tanky person. He is that hyperscaling tank with that Soul Furnace W passes, stacking up the HP alongside the Grasp as well. Grasp is undying. With the Bramble Vest and the Sunfire, and it looks like he's going towards Asterix as well, or maybe something like a Frozen Mallet, I'm not entirely sure. It will be on him to really tank up this team.
And you know why they've got to tank it up? It's because Infernal Soul is now on the table, coming up in 5 seconds, but Yuya is already taken so down
Vampires
low.
in the back!
And look where Vayne is. She pushes down the turret. She's teleporting now as well. Vampire is in the back. Yuya taken so down low. Vayne is here. The Requiem is coming out, and this could be it. That last song is just an encore, it feels like, at this point. The Lamp Respite buys time, but that's all it is. It groups them up. It was such a bad idea, and now it's a complete ace. Sparks run rampant in the team fight, and they're going to teleport in to try and end it here, Nymera.
And the heavy is the head which wears the crown, and it has weighed Black Lion down towards their second defeat, and it will be at the hands of Sparks.
It's not quite the War of the Roses, but this time the rivers run red with the blood of Black Lion. They are going to be silent here by Sparks. They got snuffed out a little last week, did Sparks, but this time they come back to say, yeah, it was just a little bit of arrogance last time. This time, we are here to prove that we deserve to be at the top of the standings, and Black Lion, you gotta be afraid because your pride comes just before the fall.
The fall has come. Nexus falling as you say it. Game over.
Well, that puts both squads at 7 and 2. Black Lion being caught up to. Sparks now join them here at the top of the standings off some pretty impressive individual plays and just sheer damage across the roster.
For sure. I love the disengage play that they showed on
Whoa.
the few attempts that Black Lion had towards them. And you can still see the damage of Sion wailing on Camille all game, and there's Camille, of course, doing that in turn, and the Cogmore with that range advantage. Problem was, they just lost too many of the early objective fights or just didn't set up appropriately for them. The game fell away from them, and it allowed this very easy 1-3-1 from Sparks Esports to be set up, and it coasted them to a comfortable win.
I think that is fair to say. And it's not every day you see a Vayne out-damage the poke AP Cogmore.
Yes, and that is-
That's pretty huge from Desmond there.
And that is exactly why Desmond will be my MVP for this game. In any other game, it would have been guarding you on the barge.
I was wondering, because I was going to...
Yes, on any other game, it would have been guarding you on the barge. Those Tempered Fates were wonderful. However, if we're going back to this replay here, I'm wondering if this will be at the last fight of the game.
Yeah, it will
Yuya
be.
walks up, and once again, it's without the Tahm Kench being there in time to be that front line and tank up those skill shots, and Yuya starts this fight at half HP. At this point in the game, pretty much every member of Sparks has the
that
ability to
Requiem.
take over this team fight. I mean, Naftalai uses half of his HP bar as a resource, effectively, uses that package in the middle of the team. Camille ult messes up the Lamb's Respite, and with the Karthus ult coming down as well, there is really no disengage here from the side of Black Lion, and it is a well-deserved late game loss.
And you saw what Black Lion's team comp was supposed to do. What was it? Felt like
We
was
saw it
always
about
there.
once. We
Yeah.
saw it once at the second Dragon.
But then it
And
was
that was
kind
it.
of picked apart so often. Find picks before the whole squad comes together for the 5v5, or just don't allow the Cogmore time to fire and chunk you out. You just return the favor. And then the health bars are so low that once the Lamp Respite ends, the Requiem comes down and crushes people with rockets afterwards as well.
Absolutely. I love how Sparks played this game. They saw their win conditions. It allowed them to flex their mechanical potential, and that they did. What a win for them.
Yeah, for Black Lion though, that one's gonna stick.
That's going to sting. Yeah, we
Uh,
saw Yokai quit out the game as the Nexus is falling. Potentially a bit of a mental boom there. Have one more game left today, though.
And they do, and they are gonna want to bounce
Pick it up from
back
there. Pick
because
it up,
they
yeah.
don't want to drop down here. Sparks though, feeling so much happier now. That puts them up at the top of the table. It's wiping away the blemish of last week where they did drop that game to Glorious Gaming. And I kind of got to give also credit to people like Antera. Like, we saw massive CS discrepancies in the jungle early on. We saw Desmond guarding you winning out early on as well versus the Senna Tahm Kench. It felt like that Black Lion ran out of recourse just from laning phase sometimes.
It was a really big fact that you're talking about Antero having that huge lead over Cyrox. And I mean, at the end of the game, very nearly Flame Horizoned him, had 3,000 more gold. That was partly due to Cyrox trying to find openings within the game, but it didn't really lead to enough marks being garnered by Cyrox. Cyrox was not at a point where he could go into Karthus jungle and try and 1v1 him. And that's where it kind of really fell apart. They tried too many times to try and find these incremental advantages, and they became incremental losses over the period of time.
Okay, so I think very shortly we'll be going to a interview with, of course, Leviathan, the coach of
Yeah, we're talking
Sparks.
Mass One.
And of course, it will be Mass One taking that interview. But that means for myself and Nightmare, that'll be us finished casting for the day.
Ho, ho, ho.
I'm gonna have to bring out the Exorcist again and deal with this particular troublesome spirit. But for us, we're done here. We'll throw you to that interview, and Square One will continue with other casters after we're gone.
See you around.
Hello everyone. Welcome over to the interview section of SQ1. I'm here with Leviathan, the head coach of Sparks Esports. Sir,
Hello.
welcome.
Hello, everyone. Glad to be here for the interview.
Well, congratulations first and foremost for your team moving up that spot. Definitely putting up a good fight for that second place spot. And I mean, who knows? You could take that. You could get tied first place with this kind of showing that you guys had.
Yes, I mean, we should win both games. We kind of messed up, like on both of our defeats, and we didn't get the perfect record.
Yeah.
I guess it's like instant karma for being too cocky, you know, and like trying way too different stuff. But yeah, glad we pulled it back together today and got the win, like kind of in a clean fashion.
Yeah, I mean, you guys definitely played that game beautifully. I mean, there were points where it was a bit hit and there, but definitely you guys, once you got that lead going, rather controlled, you definitely had it. Let's talk about this pick and ban phase first and foremost. One of the things I'm really interested in, just getting I imagine you're involved in the pick and ban phase, and I want to try to get the idea of your level of involvement in the pick and ban phase.
Yeah, so I mean, in general, we always discuss the draft before the games.
Sure.
We all have like an opinion on it. And today, like Antero came in hot with his Karthus after the changes on the last patch. It actually slows him down a bit on the first clear, but after that, it's like a buff, even though it was supposed to be a nerf, making him a lane champion.
Sure.
But it actually came down to being a buff somehow. I don't know. We didn't do exact maths on it yet. So since Cyrox is also a Karthus player, we decided to just first pick it away from him.
Okay.
And yeah, then enemies fucked up. They picked too much tanks. We picked the Vayne on the second rotation. They also picked Kog'Maw into Camille, which is like it's her dream to play versus Kog'Maw because it's one of the few champions that have this longer range engage onto picks like Kog'Maw.
Yeah,
you want to be out of your vision.
Yep.
Just hit you without seeing you. Yeah.
I mean, you can just jump straight on top of the Kog'Maw, get rid of them almost immediately, and do that. One of the picks I'm actually really interested in is the Vayne. That last that B5 Vayne.
Yeah.
Into known obviously information of the Senna and the Tahm Kench being in the bot lane. Unless the Tahm Kench goes mid or something crazy, but obviously that's going bot lane. So why do you decide to pick the Vayne? Because that's not a lane we've seen a lot, and obviously Vayne's not really heavy in popularity.
Yeah, basically we have Corki Karthus who are like AP champions, so they do only AP damage, and then we need AD and top lane to be AD champions, right? Like
sure, yeah.
So we had to decide on an AD bot laner, and they had two tanks, like frontline, like Tamkets and Sion, and we didn't have a real way except Corki to deal with them. We were in between some other picks that I'm not gonna reveal now.
I don't expect you to.
And Vayne, and yeah, we decided to go with the Vayne because it's really free versus Tamken's lane, and they can't do anything to her with Bard. Like they negate the lane, so we have a free scaling lane on bot lane as well.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you didn't have the access to Athelios as they last round banned it, and obviously you guys had already banned the Ezreal and the Ashe, so there were less in the pool of AD carries or bot lane carries, and you can't really flex into that Cassiopeia or Senna because not ideal, obviously.
Yeah, and also like enemy team was low range except Kog'Maw, and he was last pick, so Vayne is perfect there. Yeah.
That's an interesting point, actually. That low range actually doesn't harm Vayne anywhere near as much as she
Yeah.
normally would get punished. Let's start going through the game. It seemed pretty even. You must have been very happy though when your Camille was able to 1v1 the enemy Scion and actually come out on top. Very well played from Bad Pie there.
Yeah, so I mean, we elect this matchup on top lane. It's kind of even. Sion has the edge early game. After 2 items, Camille just rolls over him. So yeah, slow start, getting teased a bit. But yeah, as soon as Bad Pie was able to 1v1 him, we knew that game is gonna be one of the easiest we've played. So yeah.
I like that. You just go Bad Pie 1. That seems great. We're already winning the game.
Yeah, after this, like the only problem that we're gonna have is like losing the side lane to Sion. Since this is fixed and the time passed for them and they can't no longer like kill him, then yeah, we win all across the board.
Yeah, absolutely. So moving on a little bit further on through the game, there was a 4v3 fight that actually ended up in Black Lion's favor. And they also were able to get the dragon as well. And part of that was just they were able to get on top of Desrin. So were you in the comms during that fight, or what were your thoughts when you were, as a manager or the head coach rather, thinking around these kind of moments where the players aren't doing quite the ideal kind of scenario?
Yeah, so well, I'm always on the comms. I've always listened to the comms. So I mean, we should just not contest this dragon because we were not in the HP and mana departments. We thought that the Bad Pie going back to base and being full mana is gonna be enough for us to win the fight, but it clearly wasn't.
In Bad Pie, we trust, apparently.
Yeah. So I mean, the thing is, we kind of messed up killing Sion earlier because we didn't use Camille to block his ultimate, but we used it earlier. So that's what mainly gave them being 5v5 instead of the 4v5. So they would have to fight with a man disadvantage. And yeah, we should just disengage after that. But yeah, it's fine. We didn't matter that much in game.
I mean, then not long later, actually, you guys made a very smart statement. And throughout this time, Ontario actually had developed about a 70 plus CS lead. I know something that Momera was really hammering on about that, though. This huge advantage and this Karthus you picked up, that farm clear time was just absurd and just played such a huge gold lead advantage as well.
Yeah, they also tried to invade Karthus, which was weird because, like, as I said, Cyrox is a main Karthus, and he should know the clear speed of the champion, as Antero said after game. And he tried to invade when Karthus is already taking the camp. So yeah, that was kind of weird. I don't know.
Yeah, it was flawless. I don't know why they tried to invade the Karthus, because Karthus just didn't seem to care. Promptly actually killed in response and normally turned it back on them. That turn did end up being a 3-for-1 in Sparks' favor. Corki obviously getting that double, and Karthus landing a huge ultimate, and then you get the Rift Herald, and from there it was a momentum lead as about 5 minutes later, your team was able to get a 2-0 and then get the dragon because they were able to kill the enemy jungler.
Yeah, so basically in this meta, the most important thing is like having the tempo of the map, like having the control over it. So if you take it, it's kind of hard to lose it, except if you're making big mistakes and dying over and over. So yeah, you're happy about that.
You also must be happy at guarding you with how he was playing this Bard, especially just towards the end, before the game was over, and there was the huge 5v5. Obviously, guarding you landed that amazing cosmic binding, binding 3 people, then ulting, and then getting away for free, and the rest of the team just seemed completely frazzle-dazzled at that point.
Yes, guarding is an absolute beast. It's also something I want to point out. It's quite sad. He's kind of sick since the start of the split. And he's not performing at his best, so you guys haven't even seen his final form yet. So
wow.
You should wait for that,
So we still got a final form to come. Well, we'll all be excited for that, and obviously Sparks are definitely poising themselves to be very high moving forward. Let's talk about that final team fight where Sparks played it beautifully around Black Lions and were able to get the ace and then end the game. That was a very chaotic fight. Lots of things were happening, but some really beautiful CC control. And obviously, Bad Pie was able to get in right into the middle on top of the carries there.
Yeah, so basically what happened in the last fight is that we had the packets. So we were timing it right to like secure the dragon and for them to have no chance of winning the fight. And it was kind of a desperation call for them because they either steal the dragon or they lose the game. But what they did wrong is like they kind of overstepped trying to poke down our team. and Senna got chunked a lot before the fight started. So Corki was able to package into them, then Batway ult over it, and yeah. I mean, Vayne didn't even need to TP. Even if Vayne was AFK, we would still win that fight, so yeah.
Yeah, and that was just it. After that, you
Yeah.
didn't even need the Dragon Soul. You ended the game, and it was beautifully well played. I want to thank you, Ladarthan, to coming over here, and to thank Sparks for giving us this opportunity. I want to give you the opportunity as well. Saying opportunity 3 times, it's like a curse. Do you have anything you want to shout out or just mention before the interview ends?
No, nothing specific. I'm really thankful that we came back to this game and didn't lose to Black Lion second time.
Mhm.
And thank you as well for the interview. It was quite a blast.
Well, thank you so much, and we're going to be heading back over onto a short break.
You gave it up before you even tried, before you even gave it a shot. So why should I feel helpless? Why should I feel useless now? So find another way to get into my arms, to get into my heart again. 'Cause why should I feel helpless? Why should I feel useless now? Nobody's ever gonna hold me down. The night is young and we're afraid. Nobody's ever gonna throw me down. There's nothing left you can say. Nobody's ever gonna hold me down. The night is young and we're afraid. Nobody's ever gonna throw me down. There's nothing left you can say.
Welcome back, everybody, to Square One Summer Split. I am CJ Trajan McDonald, joined by Omena for Game 3. We have seen some really impactful results already today. We knew today was going to be a big day for the standings, and Omena, it is delivering more than we ever could have hoped already.
Definitely. Core Dynamic taking a win over Resolve Academy. And then in the second game, Sparks winning against Black Lions, who were on the first spot. So definitely a bit of an upset in those both games, but we have some new games for you guys. We have Core Dynamic versus Sparks, of course, coming next. And I am beyond excited for this one.
Yeah, for sure. I am personally just glad that Sparks got their revenge over Black Lion after the way that their first game ended, being such an unfortunate throw from them, and now they've managed to come back and re-solidify themselves in a way as one of their top teams. So now Black Lion are on notice, and they're going to go up against Core Dynamic here, who did, as you said, also took their first game against Resolve Academy. So both these teams coming off a win, both these teams looking to surge back with their performance. Though I think it's probably fair to say that we're still expecting Sparks to be the favorites going in here.
Definitely, but also I want to point out Taui's performance. In the last 2 weeks, he's been popping off in the top lane. Just give him Darius, they are banning away his Kled. He's not going to get that champion anyway right now. And I think he had a great performance on Mordekaiser as well, which is kind of an AP Darius. So just put him on those champions, give the man a 1v9 performance, and just make him your carry.
Absolutely. When we were speaking to the coach Stasko on Squared Away, he was made a point of saying that, you know, Taui isn't just like this pigeonholed carry only player. That's just how they choose to operate him right now. They're giving him the resources to make him be a strong player, and he is not wasting it at all. He is giving them huge returns on that investment so far. He's drawing the bans, as you say, he's drawing bans against him. He's still managing to carry games. I'm really excited to see how he performs here, specifically into Bad Pie. This is a great feature matchup for us here, because Bad Pie as well, he's looked pretty unstoppable recently.
Definitely. The top lane matchup is going to be insanely fun to look at. Hopefully we can see some blood up there.
I don't doubt it, dude. I do not doubt it one bit. As we have seen the traditional Varte Ivern ban taken away, I imagine we'll get the Nunu in there just as well. But Varte, he's played the Rek'Sai now. He's gone back to the Olaf. He's got the Sejuani. There are plenty of options for this player still.
Yeah, there's also the Silas pick. He can also pull out, but
I mean,
hopefully we don't see that one today.
no, maybe not. Maybe not. The Corki's been taken away from Nafkala as well, and this has been something that last game Sparks were happy to blind pick it for this player. So I think it's reasonable to take that away, as he is a big, impactful player with this champion. And the Karthus taken with Mantero too. He's been spamming it a lot recently. He had a huge impact. So looks like Core Dynamic, they've been paying attention to that first game for sure.
Yeah, I really like that approach. I don't think there's too many meta champions right now that you really have to ban out, especially on the blue side. On red side, you have a few that you maybe don't want to let out on the first pick. But honestly, you can just trade OP picks. There's not like one really good pick right now. We see the Thresh taken away, which is a safe first pick, of course. So I'm excited on what Core Dynamic, they go with the Wukong, of course they do.
Yep, Towie getting that one locked in. It could be flexed down to the bot lane still as well. Technically into the mid and jungle too. Great flex pick, this Wukong coming through. And I'm not surprised they took away the Thresh. We do have Core Dynamics' main new support playing today. It must be important to note. Deferin down there. Meki stepped in last time. He's also a big Thresh player. So I think in general, Core Dynamic would just be very comfortable playing around Thresh, this hook engage style of champion. So taking that away, it's got to have good value. And Sparks are going to pick up the Ashe. This is important.
I like that. I think Ashe is one of the best meta champions right now. You can play aggressive bot lane, you can play just defensive bot lane, and right now they are looking to pair it up with Karma. And there's not many bot lanes now that Varus is nerfed that can outpoke this bot lane.
Yeah, and Desrim also has been spamming that recently a lot. He is clearly on the Ashe train, guarding you back on the traditional Enchantress support. Nothing surprising there, just highest value Enchanter they've got in the game. So now they've got the bot lane locked in for SPX. Where do you think Core Dynamics going to go? Because there are still a lot of bot lane champions open. We've actually got no bot lane bans beside the Thresh in the game so far.
Yeah, you can go with Senna. Apparently you can hover Civi and they lock it in. Personally, I don't know why they picked a Civi. You get outranged by Ashe quite a bit. You get slowed by Ashe, so kiting is really hard against her. And overall, I think the Senna Wukong bot lane would have been just a lot better option. You could just engage on your opponents again and again, and overall, just a better option. But they decided to go for the Civi and Bard. Yeah, Bard.
We do have the Bard locked in here as well, so I'm not a mess, not opting to go back into the Aphelios that was still open, had a great performance on that in their first game, chooses to go out of that one, and the Bard, for the second game in a row, we see this champion. We're seeing a lot more Bard coming in now as the Azir is locked in. So the Corki's banned. What's left? Azir. All right, we're just going to lock it in. That's an easy one for Nafkal, I suppose.
Yeah, on the surface level, Azir is a safe, good pick you can take, but also there's some heavy counter picks available. If Lucker is ready to play Veigar into it, it's like almost unplayable matchup for Azir. And there's quite a few other picks that they are trying to ban out. They took the LeBlanc away, and hopefully they ban something else, so this Azir can actually play the game. They take the Orianna, which is a good pick into it as well.
Yeah, taking away Lucker's LeBlanc is pretty standard. I believe that is the champion he played when he locked in his MVP-worthy games recently earlier in this split. So that's a pair of mid lane bans, and only the one jungle ban for Core Dynamic due to reasons. I'm not sure why. I imagine some more potential emergency subbing things had gone on there. And it looks like Sparks, they don't have the Graves for Antero, but there's still plenty in his arsenal. A lot of early game strength in this player. Things like the Rek'Sai are still open. He's known to play the J4. He's covering the Vi right now. But that would be a very exciting one. It is actually going to be the Shen, presumably for Bad Pie in the top lane.
Yeah, interesting that they decided to leave the counter pick for Antero, but I guess this is a jungle matchup that both of the junglers are really good, so you want to have the edge over the other. And the top lane matchup, you kind of know that the Wukong is going there, and even if it's not, Shen is a stable blind pick.
Yeah, for sure. We have been seeing some Shen coming through here. Bad Pie, not his traditional kind of maybe not as lane dominant as some of his, but it's actually the Aatrox locked in, which means that Varte is likely the one taking this Wukong, and we've seen him do this more than once before too.
Yeah, and yesterday we saw what Aatrox can actually do to Shen. I think a certain Absol top laner got Flame Horizon on this matchup, so we're gonna have to see how how can actually Bad Boy deal with this threat coming from Core Dynamic? And they are hovering, and they pick the Kog'Maw. I really like this. This is one of the other counter picks to Azir. All you have to do is be careful of the level 6, and now, of course, after level 6, the shuffle. But after you get your first item, you can just start spamming your spells on the wave, on the Azir, and Azir cannot do much. You're just out-shoved, you're out-damaged, you're out-ranged, and your champion's just not going to do that much into the Kog'Maw.
For sure, and it is going to be Antero locking in that Sejuani at the end, going for a nice stable pick to round out their comp. They've got a lot of great backline DPS, good frontline tanks, and the Karma to kind of tie it all together. It's a very nice kind of standard teamfight comp that Sparks has built for themselves here.
Yeah, you have to get the Freljord stun % chance to your team comp as well. Helps quite a bit. But overall, just a pretty stable front-to-back teamfight comp. On the other side, Core Dynamic, they have a lot of engaged tools with the Aatrox, with the speed-ups from the Sivir. They have the Wukong, who can flank pretty easily. And also, they have the Kog'Maw, not really fitting on this team comp when you think of the style they want to play. But I think the champion is just extremely strong in the mid lane when you go AP.
Sure, just getting that individual value while the rest of the team ties itself together. What these drafts really say to me is that I think Sparks, last game they pulled out the Vayne, they pulled out the Kog'Maw mid themselves. There are a lot more interesting picks there, trying to do specific things, trying to get good matchups into these strong Blackline players. What this says to me here is they're just trying to go back to fundamentals. They're trying to we are better, we believe we are a better team, and we're just going to pick a team fight comp with strong scaling, and we're just going to not throw the lane by being better, and then we're going to team fight, and it's going to be simple and easy.
Yeah, they blind picked both of the solo lanes.
Yeah.
Or they got flexed on the top lane pick. But eventually they blind picked both of the solo lanes. So it's difficult to say what Core Dynamic, can they actually punish the Sparks decision enough? I think the top lane matchup is really in favor of Aatrox, and mid lane matchup, if you can actually dodge out those shuffles, it is on Kog'Maw's favor, definitely. But also you have to remember on Sparks, you have the Sejuani engage, you have the Azir shuffle with the flash, and Kog'Maw has no escape from that one. So as soon as those two reach level 6, Kog'Maw has to be really careful what he can actually do on the map.
Sure. I'm interested to see how Taui performs on this Aatrox, because I don't think we've seen him on it before. It does kind of fit into his play style, but we've not seen him specifically on this one, and into the Shen matchup, which we saw go heavily Aatrox favored, as you mentioned previously. Is this something that we're expecting Taui to just win this? Is it actually like a heavily Aatrox favored matchup, or is Bad Pie going to be able to stand up to them in the trades?
I think overall the kids clash against each other kind of badly. Shen is really good in the champions who favor auto attacks, but surprise, surprise, Aatrox is kind of a newer version of Riven with even less auto attacks. So even if you get taunted, Shen tries to run away, you just hit all of your sweet spots and you outrade. Also, the healing on your E, on your abilities, makes everything pretty easy. And once you start getting your items, Aatrox with the Civi speed up, with the Bard tunnels, Bard engages, you can just set up him so easily if you can actually play them correctly.
Sure. I am expecting to see more aggression coming out of Core Dynamic. They have played relatively aggressively so far, and now they picked up that first win of the day, which is obviously going to bolster their confidence. And also, if you look at the standings around them, both Lions Creed and Absolved are kind of surging right now. They're picking up wins of their own and chasing up to them from that bottom side. So if Core Dynamic want to keep their playoff spot that they have secured right now, they ain't gonna need to fight for it. Resolve are falling down. They're now a target that Core Dynamic are able to exploit. Glorious Gaming are kind of all over the place with their old roster, and they had the new roster, which then went 1-on-1 and beat Split Raiders. So who knows what's going on there? All 10 of those players that we've seen play are just a complete mystery. So Core Dynamic, if they can find some stability here, if they can actually they can get a win over Sparks, that's almost guaranteed them a playoff spot, because they're likely to get at least a 50-50 record against the teams around them.
Yeah, and right now I think Core Dynamic is looking actually really stable on this league.
Yeah.
I think they might be, if they can manage to get this win, getting into top 4, it's actually huge, because you don't have to possibly play against the Split Raiders in the first playoff match. So just getting the top 4 would be extremely important. And I think Core Dynamic, if they can pull off this one, they can definitely make top 4.
Absolutely. And from Spark's side, we did see them falter last week, but they are still an amazingly strong team. We saw last game how hard they can flex on their opponents with how they took apart Black Lion. And it seems like they're gonna try to dodge the spiral that they fell into last time, where they went 5-0 and then they just completely lost control of it and had to scrape it back for the playoffs. And now they're looking a lot more consistent. I really love the additions to this roster. I can't say it enough. Navkala and Bad Pie are really, really impressing me in these lanes.
Yeah, definitely. And just having guarding you as a stable support,
Yeah.
you can play pretty much everything in the bot lane. Just a really stable roster. Nothing more to say, honestly.
Yeah. Okay, so we will be into game very shortly, I imagine. We talked about the bot lane matchup a little bit in that you're expecting them to just kind of maybe get poked out a bit. You know, the Sivir doesn't match up too well into the Ashe. We saw I'm Not a Mess perform very well last game, and this is now with Deferin a new quantity in the bot lane. So are you expecting Desmond and Guardian to actually just get the shove on them all game and push them in? You know, or is Varte going to be able to tilt this one back in their favor?
Of course, jungle difference is a possibility in these games. You can never really like know how much are they gonna play around each lane. But just according to the champions, Spark's bot lane should be able to have the shove anytime they want. They can either use the abilities on the wave or on the opponents. And if they use it on the opponents, they can just pretty much keep them under the tower, half HP. You can see that Sivir is actually going with the cool start. He knows that he's not going to be able to do that much on this lane. He's just going to try to scale, get that level 3, not level 3, I mean 300 CS power spike, get those items on him. Definitely not level 3 power spike.
To be fair, the earliest first blood in this league we have ever seen, which was at about 2 minutes 30, was a Sivir, I believe, killing a Zyra support. So it's possible for Sivir to land every boomerang blade exactly, and then with the Bard Ignite burst, maybe they get a kill. I think it would have to result for some relatively severe misplay from the Sparks bot lane, though.
Yeah, definitely. But also, like, the Sivir Bard bot lane, it's not like that bad. After you get level 6, you can actually start to catch these people, because Ashe and Karma, neither of them have any escape abilities. You can just set up an easy ultimate with Bard, you can just speed up the Wukong to come, and you can just CC them for days. This is on the life patch, so the Wukong ultimate doesn't knock up for that long anymore, but it is still annoying. And the fact that you can do it twice, it's like, even though they nerfed the duration, it's kind of broken.
Yeah, for sure. We do see the Sparks bot lane setting up early vision there to spot the bot lane coming through, and Guardian U sitting very far up into that brush. Evidently, you know, potentially trying to get some early damage on the bot lane when they show up. Just trying to flank and get a little pincer movement as Taui's getting some extra trade onto Bad by asserting his dominance straight away, and I think that is a sign of how this lane is going to continue.
Yeah, guarding you with the mantra Q hitting both of them. Yeah, this is how this lane is gonna go. Just so annoying to play against. Yeah, and Desrim using Ashe's passive so well there. Bard was just like wiggling a bit, like, oh, do I go for the auto attack trade? Then he doesn't go for it, and he gets another auto attack. So this is how you play Ashe correctly in the bot lane right now. This is why the pick is so good.
If you're Defer in here, you take your hands off the keyboard, you shake them out, you just deep breath, okay? Not the best start. It's fine. We're meant to lose this lane. We're okay. I've got potions. I've got heals. And now as we go to Bad Pie and Taui still getting aggressively trading in this top lane as bot lane crashes that first wave.
Yeah, and you have to remember that you got the counter pick on your solo lanes, so you don't have to exactly do that well in the bot lane. Just survive. If you have to take a bit of a bad back, it doesn't matter. You have the Aatrox in the top lane into the Shen. And as I speak, they are taking a trade, and as you can see, this is the way Aatrox wants to fight.
All of those knockups connect, forcing that early flash from Bad Pie. That is so pivotal. He's going to have to be so safe now going forward.
Yeah, I think there's been a definitely Sparks taking the stronger bot lane, and Core Dynamic just taking the stronger topside matchup. And I expect the junglers to play around these. I think Antero should have started from the bot side, so he can actually like counter up a dive in the top lane. But they didn't sync up the gank with the crash on the top side, so they actually get out there for free.
Yeah, it's potentially, we can maybe work on the assumption, I guess, that they know that there's no ward placed by Taui, so potentially the information's been fed to him that, okay, SQ1 is not on your side, you don't have to use that, but he's actually venturing into the top side jungle to get a deeper ward there on that brush just inside with Varte, so they are going to try and keep track of Sejuani, who's currently on that bottom side getting the scuttle, so they'll be aware of this.
Yeah, and right now Wukong is just matching the farm, just taking the recall. you don't really want to do anything right now. You don't have set up on your lanes, you just want to farm up your 6, and you want to start looking at that dragon fight. Or possibly if you don't want to fight for the dragon, since your bot lane is getting smashed this hard in, just go for a trade on the Herald or something.
Absolutely. Speaking about this mid lane specifically, these are both pretty heavily scaling champions. Do you feel like Lucker, the Kog'Maw, does that spike earlier than Azir? I know that like Azir has several kind of moderate spikes with the Nashor Tooth coming in, but you know we haven't seen too much of Kog'Maw mid yet, so it's still a bit of a mystery.
Yeah, Kog'Maw mid is like, it's kind of a weird because you have like decent damage, like starting from level 6, but it's like burst damage, and then you don't want to be on your opponent's face. You just kind of want to like throw your spells, get out, and then like maybe hit a couple of ultimates. But you are super mana hungry. You need your tier. You basically need to upgrade your tier into Arcade Shells to be able to keep doing it. So before that, you just want to farm. But once you get your Arcade Shells, your champion becomes so much better. You gain a spike of AP. You don't go that easily, and you can just start taking trades. As long as you don't get shuffled or just hit by the ultimate of Antero right now. He didn't go for the cleanse, so that's a bit of a greedy choice, but hopefully he can play like he doesn't have it.
Yeah.
But once he gets those items, he outranges everyone on Sparks' team so hard. And I'm kind of hopeful that he can realize that his second item should be Rylai's this game, so he can actually keep the distance on the opponents. But we'll have to see what he decides to go.
You see an early rotation to the Mountain Dragon from Sparks, not really contested by Core Dynamic. They clearly sniffed out something was going on, but just did not have the presence there to do anything about it. So Sparks, if they're trying to scale up, getting those early dragons on lock nice and early is going to help them with that to get that win condition on the table.
Yeah, not a surprise that Sparks is going for some early dragons. I think at the beginning of the season they went multiple games without giving a single dragon, so...
Yeah, that is the Sparks, is the dragon control. That's kind of one of their calling cards so far in the league, as now it is actually Not a Mess and Deferin who've got the push on. Guarding you locks that chain. Q blocks by Not a Mess, still has to flash away. Desrim following up. There's a Bard tunnel to get him a little more distance, but Desrim's going to have these slows coming through with the volley. Boomerang Blade onto Guarding you to try and get something back, but it is going to be first blood secured by the Desrim. Forcing a flash out of Deferin. Can he get this last kill? Flash Jordan guarding you. Trades his life to get the double kill for the AD carry. I'm calling worth in the chat.
That is definitely worth. Also, at the beginning of the fight, I don't think I'm Not a Mess realized that even if he spell shields the last part of the Karma W, he actually gets rooted by it. You cannot block the spell that way. So he ended up trusting his W, but gets punished by his knowledge of the game.
It's unfortunate for I'm Not a Mess. I believe he did block the Mantra Q, so some of the damage got there, but really the CC is more important in that trade as we saw him going down. Bad Pie now getting that push on was up in CS until this wave is about to crash, so this top lane has not exploded quite as hard as we expected, but we can see they're still clearly actively trading with each other and maybe both just knowing their limits very well.
Yeah, also the fact that Core Dynamics jungler has been pretty much AFK this whole game. He was trying to do something at the Dragon, but they had no bot lane prior, so like there's absolutely no reason for him to be there. And top lane, Shen has been just being unpunished.
Ooh,
well, Bad Pie
into Bad Pie has to force the dash away. The slow will come through and some heavy poke onto this Shen. Drops him down to about half HP. And I'm Not a Mess, therefore, wanting to punish this rotation as early as possible.
Yeah, but good rotation from Sparks. The Herald is spawning in 15 seconds. They have the bot lane up in the top side already, pushing the Aatrox in. They have the jungler on they have the mid lane under control right now. So everything that they're doing for this Herald is going correctly for them. I think Bad Pie, now he's going in for a trade.
Tower. Deferin takes another shot and he's going to go very, very low. Bad Pie punishing them for getting too aggressive there. As it looks like the Rift Herald has been started up by Antero. Maybe they know that Varte is in the area. He is near this bot side tower, just clearing out the jungle. Maybe Bad Pie could get punished if he steps too far up, but it looks like it is going to be the Herald easily secured by Sparks.
Yeah, no real answer from the Core Dynamics team. They possibly could have gone for the bot lane dive or something, but Bard just losing almost all of his HP just makes that play not a possibility. So all Varte can do is just take the bot side jungle away, I guess.
He is not even securing a lead in the jungle with that one, as Antero was already up in it, and they've got the Herald on deck now. Bard spotted in the top side to maybe defend against this gank coming through. Antero blast cones in comes the fight coming through. Are they going to start this one up? In goes the bump into the ult, and the chain combo killing spree for Desum. Guarding you gets executed on the backside, but that's another hashtag worth in the chat. So the Herald's going to come down. A lot of plate gold going in Sparks' pocket off that.
Yeah, you probably don't need to thank the last hit since both of your ADC and jungler were full HP there.
Yeah.
But he didn't give up any gold for it, so it's a hashtag worth.
Yeah, that's now 3 kills onto Desrim. All of Sparks' kills into this Ash's pocket. We could see another carry performance coming out of this Ash. Bad Pie not connecting onto the Shadow Dash, so Not a Mess is going to stick away. But then Defra, now there's a 4v2 developing in this top side. Desrim abandoned by Antero, nothing more that the jungler can do. And the shutdown is put onto Towie. You don't want to give Towie any gold.
Yeah, that's 600 gold. As you said, he has all the kills of his team, so he has the biggest shutdown of the team. And he ends up overextending. For some reason, he knew that his support was dead. They got the tower, but if I just push this one more wave in, so the opponents have to catch it, and you end up getting killed.
And my cull, I must get my cull stacked earlier. No.
Yeah. He's already so many items ahead of the enemy ADC, but let me just breed for this one more. But it is what it is. They still have a 2k gold lead right now. They have the dragon, another one spawning in 20 seconds. And all of their members, except for the Shen, of course, with the ultimate up, are moving onto the bot side. They are clearing the vision control that Corner Dynamic just had in the, but not anymore. They actually don't spot one of the pink wards, but Taowie has no TP up, and neither does Laka.
I was joking about Cull before, but honestly, it's interesting to see that how quickly it has kind of come back into the mainstream, in that we saw being used both by Sivir as an early I'm going to leave the lane gracefully kind of move, but also bought by Desum as a snowballing tool. Like, he's got his Essence Reaver already, but he does have that Cull that he bought later on, just to give him that extra gold spike. So I'm interested that Cull suddenly, everyone has just gone, wait, this item's really good value. I should just buy this when I'm winning and when I'm losing.
Yeah, I guess it depends on the ADC meta a bit. Like on Ashe, if you get like a aggressive item, or like you get your item like 300 gold earlier, like it's not gonna matter that much after your first item especially. So it's like, well, why not just invest for the late game? Like, I want to get the 2 and 3 items anyway, so it's gonna be good.
Yeah. Towie going aggressive once again because he's got the Black Cleaver on deck. Bad Pie has some armor himself, but probably not going to matter when that's being shredded away, so he's going to keep giving up space. Has still kept CS pretty much even, though, despite being rotated back top. So Bad Pie playing the weak side pretty much exactly how they wanted to.
Yeah, definitely didn't expect him to go even on this matchup, but they have been rotating. I think Towie did. Oh, they're fighting.
Yeah, taunt into the top side with the rotation from Antero at the bot lane. The Ash arrow did already go wide. Towie drops the World Breaker, but gets instantly knocked into the edge of prison. Bad Pie goes down though with the flash forward from Towie, and the TP coming through from Lucker turns it on its head as Sparks Antero now forced back into the jungle. Lucker flashing on to try and get this kill as Towie is left for dead versus Desmond guarding you. Can he get the last living artillery? He can, but can he get the final kill? He doesn't get it, and Desrim sneaks up behind him with guarding you. Now Luckerin is in a bad spot. He gets rooted. Desrim's going to get another kill, and Barte just has to watch.
Oh, Bard is going for it.
He's stuck, and he got it with the recall Defer, and not letting Antero get away with murder there. That is going to be at least, I think, 2 kills for 2 overall.
I think it was, 2 for 2, and pretty much all the kills going for the Ashe. He's 5-0 up now. 5-1 up. And he has the cool coming up. Like, this guy is a monster today. Last game, an exceptional win performance. Now on Ashe 5-1-0. Just killing everyone in this game.
Yeah, and something as we're watching Nafgalar just farming away these plates in the bot lane, this is pretty consistent to how we see Nafgalar play the game. He picks Corki, he picks Azir, and he just chills in lane. He just kind of sits there, gets a small CS lead, accrues plate gold, and suddenly, when you hit 25 minutes, a team fight happens, and he blows up your whole team. Yeah,
I mean, it's a playstyle that's proven good if your opponent allows you to do that. And the way the core dynamic draft went, they just decided to go for the Kog'Maw, and now Nafgalar just free farming the whole game pretty much. While his rest of the map is just killing everyone. Like, Desrim has been on fire today, and he's just looking for more gold on the map constantly.
You can see why Desrim has been spamming the Ashe and solo queue. He's looking so proficient on it. Bad Pie still pushing in that top lane, but getting pushed away from the wave as Taui still is a little too strong for that 1v1 potential. We can see the Nash's Tooth coming online for Nafgalar, so that's the first little spike coming on for Azir. We might see a little bit more team fight impact from this Azir going forward, and we have Desrim well on the way to that second item already.
Yeah, I'm not completely sure if he's gonna go for IE. I think he is. I think he should have gone for the oh my god, the Zeal item that gives multiple attacks. Runans, exactly.
Yes.
I think that's extremely important on Ashe. Works with your passive, works with your kit overall really well with your Q. But instead he's going for more raw damage in this build.
Yeah, does have, there's no Ardent Sensor online for guarding you just yet, but I gotta imagine that will come through as the second item once the Athenes is completed, so that's gonna make Ashe even more devastating with the bonus attack speed and attack damage that comes through, or bonus damage on attack, I should say. As Varte now walking into this jungle, Sparks and Terror guarding you, and Desrim all coming in here too, so we could see them spoiling for a little bit of a fight, but they do end up going back to these lanes. Not too much proactive play so far this game, not too many dives, not too many aggressive moves, and you know, I said earlier in the pregame that Sparks looked like they were just trying to draft a team fight team, scale up and do it by the book, and that seems to be holding true so far. Taui now forcing the dash out of Bad Pie, but yeah, as we still see, giving him plenty of room.
Yeah, and I think a part of it as the face
Oh, I say that. Walks straight into Deferin and locks the Glacial Oppression into his face. Is not going to quite get the kill, and Varte dashes forward, but Desrim is just too strong right now. The TP from Nafgalar comes through as Lucker is dishing out a fair bit of damage. Deferin did escape with his life. Not a mess shows up Taui with a massive World Breaker. Lands onto many people. The knockups come through. The wall from the Azir keeps the side of Cordynamic at bay. Lucker throwing those living artilleries over, gets them very low. Desrim, there's a meaty shutdown waiting on this Ashe once again. If Lucker can secure it, he's coming forward with the blue buff, can spam these living artilleries, but maybe doesn't have enough CC to get the kill secured. And they are going to turn directly onto the Herald. This is still a 4v3, mind you. If Sparks catch onto this, they could maybe punish.
Yeah, definitely. Like, that's such a risky take, to be honest. Like, there's the TP coming for Core Dynamic, luckily, so they can probably get this one. Taui is so strong right now as well, as we saw on that team fight. Just jumping on all 5 people and getting so much damage into the enemy comp.
It was a classic Taui maneuver where the fight's going a little sketchy and suddenly over the wall comes the Aatrox, slams down those Darken Blades, and the fight is now very scary for Sparks. As Desrim didn't have Flash and he still doesn't have it, does at least have the Exhaust, but you know, you are Ashe, you can be strong, but as you said earlier on, there's not really a way to escape there. If Desrim gets caught up, he's probably going down if he doesn't have the Summoners.
Yeah, and now he actually has Infinity Edge on Ashe already at 16 minutes. 2 full items with the boots. That guy is gonna hurt.
Yeah.
Like if he can build his Runa's Hurricane on top of that, like he's gonna be a monster. And as we see in this fight, they get a pick on the Vard. He actually gets away for a while, and Vate just jumping in onto the backline, but Desrim dealing so much damage on each one of those auto attacks that he just cannot stand there for long. He just dies. But Taui just comes in for the rescue. He deals so much damage, even if the Azir ultimate tries to push him away, he still gets the final Q to get the kill. And then Lucker just chases Nafgalar, Bad Pie with his ultimates. But at the moment, I don't think he had his item. He still doesn't his first item completed. He cannot turn that mana into AP yet. That is what you want from your first item on your Archangels. And since you don't have that, you actually don't do that much damage.
Lucker taking a lot of damage here. Desrim stepping up, does not have the Crystal Hour on deck, so can't maybe follow up with that. I thought it was interesting from that fight as well to see that Lucker was actually hard focusing on Desrim in that fight, and there was a clutch shield that came onto the Ashe to save him from actually going down before he got a chance to escape. So Core Dynamic, they are clearly laser focused in on this Ashe, and they want to grab that shutdown if they can. As Nafgalar secured that bot lane tower finally, drops a Sun Disc, but is probably going to have to give it up as Deferin comes through with the Magical Journey. Varte in tow as well. In comes those Sand Soldiers to stop the aggression, and Sparks Nafgalar dashes out of that ultimate from Bard, getting away with his life. That's a lot of resources dedicated in that bot side.
Yeah, and they have 2 people having to hold against Desrim and guarding you in the mid lane. Just so much damage coming from this Ashe. You don't want to let him touch your tower even for a few seconds. So now Bad Pie getting to shove that top lane in under the tower. Taui is just not happy to run through this jungle over and over again.
Absolutely not. We do see two people sitting on top side for Sparks right now, maybe looking to punish Towie if he comes too far forward. He's going to check this brush. They maybe look for the 2v1, but don't try to commit to it straight away. And the Ashe arrow we saw just go wide on Lucker again, so he is still under a lot of pressure in this mid lane, but he's getting away with it so far.
Yeah, I think Antara and Badpie learned from the last time they tried the 2v1 that maybe you don't want to go against Towie's Aatrox 2v1 at that point of the game. And right now they are just committing for the mid tower. They're getting living barrages on their faces quite a bit, but they don't seem to care at the moment.
Deferent jumping through the tower, trying to catch up Desm, but they will give up that space nice and easy. Almost gotten this mid lane tower down. Still quite a slow pace of this game. Sparks, it has to be said, has picked up 3 dragons already. The last Cloud Dragon coming up in 2 minutes could get them a nice early Cloud Soul. And when you have something like Karma with the ultimate, you're already using to speed up your carries and get them out of trouble. That could give them a little bit extra utility to keep Desm alive.
Yeah, and every single Cloud Soul gives 10% ult CDR.
Yes.
And look at the ultimates they have. They have so many engaged tools. They have of course, the Mantra. They have the Ashe Arrow. They have SQ1 ultimate. So many ults you want to take the cooldown down, and these Cloud Dragons are doing exactly that for them. These arrows, once one of them lands on your carry on a bad spot, you're just dead.
Well, we see round 2 of this Gangan bot lane. The exact same team members onto Sparks Nafgalar, but surely he cannot get away. Emperor's Divide comes through again. Badpie with the ultimate, but is not going to be there in time. And Chanticleer nails Deferent from downtown, and Badpie suddenly walks away. That's a 1 kill traded for 1.
That's a 420 no scope over the map. Like, that arrow actually turns that fight from an unfavorable fight to a 1-for-1 trade. Again,
he flashes in, doesn't get the Shadow Dash. Varte clones away, is going to escape with his life, but Badpie, unfortunately, not able to secure that one.
He's been getting bullied in the top lane, so now he's thinking, now is my chance. Towie isn't here, let me just fight you, but Varte getting away from that.
The Glacial Prison commits onto Towie, he gets pushed away. World Ender's not going to save him as Desrim goes on a rampage, guarding you, watching around from the side to keep Lucker at bay, and this damage that we see coming out from Ashe is monumental right now.
Yeah, surprised when a Hypercarry gets fed early, gets his crit items. He does a lot of damage. And Towie just not respecting the catch tools that Sparks actually has. He's been almost unstoppable in the top lane. He's been just fighting anyone who comes in his way. But now he actually cannot do that and he gets killed for it.
Yeah, I think we might be seeing Desrim well on his way to joining the exclusive club of people who earn 2 MVPs in the same day, with the likes of Cyrox and Lawless there up in that top lane. So maybe he is on the way to winning this one, but Core Dynamic, they are not out of this game yet. They're 5k behind, but they do have some decent scaling on the side with the Sivir. And Chanticleer committed onto Deferent once again. The TP instantly comes through to try and cover the retreat. Varte takes a bit of damage, but that's just the clone Emperor's Divide. Knocks Towie back, but he flashes away. Bard ult to cover, and now they are running for their lives as Varte gets burned down by Desrim. Unstoppable goes the Ashe. Nafgalar chasing as well. A stun from Deferent will stop the advances, and Living Artillery drops Nafgalar down to a sliver of HP. Lucker once again trying to turn the fight on its head. Badpie, he's waiting in the wings round the side here, maybe looking for a flank to turn it once again, as Desrim is still very scary. They've started up the Cloud Soul, guarding you, trying to get an idea where Kodamak is. He'd take a lot of damage for the trouble. Badpie now round the side. Can he disrupt them? The Cloud Drake has been secured by Sparks, and now they can commit to this fight. Nafgalar TP's in once again onto Lucker, chasing Not a Mess back into the mid lane as Towie is 2 versus 1 by Desrim and Antero. Slowed as well. They cannot escape this Freljord duo of Sejuani and Ashe. Dashes over the wall, but the Glacial Prison flies and hits home. Antero surely going to be able to finish this one up with that extra movement speed he gets, and Chanticleer comes off cooldown.
Oh my god.
Into Towie once again, but they can't get the kill. He still lives as he slides into the jungle. 3 Sparks members are actually doing the Baron right now with no smite available. Varte, if he can get in, they can make this very, very sketchy for them. Towie still getting chased by Sejuani in the jungle. Varte comes over the wall. Towie finally goes down, and Nafgalar, he is going to be able to shove out Varte. That Baron is dropped down below 2 HP. Badpie, he's going to be knocking this one. That is going to be Sparks finally maybe securing it, but the TP keeps Varte alive. Nafgalar has to be pushed away. I'm Not a Mess comes through. Antero, he doesn't smite it, I don't think, but he still gets the actual Baron, and now guarding is being dropped very low. Badpie's fighting again. Nafgalar's Empress Divide has come off cooldown, and Varte has been ulted and caught up twice now. Deferin trying to escape now through Magical Journey, drops a nice ultimate to cover the retreat perhaps as Desrim's just vibing in the bot lane with Lucker. He does get rooted up though, guarding you with another catch, and Nafgalar goes on a rampage. TP's into the bot lane. Desrim is diving the tower onto Lucker, gets dominating. Howie, can he win this 1v2? He does have the dogs onto Desrim. The shutdown is available, but he can't get it. He can't get the kill onto Desrim. Now the bot lane is open. The Baron is on deck, and I'm going to have an aneurysm, Omena.
What am I even supposed to say here? That was like 2 minutes of permanent fighting. Like, I wanted to talk about at the beginning how Desrim actually used his exhaust on the clone of Wukong, but the exhaust is almost back already. And that's when the fight started.
Unbelievable.
I feel bad for you to having to cast that, but man, there was a lot of action.
Okay, so the game was pretty rough for Dynamic there. It's got a 5k difference, and in that 2 minutes, it's now a 13k difference. Deferen's been caught up in the jungle once again, and the speed boost coming through from the Mantra using the Cloud Soul is guarding you in range. Nafgalar can finish up a kill. Enchanted Crystal Arrow not going to land onto Lucker, and you can probably clean this one out as the Baron's going to fall off soon. One inhib is down, only one. It's not the end of the world for Core Dynamic. They have great wave clear. Let's see if they can stabilize after what was an absolutely tumultuous set of minutes for them.
Yeah, I mean, my point there was that, like, you said before the fight happened that Core Dynamic can actually, like, still be in the game. But now, after all of that happened, that's 13k gold lead for Sparks. I don't see them coming back in this game. There's the inhib down, there's the Baron got them for themselves, they have the Soul already, and they have a 9-1 Ashe, 5-1 Azir. They have frontline, they have the Ardent Sensor ready for guarding you. Like, what can you even do at this point? Even if you get all of your offensive spells on top of Desrim, he still has the broken item. I don't remember the name at this point. Death Stance. Like, how are you supposed to play this game?
Caught Lucker under the tower there. The Crystal Arrow goes wide. So does the Glacial Prison, but there's just too many people there. Nothing Lucker can do. As Nafgalar, he has been quietly accruing kills through that long fight, and he's now 6-1 himself. They are committing onto Bad by trying to get something while the other members of Sparks are rotating over. Desrim drops kind of low. The Bardock comes down, locks up Antero, but now Varte has been caught up and shoved back. He has had to retreat back to the tower. Deferin as well. Sparks roaming over the base now, guarding you, slowing down I'm Not a Mess. Deferin finally will fall, and this goon squad of Sparks members chases down I'm Not a Mess at the gates of his fountain, and they are going to go godlike for Desrim as Nafgalar keeps Towie completely out of contention.
Yeah, like, I was saying that even if you get all of your offensive spells on Desrim, and he didn't even have flash there, the fight was a 2v4 for them at the beginning, and he didn't die until now that he's diving for the fountain.
Yeah, that 1,000 gold shutdown is going to go into Varte's pocket, but Nafgalar has returned with Bad Pie in tow. Lucker off the fountain, doing what he can, but that Nexus is going to fall right now. And Sparks, after an absolutely insane sequence of events, they are maybe going to win this game. Lucker's not dead yet, but they do still have 3-on-1 advantage. Core Dynamic is going to go full. Sparks is going to move to 8-2. They are now, until Black Lion plays their last game of the day, they are now in first place.
What a game. It was kinda even up until that one big fight. And then it was all over. Like,
I've never seen a fight that long. Never seen such a long string of events with dragons and barons and TPs and like 3 Emperor's Divides, it felt like, over the course of that exchange.
Like, at the beginning of the fight, Desrim's exhaust was used on the clone, and I put that in my mind. I want to bring that up. And when the fight was over, the exhaust was already back up, almost. Like, that is insane. Like, that fight was absolutely bonkers to watch, and Sparks played it so well. They were ahead at that point. They had the team come to play for the team fights. They had the Fed Ashe, and they played like it.
Yeah, truly dominating performance from Sparks. Looks like they are definitely back to their winning ways and are going to be in contention for our definitive top team now that they've taken down Black Lion earlier in the day. And if we look over to Core Dynamic, we did see good stuff out of Towie. Again, the Aatrox was doing work. It was winning the lane. We saw that really big team fight performance early on where he almost managed to turn it around. You know, Lucas Cogmore was dealing good damage as well. There's definitely some good things to take away from Core Dynamic with these new picks.
Yeah, definitely some good performances there. I think the biggest bad pick in here was the Wukong into the jungle. I get that you want to get a good matchup for Taui, but Vate was pretty much AFK the whole game. Like he didn't end up doing anything. Like the first thing that he did on the game was go to the dragon that already Sparks had full control, and he just ended up wasting time there. And once he got level 6, he didn't play around any lane. So I was kind of disappointed at that, but also Sparks played this game super well. They were dominating since level 1 in the bot lane. I kind of wanted to say that like maybe guarding you should have pulled the wave so the Sivir and Bard would miss like a minion, but instead they went for the level 1 poke and it paid off really well.
Yeah, dropping the bar down to 1.5 bars or something at level 1 before the minions have even started dying is just so painful for them to deal with. Deferin, this is the first game we saw of this Bard player. I think we did see some very good ultimates from Bard. We did see some good effects on the game, but ultimately, the lane matchup was just too much to deal with and just couldn't get that much done on the pick, it seemed.
Yeah, there was definitely highlights on both sides of the game. Taui and Deferan ended up shining most on the core dynamic side, but Spark side, I would have to give Desrim the MVP for this one, even though
Really?
it was
Wow.
even though it was guarding you, like helping him get the early advantage. But Desrim was playing this game out of his mind. He ended up
Yeah.
dying twice in this game, but didn't end up mattering.
Yeah, truly monumental performance out of Desmond in both of these games. A well-earned MVP in both of them. And we are going to go to an interview with Counterfeit, who is with Desrim, the double MVP'd man himself. We're going to go straight on over to that. And after that, I believe we're actually going to go to a short break just to make sure everything is shipshape for that. After we've had the interview, we're going to be back with the last game of the day, which is Blackline Academy versus Resolve Academy. We'll see if Blackline can get themselves back up to chase Sparks as they are now above them in the standings. Please stay tuned, everybody.
You got me trapped inside this spell. Now I feel it. Now I feel it. Your demons drag me close to hell. I can feel it.
Too cold, standing in the middle of the downpour. Looking in the mirror 'cause it's only you that you have to lose. Headed backward on a one-way, trying to stop from running, but you can't wait. Bury all the evidence you don't need love when you're crashing through.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm here with Desrim, the Destroyer, the monster of the previous game. What an incredible performance that was. I know coming into this one, a lot of people were focused towards Bad Pie and Taui up towards the top lane, but that was absolutely monstrous. Desrim, going into that game, did you have any idea it would go that well for you?
Hello, good evening, and thank you. Yeah, I think we kind of expected to storm whenever Ashe is open and Karma is open. I guess we just roll over enemy bot lane, especially when Antero is playing supporting junglers like Sejuani. And yeah, Bad Pie just offered a very good Shen pick here, in my opinion, because it fits well to the Ashe and you can just press W, and we even played it in 2Q. But when enemy lose a Ben or don't scout well enough, I guess it's just going to be a fast win then.
So, I kind of feel like I would be remiss to not ask about this, but I'm kind of curious, what a lot of the SQ1 fans were really excited, as mentioned, about the Bad Pie Taui top lane. Did you guys have any thoughts about how that was going to go coming into this week?
Yeah, we're not doing that much preparation for the SQ1 game since we only know like 15 or 30 minutes before the game which side we are, and we don't want to do like double preparation. And we didn't really talk about the Toei Vetpire matchup. We just expect him to win per default since all the information we had, anyways, was just the OPGG, and I don't think our analysts analyzed previous games from Core Dynamic after we won against them in the first game. So, yeah, I think
Well, I mean,
Vetpire did in the end as expected.
Yeah, well, I mean, he did a very, as it worked out, even if it wasn't necessarily entirely intentional, certainly managed to neutralize extremely well. So, looking forward to next week, after, of course, the win earlier on today against Black Lion, now getting into the rematch against Split Raiders next week, rematch from week number 1, when you handed the Raiders their only loss. How confident are you guys feeling coming into next week?
I think we feel really comfortable. I don't know too much about Split Raiders as well. I think the first game we played against them, they were like better than we expected. They played pretty decent, but in the end we won. And now I think they're on a 6 games winning streak. I don't know what changed. Maybe coach, maybe draft, or even the players. I didn't look them up at the time, but I'm looking forward to a game that might be as close as a Big Lion game today.
All right. So thank you, Desrim, so much for joining. We're definitely keeping an eye out for your performance in the future. So guys, coming up is going to be Resolve versus Black Lion to end out the day. Certainly Black Lion will be looking to try and boost up their record just a little bit more. But don't go anywhere. We shall return. Game 4 coming up.
Thank you.
and we have seen the customary Karthus and Kayn Cyrox bans. This guy's just too scary on those picks. And another Thresh ban, which we are seeing more and more of. A lot of players are making high impact on this Thresh pick, and it's not just about banning, the Karma to get the best enchanter off the field anymore. This Thresh has actually made that much of an impact.
Yeah, definitely. You can play so aggressive, but you can also play so defensive on the champion. And we see a Syndra first pick from Resolve. I don't want to say anything I will regret later on, but let's just say that is an interesting choice.
Yeah, we got some patch 10.12 vibes coming in here. A little throwback for you there with the Syndra first pick. Jackal doesn't have the TF available this time, has played a fair amount of things in that mid lane. I don't doubt they will be confident on the Syndra, and we could see Cat flex it as well. If they played the Karthus bot lane, I feel like Syndra's a lot easier to play the Karthus bot lane, so we could still see that go down.
Yeah, definitely, but now on the Black Lion side, they get the Ezreal out. How are you supposed to play Syndra into Ezreal? Are you gonna look for stuns? I guess not. Ezreal is gonna stay away from you. Now let's see what support they're actually gonna pair him with. I don't think you should pick your jungle here yet. You can just take a safe pick here with the Karma, exactly. I think Yuumi has been falling out a bit, so Karma is the safe choice here. You get some poke on your lane, you get the same exact enchanter effects that Yuumi gives you. But Yuumi has been nerfed quite a bit, so Karma has been risen up on the popularity.
For sure, and Yuya, Ezreal's easily been their best performing champion so far this season. Blackpink, as you say, now that the Yuumi is gone, Karma is just so strong, and Blackpink is one of our two best enchanter players here alongside guarding you. Resolve, they've actually gone into the Nocturne here, which technically could still be a mid lane pick, but I imagine we'll see it go into Rosara's hands.
Yeah, that's...
Oh, I like it. I love the Nocturne Galio combo, dude. Just for the synergy.
Yeah, it's a nice combo, but you're playing against an Ezreal. Are you really gonna dive into that one with that duo? And you show it in the draft so early, so now Black Lion can just build a comp around it. If you just go for a straight 5v5 with a lot of disengage, what are these two champions gonna do? And we see a Corki Hover right now, which is another just high DPS champion that can get away from those engages quite easily. So I feel like you just given up all of your cards already on your draft. And that also the Galio pick, like you either have to put him on support, or you just put the Syndra in bot lane. And again, like I don't think Syndra is that good right now.
Yeah, we have seen a resurgence across the wider League world, not in SQ1 just yet, of Galio top lane being picked, and going basically the same build, going Proto Belt into AP. So I don't know how you feel about this champion, because it doesn't do well in the long trades, and with things like Darius being so popular, I feel like it's quite easy to punish Galio maybe in that way, but evidently something has changed, and this champion is seeing more play up there.
Yeah, I don't remember any patch changes on Galio. So
Not
maybe
really.
like some other topics have been falling out of favor, and you just realize that, hey, maybe we can actually put this champion in top lane since the other matchups are so bad. So you just put him there, and oh, it actually works. So
Yeah, I guess against Sion specifically, given that is Fengder's most played champion, I think it's probably all right, because Sion isn't one of these super long trading champions either. It's just about positioning around it. So you could just have an easy lane phase and then walk out and have the Nocturne combo, I suppose. So bit of flexibility, I still.
yeah, but also when you run Galio top lane, like you have to commit so far away if you actually want to ult in the fight. So I would not bet that he's not going top lane, but I'd expect him to go somewhere else. Also, we see two top lane bans from Black Lion, just taking away those.
I don't believe it either.
Yeah, they don't believe in it either. And we see a no ban from Resolve. I don't know if they actually missed it or if they had to miss it.
Maybe late to the lobby.
Yeah. But I expect to see a jungle pick right here. Just leave the last pick for top lane. You took out two of the safest top lane picks right now away. So you have 7 seconds to think of a jungler that's good into Nocturne.
Let's see what they can pull out of the bag here. And it is going to be the set. So could be top or jungle. We have seen Fengdere's set before. It was perfectly fine. I don't think we've seen Cyrox set jungle so far.
Yeah, I think set jungle is just not that good. Like it gives you what set wants to do, but you are like effectively playing low econ when you play it, and a lot of the items that make you strong are actually required. Oh, that is gonna be either a solo lane Nocturne or a solo lane Graves.
Sure, we've got some heavy flexing going on here. So the Galio could still be going into that support role, as we can see in the mid lane Nocturne or the top lane Nocturne. Top lane Graves. I don't know, man. Something's happening here. Levi has got to clear up this confusion for us and let us know actually what's going to happen in this game. We're being told draft is being remade, so
yeah,
missing ping from me on that one.
yeah. If you look at the drafting, like I would want to remake that as one as well. Like,
can we just do over this one, guys? Can we get a free mulligan on this?
Yeah, like not to like be overly negative or anything, but I feel like there's so many picks in that comp that just don't make any sense. Like, what are you actually gonna do with these champions to get her? Like, you have a lot of engage, then you have Graves, who's a low range farming jungler.
Yeah.
And you have like Graves
Syndra
and
can't
Nocturne on the
follow up.
same comp when Nocturne has like no real lane to go to where he can play safe. Like, thank God we are getting a remake of this draft.
I guess we'll see, because I mean, most of this does have to be locked in as it is, I imagine. They won't be able to actually completely remake it. I imagine potentially the last ban not going through was a mistake, so they might be maybe intending a last ban, and we'll see what their last pick is. But I feel like if I was Black Lion, I wouldn't let them get away with a free mulligan here, because they are laughing right now for their side of the draft.
Yeah, most likely, yeah. So I think the first rotation, first rotation is going to be the same anyway. So just gonna see the same bans, same picks coming out. But I just want to know at what point do they have to stop picking the same champions? So do we actually get to see the Graves with the Nocturne, or do we not?
Maybe that was meant to be the ban, the Graves, and trying to ban away from Cyrox, because that's a decent ban. It was the pick was apparently meant to be set. So
the ban was meant to be set.
Sure.
Okay.
We'll just see how it shakes out. I don't. I'm gonna stop talking and speculating about what they're thinking.
Yeah.
We'll just see how they're gonna run through it pretty quickly. We'll get through and see how we are actually gonna develop here. So we've talked about Resolves comp in a very confused manner. If we look over to what Black Lions have actually done with their Ezreal Karma and their Corki and maybe a set, if it comes through, maybe it's meant to be a ban. So what do you think Black Lion are looking to pick up as their last thing? Are they gonna just lock in the Scion and put set in jungle, or are they gonna maybe try and find another answer here?
Honestly, by the way, they have drafted. They have a safe bot lane who can poke out your opponents, but most likely are just gonna play it safe because Ezreal, you want to get that 2-item power spike, and once you have those 2 items, you're just going to slap everyone. Your champion has so much mobility, you have so much range, you don't even have to go into auto attack range to be able to do damage. It's just such a good 2-item pick. So you want to play safe in bot lane. Then you have picked this Corki, which is good into the Galio matchup if Galio decides to go mid lane. But even if he doesn't, you're just going to be able to farm safely. You have your escape ability. You have your package for every 5 minutes you can make a play. So you don't even have to be like AFK for the whole duration of the game. And you can just play safe. So what is remaining for them to play towards? Pick a top lane matchup that wins. You don't want to give Jojo a free matchup and just like AFK for the whole game. And we see the set ban coming in now.
Yes, the set bans come through. They hover the Wukong but swap to the Graves. So the Graves actually has been picked up there by Cyrox. So top lane is still open. So it looks like you're going to get your Fengdere counter pick.
Yeah, like basically you have now 4 farming champions. Karma not really, but you can just sit behind and farm. And now we see the Ornn coming for Jojo once again. But Ornn has so many counter picks. You can pick Sylas, you can just get your own Ornn ultimate. You can pick so many different champions to just smash him basically later on into the game. So let's see actually what Fengdere has in mind.
So if we look at what Resolve has, they've gone for the Kindred. So is this a Syndra Galio bot lane? I think makes the most sense here, right? Maybe?
Yes. But where's the...
They've only got 2 ranged champions, right?
Where's the Nocturne going?
Goes mid, Ornn top, and then Kindred jungle, I guess.
Yeah, I guess we just wait for the timer and see like what they actually do. I've heard that Kindred has been played in the bot lane lately, so you can actually put the Kindred on ADC. But I guess they are going with what you said, like
Yeah, Kindred into Ezreal Karma feels like such a massive yikes. Like with that short range early on in the game against Ezreal Karma, like you're never gonna get an auto attack off.
Yeah, you probably won't, but also like I feel like they went for like the hyper flex of like, oh, we can just pick the Nocturne here with the Galio, we have a good duo up there, and then
Yeah.
they ended up going like, oh, we cannot put Nocturne into the jungle, and we have Syndra already picked up, and then they just do this, and I feel like they got the worst end of the stick on every lane right now. Black Lion, they had a counter pick on the top lane, they managed to pick up the Maokai, unfortunately, so you just basically AFK on every lane and expect to win later on. Like that's a playstyle as well, but it's extremely boring to watch, so I'm disappointed.
Yeah, I mean, it is somewhat of the thing that are special here. We do not see this player as a lane dominant player. Mostly he is the CEO of Weakside now in Square One, and
Rest
is
in
going to
peace,
continue to
Awaken.
do exactly. Rest in peace. I think in terms of the actual matchup, neither of them really win hard enough to make an effect on the game. But we do have the Ornn items coming through for JoJo, which could be very impactful for people like Rosara if they get enough stacks built up. Cat with the extra burst potential, maybe keeping Jackal relevant later on into the game, depending on what build they choose to go for.
Yeah, it's just that the resolve side of this team comp doesn't actually scale. You have Galio on the support position that doesn't really scale. You have Syndra, who's a burst mage, who falls off quite hard because your opponents can actually like buy items against you, and your damage. Yeah, that's dance. You can go, and you also have like Karma shielding whoever like gets hit by it. You have Frontline who can tank up the combos as well. Then you have Nocturne who falls off really hard, and Ornn is a tank who naturally falls off. And then you have the Kindred who hopefully can get some of the early stacks, but you really rely on getting the stacks here. So Resolve have to do something in this game. Like Black Lion, they wanna get to the late game. Look at their champions; they are fine going into the 30 minutes plus. Like right now, I feel like Black Lion outdrafted here like quite hard, unless Resolve can pull off something in the early game. That's always a possibility. But Black Lion is a good team. They are 7-2 right now. Even though they lost the game today, like I still have faith in them.
Yeah, I think Black Lion. The only weakness potentially I see is that they don't really have any way to start a fight besides Maokai ult, maybe the package, which isn't a very safe way to do that. But given if you look at Resolve's team comp with Jackal and Levi, they're going to be the ones starting the fight. You don't need to start a fight. If Jackal and Levi don't start a fight, they're just going to get poked out and lose the game. So you can just wait for them to come to you. So I guess it doesn't even matter for them. And they will just scale up, as you say, get the Corki Ezreal Graves triple death stance combo, and then Syndra ult doesn't even kill you anymore.
Yeah, definitely. Like basically how you want to fight as Black Lion, you want to get the vision control around objectives, whatever it is. Like, is it Dragon, is it Baron, are you pushing down a lane with your Baron buff, or whatever you're doing, get the vision control first. Make Resolve engage on you, because as long as you control the objective, you don't need to engage. You either take the objective for free, or your opponents do the engaging for you. And when you look at the champions Black Lion has, they are fine getting engaged on. They just put on the Karma Shield, they put the Maokai ultimate on, they have 3 DPS AD carry champions, and they should be fine in this comp as long as they play like they have played this whole split.
Yeah, for sure. If they can keep themselves in check after the upsetting Spark loss earlier today. If we're looking at how this early game is going to play out, I mean, Jackal and Levi both have Ignite, and it's really on them to make stuff happen. I guess I'd quite like to see Levi just leave bot lane, to be honest. If they're not going to get kills in bot lane, go and triple gank Yokai. You know, just burn his flash, force it out, get Rosara some stacks, get Jackal some use out of his Ignite. Just leave Cat to farm it up, I suppose. And hope they don't get dived. Because, like, if there's no CC, it does make dives harder to set up, so maybe it's harder to punish leaving your Syndra alone.
Yeah, it's definitely harder to like hard punish, but also if you look at the champions they have, like you don't even have to take aggro on Ezreal or Karma, and you can still damage the Syndra. And Syndra, known for having no real escape abilities, you only have your one stun, and Ezreal has the arcane shift, so you can actually like just play around it.
Yeah.
So I feel like, of course, it would be good to shut down Evil Yokai in mid lane, but also I don't think the Syndra pick was the best for this game, especially on the first pick. And there was every ADC except for Kog'Maw, but he's not really an ADC at the moment. He's a mage in mid lane. But like every ADC of the game was open, and you decided to pick Syndra, who is nerfed after nerfed after nerfed. Like now your mana cost on level 1 Q is 60 mana. That's like 50% increase on what it used to be. That's that's insane nerf. Your champion like doesn't even do that much damage if you like actually think about it. Like it's all burst damage. You have to look for the stun. You have to like have someone else set up and you burst your whole combo and one guy dies. But when you play against like Ezreal and Graves and stuff who can actually like avoid it or just build defensively, like I don't think the champion is first pick worthy at all at the moment.
No, doesn't seem to fit in with what they have, as we have gotten onto the Rift now here with our last game of the day. Resolve Academy and Black Lions Academy both searching for their first win today to get themselves back on track after unfortunate losses earlier on. I imagine that this level 1 is going to be relatively chilled out, especially with Black Lions comp. They're just going to be waiting to watch and let these lanes crash as normal to start exploiting any advantages they have.
Yeah, and last game we were talking about the cool, how it's a great item, people have been picking it up.
Yep.
And I think Evil Yuka was listening to that one. He was like, maybe I start with that item.
We see Fendere catching Jojo here, a little bit of trading back some grasp stacks. Gentleman's agreement traded in that top side. Nothing really going to be too heavily achieved there, so I'm just watching. Rosara stepping up a little bit into the river, maybe looking for an early ward. Keeping track of Cyrox, always useful with this Graves. Do you think that Graves is going to have much to do earlier on with the lanes that BlackLion have drafted themselves, or is it actually just hard farming?
It's hard farming. Black Lions comp, they basically have like 3 lanes that you cannot do anything around. I mean, technically you can go to top lane with a red buff, but Jojo should be intelligent enough not to push in that hard because it's the only lane Graves can actually go to. Like, how are you gonna gank these other lanes without like any setup? I mean, I guess you have the Karma W as your setup, but if that's all of your setup, like you're just expecting the Civet to try to spell shield your Slayer and get a kill that way.
Yeah, so that's unlikely, as we saw Jackal trying to get the early push on in this mid lane. Yokai obviously going to be trying to push them back from doing that. And we do, at least for the early stages, have Cat and Levi in the bot lane, where they do have strong CC combo and decent base damages, so they might have an opportunity to get a kill. But right now, this is just a kind of a replay of last game, just getting poked out. Press the attack on Yuya as well, importantly, so those pokes are doing even more.
Yeah, I didn't even notice that he went for the press the attack. Then that's the first time ever I see Ezreal go with that rune.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna have to see like how he actually will do with that, because most of the time you're not gonna get that many like combo auto attacks. You don't like Q auto Q or not like none of that. Like I think Conqueror is just still the best choice. I don't think Ezreal has like that many good runes. And oh my god, Resolve Academy is getting punished in this bot line.
Jeez Louise, dude. You proc that press the attack at level 1. Maybe Cat didn't notice as well. I was like, wait, why am I taking so much damage? And suddenly, they're both below half. Potions falling away. Luckily, Cat has opted into the biscuits from the inspiration tree, so they may be able to top themselves up. But this is unfortunate for them, as Jackal and Rosara now coming in to force that flash out of Yokai. This is what we wanted to see. That's good value.
Oh, he was 1 minion away. That was just dying from the level 3 that he gets the double view away, but he didn't have it yet, so he had to use the flash. Now he has to play a lot more careful on this lane. It's actually like a funny matchup in the mid lane, because like Nocturne is a melee champion you would expect to get bullied, but also your wave clear and sustain with your passive is quite good. So you can actually play like pretty far up on this lane.
Yeah, as we see Jackal doing just that, pushing Corki right behind his own tower while the waves are still crashed in the middle lane. And Yokai, now that he's flashless, is definitely going to have to be afraid of that one. Cat and Levi still getting bullied incredibly hard in that bottom side, leaving Cyrox completely free to take this bottom scuttle.
Yeah, Rosara ending up on the Kindred pick instead of something that can early gank lanes. I think it's like you kind of want some you kind of want some like late game insurance on your comp, but also like you ended up picking like 4 champions that just wanna like go in the mid game and kill enemies. So I don't think this Kindred pick like that well fits in your composition, and now you're getting punished for it.
Yep, and Rosara's gonna have a lot of work to do to carry this game. Jojo pushing in Fender in this top side, Ornn abusing the item buys there to win these trades out. Gets a knock up, charging into that Promontory of Rock. Fender is still gonna be able to heal up using the Maokai passive. Jackal still exerting pressure in this lane. Cyrox actually behind him there, forces him to walk away, doesn't get the fear onto Yokai, who is out of mana, does have the TP, probably going to be looking to exploit that pretty soon. Jackal still nice CS lead there, 11 CS up already with the wave crashing into him.
Yeah, definitely well played on this lane from Jackal. He got the one gank from Rosara.
Oh, we got a 2v2 developing here. There is a minion wave coming through, but the Ignite comes through. Cyrox trying to get that first blood locked into Rosara, now kind of left in the lurch. Blackpink is there. The flash comes out from Rosara to keep him alive. Yokai takes a tower shot, Jackal. Flash forward from Levi, gets in with the Ignite, but drops the first blood. Jackal greets for it, and Levi has to settle for the second coming in to help.
Yeah, and now you said that Jackal has the wave to pick up, and now he just completely misses it. Like, he gets ahead quite a bit from that. He was ahead a lot of CS, so he actually gets his lethality item already, and Corki just gets his tier. So he has a big advantage on this lane right now, even though the first blood ended up going to Black Lion.
I think Corki wouldn't even get the tier, like, because he only has 19 CS, right? So without the first blood, he actually has to die without a tier back, which feels so bad on any champion that wants to get it early.
Yeah, definitely. Like, I think one of the only positives on that one for Evil Yokai was that he doesn't actually have to use his TP. He still saves it. He can just take another good back later on. But right now, he's just not enjoying this lane. Like, you can see here, Jackal forcing the double V out. That's over 20 seconds now that Evil Yokai has to play without it. And Jackal most likely hitting level 6 soon. Let's see what he can actually do with that one.
Absolutely. Rosara on this bot side now, clearing out some of the vision, looking to take control of this bot side river. Have seen a lot of early dragon control so far today. It is just a mountain here, so Jojo and Fengdere would like to get that one secured. I wonder if we'll see a fight. Now that level 6 is there for Jackal, you pointed it out. Now that's going to be available for a potential dragon fight.
Yeah, Levi doesn't actually... Oh, they're engaging right now.
The bot side doesn't quite get it. Blackpink flashes out of the way, I should say. Levi not going to get anything there as Jackal and Rosara taking control of the scuttle. Levi now going to get locked up by this chain, and Yuya does have decent bursts. Syndra still strong early on. Levi pushed very far away. Yuya guesses the wrong direction with the Mystic Shot. Levi slinks away with his life.
Yeah, but just overall, like, Yuya is just bullying this bot lane.
This guy can't miss. He cannot miss.
Yeah, if he has vision on the enemies, he won't miss.
yeah, the caveat there. If he has vision, he won't miss. Yokai does have the ultimate as well soon. I'm not sure when the package comes up. Is it 8 minutes?
I think it's at 8 minutes, yeah.
Yeah, so they might
I think the first pack.
out for the dragon.
Yeah, it's 8 minutes, and after that, it's a 5-minute cooldown. And you can keep it for 1 minute. So it's like, if you use it at the last second, it's like a 4-minute cooldown at that point, I think. Yeah. But it's still
Feels quite important there that that Levi got poked so low, because it meant that Resolve couldn't force a dragon fight before the package is ready. Now they've had to go back, and they might have to deal with that. And we've seen some massive package plays already today as well, so don't want to underestimate how much that can change the course of the game. But Cyrox is caught out without his ultimate by Jackal. Doesn't want to commit too hard, though. The Graves stats coming through would probably kept them alive, but Jackal is exerting a lot of pressure on this game.
Yeah, and this is what you actually want to do, because Black Lions, they have 3... Oh, that's a kill in bot lane? Okay.
Finally. Look, behind the tower, I believe it was an ultimate snipe. Yuya hits level 6 and catches Cat behind his own tower.
Yeah, I was just about to, like, praise the pick from Jackal. Like, he's actually doing what he needs to be doing on this Nocturne. He's actually out farming, he keeps shoving in the mid lane, and he goes and helps Rosara to just out jungle the Cyrox on this Graves pick. But as we say that, like, bot lane just dies.
We needed them to keep it afloat, and now we go to the replay.
Yeah, I think it's just a snipe. Like, does he go into the bush or something? I don't think he saw him.
Oh, he gets it?
Oh, he gets it and immediately...
He's in full vision. He's in full vision.
Oh my god. That's kinda...
Cat with the shop open.
Yeah, probably with the shop open, but also, like, I don't know if he used it just to shove the wave, so Cat would actually miss out a lot more minions and just accidentally getting the kill, or whatever he had in mind, but ended up working out well. Right now, his Q accuracy when he sees the enemies is extremely high, and ultimate accuracy is 100%. So his Ezreal, as you said, is one of his best champions. He's been popping off on it.
For sure. As we check back in with this top lane, we have both Bammy Cinders have been completed. Highly impactful damage spike for both these top laners who are farming it out and even. and literally nothing is happening. But the Rift Herald is going to go down and is getting picked up by Cyrox, so they may look to exploit that for that first tower gold, as we have seen some plates dropping here by Fender, leaving a lot of space. Jojo stepping back very far, possibly expecting a gang?
I think he was trying to build an item, but he didn't have time
sure.
for it. I'm not completely sure, but right there, like, I expected Resolve Academy to just fight for that Herald.
Oh, Rosara catches you, forgets the Arcane Shift and the flash out nice and early, but Cyrox is here. Can they escape now, just getting that value? Blast Cone is ready. Levi trying to hold it, but Rosara just jumps over the wall instead. Cyrox maybe has a dash ready, but isn't going to chase too far. They are going to trade a flash for a flash in the end.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage coming from the Graves. Already the jungle item completed. And Ezreal is so far ahead of this Syndra. I was gonna say that when Syndra died, he right then got his tier. I'm not sure why he's going for the tier build in this game. Like, someone flamed him for not going the tier build on the Karthus. So now he's just like, oh, I'm just gonna go tier on Syndra now. No one's gonna flame me now. But haha, joke's on you. I'm here to flame you for it. He got his tier around 9 minutes, which is extremely late. He has no other items except for like a few rings in his inventory. He is down 25 CS while the Ezreal has the kill in his pocket already. Like, this Ezreal is so close to his 2-item spike already, even though it's only 10 minutes into the game.
Really devastating lead being extended in that bot lane. I feel like what we need to see is we need to see Jackal do something. He's still got the gold lead, he's got the lethality, he's got the ultimate, he's got the ignite. I want to see this paranoia be dropped. He's got to get something back in their favor, or this bot lane is going to keep bleeding out to the point where he's not going to be able to offset it.
Yeah, and Black Lion was already on the Herald play. They moved up their bot lane. I was expecting Resolve Academy to do the same, to just go for the play, since they have the Nocturne, they have like the aggressive fix on their side. But I think they didn't go for it because the support, Galio, actually didn't have his ultimate.
Maokai is behind the tower right now, which is interesting. It's just going to walk... Oh, here comes the Paranoia and the Ignite, the burst damage onto Yokai, and that's what we wanted to see. But now Cyrox maybe trying to chase Jackal away, opts into the fight again with the Kindred ult. It's Rosara, I should say, coming in to back them up. Can he get that proc? Forces a flash out of Cyrox. Cyrox is going to get a kill back, but Levi picks up a kill onto Yuya in the bot lane. Resolve's bot lane actually catching out maybe the over-aggression. Goes onto Blackpink, but there's no way that taunt is going to be online already yet. Blackpink stepping up pretty aggressively. The TP behind him with Fender. Cyrox goes down and trades with Rosara in the middle lane. Now Fender looking to start a 2v2. Jojo TPing in as well. In comes that ultimate from Levi. Gets the knock onto Fender, but surely there is not enough damage to secure any kills here. Fender drops the Maokai ultimate, locks up Jojo. There is now a gap. Comes through the taunt for Levi. Cat takes more damage as well. Blackpink dropped pretty low. The snipe from Yuya picks up the double kill with the Arcane Barrage. Jojo forced the flash away, and Fender and Blackpink chasing them down. Can they get the kill? Yes, they can. Blackpink picks it up, and through the rotations and the great teamfight play, Black Lion win out.
Is that now 150% ultimate accuracy that he got a double kill with that one? My god, that was well timed from him. And almost all of the kills in that fight go into his pocket as well.
Yuya steps up to Jackal and gets shot down. What are you doing, my man? Jackal now trying to maybe get a kill to Fender. He steps away from the sapling, though. The right choice is Rosara comes in. He drops so low and dies. Fender picks up a return kill. Now Rosara and Levi are here to try and clean up the mess. The slow comes through onto the Maokai. Levi is here to back up if needed, but one more dash forward is going to secure it for Rosara. Maybe if he can dash forward and get it. My friend, you left it! And Blackpink snipes him under the tower! I can't do it! Oh, Mena, 2 games in a row like this. I'm not going to make it.
These are one of our top teams! Like, stop fighting for no reason! Like, what is going on? And, like, the fights are just so long, like, my head cannot take this. I don't even remember what started this fight. And Blackpink is already, like, just ready to fight again.
Finally, Blackpink is going to exercise some restraint. The top lane tower did go down. It's important to say Cyrox just watching both teams going at it. He is going to get a kill, but here comes that fight mid.
Yeah, we have a replay on some parts of that fight, I guess. Like, we see the solo kill in mid lane, we see an Ornn ultimate in the top side. We see actually Yuya and Blackpink just go for a kill, but they don't get Cat and ended up getting bursted down. And then we see the junglers killing themselves under the mid-tier 1 tower as well in a small while. This might take a while. Rosara just flashing out in, and no mana, just greeds for the kill. Maybe he had a mark on him, so it's worth. And then we see more fighting in the bot lane. We see a TP coming up. Galio uses the ultimate to block some of the damage. And as the fight continues, let's look at Ezreal. When does the ult actually leave? It leaves now. It's coming. And do they just line up perfectly? Oh my god, the Maokai W actually stops him on his tracks. And the fight isn't even close to being over. They kill Jojo under the tower, and more people just keep coming up. I think Karma recalls here, so he gets out. But Yuya
are being shifted. He doesn't
I don't think he expected Jackal to come bot lane. He just ends up dying there, but Fengdera just kills him as well. Like, Maokai just deals too much damage at this point of the game. And then he escapes as well. Like, I did not think he would get away here. He uses his passive really well there, uses the W to dodge the auto attack, and then Karma just comes up and picks up the last kill of the fight as well.
Insane.
What has happened on live this time? Was there any kills?
I think it was a dragon taken. I think Resolve have a dragon, so that's something. They've got a Cloud Drake, which is nice, but not going to be overly impactful. It's going to be nice for Jackal to get more paranoias, Jojo to get more Call of the Forge Gods. But overall, we have had a bit of calm, at least for once, as now we have Cat being pressured once again under this bot lane tower. But now Rozara's coming around the side, actually, looking to get another kill here. In comes Levi with the grand entrance to come through. Blackpink is going to not quite go down as Rozara drops the Lamb's Respite, but a taunt onto Yuya with the Unleash power to follow up is going to secure that kill for Levi. It's a shame that Levi keeps getting these kills, as Yokai has TP'd in but can only watch. Oh, actually, a fight into top lane. Jackal's forced to flash away into the tower. Maokai ult is dropped, but Jackal's not going to give away his life.
Yeah, I feel like Black Lion, they are, they don't know it, but they are 7k up right now at 15 minutes, and they have the outscaling comp. They should not be engaging these fights. I know, Yuya, you have the advantage in bot lane. You are strong on this Ezreal. You are playing against a tier Syndra, who just isn't doing anything in this game. But please calm down for my and CJ's sake. Like, please.
Yeah, I don't know if I could take much more of this, honestly. Just checking the predictions really quickly, and only 2 people predicted Resolve Academy over Black Lion, Kachka and Pixel, and I can't be certain anymore. I was pretty certain about 3 minutes ago that Black Lion were going to win this game, but now I just don't know. As Jackal is engaging once again on Yoga, he actually forces the flash to get away from the fear from Jackal's Nocturne. Blackpink with another bit of damage coming through, doesn't land the Mantra Q, and Levi's going to support him as well, so for once, nobody died.
Yeah, and now comes the part where Yuya actually wants to go to mid lane. It's 60 minutes into the game, you just bring your bot lane into the mid lane, but on the other hand, it means that Evil Yukai with the Corki pick has to go on a side lane, and Jackal with his ultimate up, rank 2 ultimate, ready to go on him at any point. They have the Cloud Dragon as well, he has his ultimate up almost all the time. So Evil Yukai has to play so careful in this game. They have the lead, but it is not written in stone that this game is over.
Yeah, something that I'm keeping an eye on here for both Corki and Ezreal. They are both sitting on Manamoon, Phage, and Sheen. These Triforces are about to drop, and that's going to be a huge spike for them. I want to see Resolve Academy try and get something done before this happens, because that's going to be very, very tough to deal with.
Yeah, they definitely have to do something with the Nocturne ultimate. But right now, it's looking a bit grim for them. Cyrox is actually 2 levels ahead of this Kindred. I don't think Kindred has gotten even that many marks in this game. I think he has a few, if you can get some information on that one. But right now, he has 4 stacks, so that's like the first real upgrade you actually get. Yep. He's not that far down, but definitely, by the way you have your lanes, you have like so much aggression on your lanes, so much prio you can actually make with your lanes. You should have more than 4 stacks at this point.
It feels like we haven't seen too much of Cyrox this game. He's got a couple of kills from these weird fights with Rozara under the mid lane tower, but ultimately this Graves has pretty much been hard farming it, as you say. He's got 142 CCS at 18 minutes, has got 2 items locked in. He is going to become a very scary champion as we go into the next 5-10 minutes of the game. There is an Ocean Dragon coming up, which could give an excuse for Resolve to fight, but looks like they instead want to try and catch Feng there. Probably a tough one, given how tanky this Maokai already is. Paranoia comes through, diving into this mid lane. Levi actually ults back to the mid lane to cover it, but there we saw the kite back that you mentioned before.
Yeah, as I said in the Champion Select, Black Lion just saw this combo so early in the draft, and they already had drafted Ezreal, that they just draft a comp that they can get out of the combo. And now Chuckles and Levi's ultimates are both on cooldown. There's not much they can do against this aggression. Dragon is coming up in 10 seconds, and Black Lion also have the Rift Herald in their pocket. Let's see, like, again, Levi trying to engage, but nothing happening.
Yeah, without the flash taunt, there is no way you're going to get that one done. My friend Rosara eating a lot of damage from Ezreal, and Blackpink there. The ultimate comes through, but is only going to catch onto Jojo. So still 100% hit rate on that one, importantly for everyone keeping track at home. And Cyrox and Yokai are going to go straight onto the Ocean Drake.
Yeah, and right now, actually, Ezreal has completed Muramana. That's a huge power spike on him. Not Trinity Force yet, but I think he has money in the base as well. So he's really close to that. Corki has finished the Trinity Force. You said that you want to see them punish them before that happens, but there was no punish.
I can see this coming through the packages there. Cyrox has the Rift Herald. They're trying to maybe set up this dive onto Cat and Levi, but they opt to not go for it. A little bit of restraint utilized by Black Lion there, as Yue is just going to pick up this tower nonetheless.
Ooh, I spot something really good in the inventory of Maokai. That's a Liandry's Torment in his inventory. That gives him such good dueling power against Jojo's Ornn. Right now, Ornn has to build more magic resist because Maokai does a lot of magic damage. But Liandry's just doesn't really care about it that much. You deal so much max HP damage with it, and Ornn has been building so much health that this item is actually really good for them.
We've seen the amount of damage Fendir has been doing on this Maokai already, and now he's got a damage item to boot. Pretty scary stuff coming through as that Rift Herald is dropped to take this bot lane inner. It's going to be cleaned up by Jackal, so not going to touch the inhib tower. But that's another tower in the favor of Black Lion. 5 towers to 0 right now. Extended their gold lead. It's coming up on 10k.
Yeah, and right now, Black Lion's itemization, I really like it. We have seen a few games in SQ1 where some of the itemizations are questionable at best. Some would say lost to Shopkeeper, but I'm not going to be that one.
Definitely not. You'd never do that.
I would never do that. It is just a bit unfortunate that some of the item choices are not optimal sometimes, but right now on Black Lion, I really like their comps. First of all, they have a lot of magic damage, but they have quite a bit of AD damage from the Graves and the Ezreal as well. And they have been building like that.
Is that just Maokai?
Yeah,
that half Cat's HP, over half. He's flashing forward and forces the ultimate out of Rosara. Levi comes in to interrupt, but Fendir is taking no damage right now. 3 taunts actually land in. A large Call of the Forge God will do a bit of damage back onto BL, as now Jackal comes in, forces the flash away. Can he get Yuya? He does take down Yuya. This is a fight that's become winnable for Resolve, but Fendir is still on 2 high HP. A lot of blinking red HP bars for the side of Resolve, and Yokai is the one end up cleaning up that kill. That was some good effort by Resolve, though. 1-for-1 in the end.
Yeah, but look at the situation Black Lion put themselves into. Maokai is just solo in the enemy jungle. No one is actually ready for it, but he just pulls the trigger because he knows they are so far ahead. It ends up being a 1-for-1, but they are, like, just going for the Baron right now.
I really love the aggressive play by Fendir, flashing over the wall there to force out the ult from Rosara. Jojo has come in with the TP, and Cat is ready on the side. A little bit of damage coming through to Yokai. If they can get a stun, it could turn ugly for the Corki, as Levi is here once again. Cyrox jumps over, dives straight into Cat's face, cuts him off for the team, and is trying to 1v1 them while the Baron's going on. A taunt comes out from Levi onto Blackpink, but it's going to get stuck in that 1v3. Rosara forced away by Fendir. He gets the kill onto Levi. Yuya ends up picking him up onto Rosara's Kindred, and Jojo forced the flee into that top lane. Nowhere to run from Cyrox. A double kill ends up coming up from Yuya, and Black Lion, they play that Baron fight excellently.
Yeah, the way Cyrox actually cut off Cat from the whole team there, and Nocturne not even being there because he was... I think he was dead before that fight even started. So they actually cannot play to their strengths. They have this wombo combo dive to the backline comp with some other picks in there as well. But like they just cannot play for their win condition, and they ended up losing the fight.
Yep,
and we get
a replay.
Yeah, we get a replay of that. They put the pink ward there. I don't think they saw Cyrox go over the wall. They actually see him for a while, but what other choice do they have? The Baron is going down. What can Jojo actually do here? He sees the low HP targets, and Cat is just getting bullied. Even the ultimate misses from Cyrox, but the red buff finishes him off. And the rest of the fight is just cleaning up the rest of the remaining members of Resolve Academy.
Yeah, it looks like Jojo just didn't know what to do there. It's like, oh, I have to get down here for these low HP. Oh, Cat gets burst by Yuya. The killing spree comes through from the 2-item Ezreal, backed up by the Karma. He did not see that one coming.
Yeah, like, why would you not first pick this champion? Instead, you go for the Syndra, and you ended up flexing it poorly. Like, Ezreal is such a powerful champion right now. It's being piloted greatly by Yuyai, and we see Fender in the top lane, 1v2.
Getting caught up by Rosara. Now they might actually be able to get the shutdown onto Rosara. Would be very helpful injection of cash into their pocket. They are just beating him against the wall. Rosara going very low. Once again, Fender has to pop the ultimate. The Lamb's Respite. Can Rosara keep himself alive? The healing comes through, but he gets locked up, and Fender is going to get the kill. Can he kill Jojo? He's actually maybe going to get this kill if he can get the heal off. Will that W come up? There comes the heal. Or the whole call, the Porch Code comes through, knocks up, but Jojo's dying to the minions, and a double kill from Fender in the top lane, while the rest of Black Lions are knocking on the base. That is just the biggest flex we have seen all game. Absolutely massive performance from this Maokai. He's gone back to base. He's TPing in. Blackline going to come through. Jacko goes straight onto the Corki and will almost get the kill off the back of Levi following up. A taunt comes through, but it's too little, too late. Resolve. You are going to go down to Black Lions. It was a valiant effort at times, but Black Lions, they should still be at the top of our leaderboard for a reason.
Yeah, what an excellent performance from them. And I have been... Oh my god. I have been praising Yuya on this Ezreal pick, and if you look at the scoreboard, you might be a bit confused on why do I do that. He's 8-4-4. 4 deaths out of the 7 in his team were on him. But to be honest, the enemy comp is just designed to run for him. And he overextended a few times, but his performance on Ezreal was excellent this game. But oh my god.
I feel like I flamed checkered too much, but that was like a checkered Ezreal game. You know, he's actually going aggressive a lot and getting a lot of damage done, but sometimes you just walk into melee range of a Nocturne and die. And it's just like, okay, friend, like, I guess you can do that. Look at the damage! Look at Fender's damage! He did the most damage in the game! Wow.
Yeah, like, I was expecting this, and Liandry's is such a powerful item, especially when you're ahead and you know that your opponent cannot actually kill you. Just build it on these champions. Like, it is so good. Like, you get the AP, which of course Maokai can use on every single ability he uses. You get the health, you get the magic damage burn, but you also get the increasing damage percent, 10% overall when it reaches the maximum stacks. It gives you so much extra damage in your all of your abilities. And we saw that in the final 2v1 in the top lane. Of course, a lot of that was on the fact that Rosara was quite behind with this Kindred pick. They didn't have any healing reduction that they should have had for this Maokai, and the passive was healing him so much. But also, he was dealing out so much damage.
Yeah, truly massive performance by Fendery here. It's another game. A lot of Blackline's games tend to pan out where it's just so hard to pick an MVP out of them because, you know, Cyrox was quietly farming up his numbers massively, dropping the Rift Herald on the other side of the map while there's crazy Fiesta fights going on in bot lane. You know, he's cutting off fight from these Baron fights, doing a lot of work on this Graves. And Blackpink as well, I'd say, was an equally massive part of how good this bot lane was, but without the inting of Yuya. So that's a really strong performance there. But for me, I'm leaning towards Feng there just because of the style points, man.
Yeah, I think Yuya was running it a bit too hard on this game to get the MVP. And Feng there, like, I wasn't agreeing with the Maokai pick. I wanted him to pick something more exciting against the Ornn. Something you can actually punish him on the laning phase. Something you can outplay him on. But he proved me wrong. He did that exact same thing a bit later on to the game, but with Maokai.
Yeah, we got the hype plays from Fender. We got the flashes forward. We got the 2v1s going down to a sliver HP. Really, really happy to see Fender come in. There's been some rough performances from Fender. You know, he's had a couple of you know, running it downs of his own, and now we have gotten off the Scion weirdly because that's definitely meant to be his best champion onto the Maokai, and now he's being really aggressive, and now he's having a big impact on the game. So it's great to see a little bit of diversification out of this player and flourishing while he's doing it.
Yeah, and we got one of the big team fights again in this game, so you got to cast that hype long team fight once again. So thank you for that one, Resolve and Black Lions.
Yeah, thanks for the content. We do love the content here, and they fed it to us in a big way. I think just while we're waiting for the interview to be ready here, we can give a little shout out to the fact that Squared Away this week is going to be featuring Resolve Rai, the owner there. So we get to talk to him a little bit about the roster changes, about having another slightly disappointing week, and where the team is going to go from here to kind of turn it around and get themselves back up to the top of the seed, at least back into the playoff contention, I should say.
Yeah, definitely. I don't know what's the coaching situation there, but honestly, like, this drafting is like not acceptable. Like
Yeah,
if they want to keep in the top 4 contention of this league, like you have to fix something in the drafting. Like I don't know if it's because Cat doesn't want to play ADCs or whatever the situation is, but this drafting was quite abysmal.
It's weird. Resolve was one of the teams that had some of the really good drafting. When we spoke to Sherik on Squared Away, he was praising their drafting a lot and saying this team knows how to draft. You know, we do and they do. We're the 2 best teams drafting right now. And it seemed to be true. And now we just have lost it. We're going onto these strange meta picks and these comps that don't quite fit together, and we're just not seeing it work out. So we'll have to keep an eye on that and see how that progresses as the rest of the season goes on. As now Blackline, they did secure that victory. They are now at least, I think, even with Sparks again. So they're both joint at the top there. But Sparks, I think, if we did like a loose tiebreaker, I believe their game time was shorter. And, you know, just on the eye test, I feel like they should have won both games. So I'd probably say for me, Sparks is looking like the best team with Blackline on a close second.
Yeah, the top of the table. I think even the third team on the table right now, Split Raiders, can be put onto the same group as the top 2 at the moment. I think all of them can have
Yes.
really entertaining games against each other. Anyone can take games away from anyone. And it's just an exciting league at the moment.
Yeah, for sure. The next Split Raider Sparks game is something I'm definitely looking forward to as another big indicator there, as we've had Sparks and BL's full series. And I believe we've now had both of Blackline and Split Raiders games, and that went 1-1. So we're going to have to stay tuned and see how that one shapes up. We are now ready to go to our post-game interview. It is with Yuya, so we're going to have Counterfeit interviewing the Ezreal there of the exciting, shall we say, plays being made by Blackline in that game. I have been CJ, Trajan McDonald, joined by Omena here for this riveting game, day of games once again. We're going to go to an interview. Take it away, Counterfeit.
All right, guys, thank you so much. Yes, as you said, I'm here with Yuya after a frankly astonishing game. Yuya, I mean, that was honestly an absolutely fantastic performance on the Ezreal. What I really want from you most is the secrets of how you are so filthy with that true shot barrage.
I think it's just like you need to play more than 500 games a month with Ezreal, and then you have it.
So
it's like I'm playing Ezreal most of the time because I don't know. It's like a one trick already. I'm really good on him, and he's just too OP right now, and no one is banning him. So yeah, I will pick him and I will hit my R's and get the kills.
What I mean, you know, since we're on the subject, what did you think of the recent nerf that Ezreal took to the shift? Do you think that was that enough to shift the needle for you?
It's really hurt, to be honest. I didn't think it will matter that much, but it does matter, especially in these games. Like not in solo queue, but in these games. But he's still like really, really strong and one of the best AD carries you can pick right now. Especially if you need to blind pick him. That's why I don't think the nerfs are like making him not viable or something. He's still really, really strong.
So we didn't get to hear from you guys after your previous game against Sparks. Obviously that was a tough loss for you guys. I'm kind of curious, what lessons you took from that big game, which a lot of people were looking forward to.
Yeah, we just got stumped in this game. We didn't have a real game plan. Our draft was kinda, I don't know, like we didn't have an team that wants like 2 people wanted to go in and 3 people wanted to kite, and we didn't really have a game plan. We had no prio lanes and lost the Drakes, lost the jungle matchup. And we think we need to change some things in the draft, but also in the game plan to have at least one prio lane and stomp them in the next time.
Well, yeah, I mean, we're coming, of course, to the end of the season now. Your next week is looking like, you're pretty favored going up against, Lions, Creed, and I guess to a lesser extent, Glorious Gaming. Have you guys already had any thoughts about what you're expecting going into that one?
I think the next week will be pretty easy. Not like I don't want to disrespect the enemy teams, but I think we are better right now if we don't play like we did in the Sparks game. Sometimes we are just, I don't know, just throwing out all our lead or giving kills, dying solo, or like me inting and jumping into Syndra Galio in this game. If you don't do that, I think the games will get pretty easy.
All right, well, thank you so much for joining us. So, guys, we are coming to the end of things today, but just to catch you guys up on what's coming up in week number 6, on Saturday, 18th of July, we'll have Core Dynamic versus Absolved, Split Raiders versus Sparks Esports, and a rematch of week number 1 of the season. And Sparks Esports will go up against Absolved, and Core Dynamic against the Split Raiders. On Sunday, 19th of July, Glorious Gaming will go up against Resolve Academy, while Lions Creed, as mentioned, going up against Black Lion. And your team Black Lion up against Glorious Gaming before we end the day with Resolve Academy versus Lions Creed. So we are getting pretty close up towards the end here. We've got Sparks, Black Lion, and Split Raiders, all up towards the top. I guess from as a final thought, perhaps from you, apart from, of course, your own team, who do you think is the team to watch coming towards the end of the season?
I think Sparks is a team who are the best competing with us and individually the best players, and they play really good as a team too. Split Raiders could be in playoff or final contender too. And I'm looking forward to play against them.
All right, guys. So thank you so much for joining us. Again, we'll be back on Saturday, 18th of July. Thank you again, Yuya. I hope I never end up queuing up against you and your True Shot Barrage in solo queue, but at least I suppose if I do, I'll learn a very painful lesson. Now, though, guys, thanks for joining us, and catch you later.